29th. I'll now. It's been since 2016 when Pokemon Go clearly city stage with how they mix the real world and the augmented reality world. And people are still having fun playing that. Coming up, Justin Graham is going to join me. We're going to talk about the new yellow iPhone, which I have in my hand right here. I'm going to get some thoughts from him about what he thinks of this color, which I'll describe it when he gets back in here. Plus, we will talk about taking better pictures on the iPhone, and we'll talk about Apple's new app just for classical music. You're listening to Rich on Tech. Give me a call, 888-RICH-101, 888-742-4101. Rich Severo, Rich on Tech on KFI, AM 640. Time now for a news update. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom Monday. Three women are being sued in Texas over claims they helped a friend get an abortion pill. The wrongful death suit is the first case of its kind since Roe v. Wade was overturned in June. Seismologists in Alaska say a swarm of earthquakes in the Aleutian Islands could signal an upcoming volcanic eruption. Now, we all spring forward tonight, time-wise, but Chicago is springing into its St. Patrick's Day parade today. Rather than next weekend, there's check on traffic with Mike Norris. That means back to Long Beach, but this time to 710. It's the Long Beach Freeway, southbound side of the 710 right at Anaheim Street. An accident just cleared away. This involves a vehicle that slammed into an embankment. No flowing through the Queen Mary Street. North of there, 91 eastbound at Cherry Avenue. A crash here just cleared out of the right-hand lane, and the earlier pass up to Alameda. That's gone too. Problems continue in Anaheim, though. 57 southbound transition to the 91 eastbound still blocked because of the Jackknife Big Rig. Now 57 flow going from Imperial Highway to the 91. AFI in the sky, you'll get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris. Dennis Dillon RV, RV.com. You can pick up RV shows on now. Well, Trader starting at $9. Motorhome starting at $49. Zero down delivered until payments for free. RV.com. Where the 405 is to 22. What's the day? Maxwell can distract you. And losing some hair. Find that. He said, oh, he must be allergic to chicken. None of that. That keeps the brain. Burn that. The stand keeps the way. Then somebody said, and the dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. The dynamite is part of Maxwell's diet. Dynamite, and the dog will be
3-day weekends are always something to celebrate, and this one just got even better with Blinds.com's President's Day sale going on right now. Get up to 40% off everything site-wide. Upgrading your window treatments is a minor home improvement with a major impact. Blinds.com makes ordering custom window treatments easy, and right now, it's more affordable than ever. Shop huge discounts and save up to 40% on premium blinds, shades, shutters, and more. And whether you DIY or let us handle the installation, Blinds.com's free design consultants are always here to help. With Blinds.com, what you see is what you get, with no misleading quotes or hidden fees. That's why we're the #1 online retailer of custom window coverings, with over 40,000 5-star reviews. Shop Blinds.com's President's Day sale going on right now and save up to 40% off site-wide. Go to Blinds.com and get up to 40% off site-wide, now through February 22nd. Blinds.com, rules and restrictions may apply.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org. KFI AM 640. California is still a state where 1 in 5 Americans want to live. Assuming money wasn't an issue. Well, isn't that thank God? Koala Sharks this evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI News. Maybe it'll listen to talk. Let me talk to folks about Jefferson. So, big into photography, getting the best pictures out of the iPhone, and what have you been up to? Okay. Are you not? Come over to my microphone. We can share a microphone here. Let's do that. Oh, there you go. Look at that. Okay, sounds good now? All right. I do a video series on YouTube called PhotoWalk TV. I take people with me to great places and show them how to get better photos, better quality photos on their smartphone. We've got a newsletter that comes out every weekend, called the PhotoWalk TV newsletter. Photography meets technology meets travel. And I think we just got the mic. The mic was actually unplugged. You know what I want for this show? I want a soundboard because I want to be able to do like the different like this. So now can we hear you? Listen, now you so much better. I love it. Okay. So you're doing photo walks. You've been traveling a lot with this show, huh? Yes, I have. Where was it? We've been solving. Yes, I love solving. Yes, so that's one of my favorite places. It's just solving is a city that's about an hour and a half, 2 hours north of Los Angeles, 2.5 hours in north. It's 7,000 people, but they get 1 million visitors. Yeah, it's incredible. It's like a little. It's really like a Hallmark movie, 24/7. It's a Danish that was built by Danish immigrants, and they kept all the architecture is incredible, but the surrounding community is standing in that valley. That was beautiful, beautiful place. Great wine tasting up there. They just had a couple of really high-end places open up. For many, many years, it was very much a kind of a 3-star hotel town. Now they've got this place that is the hotel book. That's really nice, but no, even nicer. I'm not even sure the name of it, but it's this hotel that's just over my local depot. Anyway, it's like more than 5 stars. Because I know because my wife is planning some sort of like party up there, and she has to stay there, and it's very expensive. We've been debating whether it's worth it. Anybody listening, this is the time to go. Your best time to shoot for spring break. We have a few more weeks. Winter is just gorgeous, and it's not generous. So you'll get. I was in Las Vegas this week as you were. As I was. Yeah, I think we were at different events. I was at no event. I was at my own event. The Rich DeMiro enjoying Las Vegas. I'll put through a story there, and then that didn't work out. By the way, we're talking with Jefferson Graham, tech extraordinaire. He was formerly of USA Today, and now with PhotoWalk TV. Give us a call if you want to talk about tech. 888-RICH-101, 888-742-4101. Do you want to take a call? Sure. All right, let's see what Tim in Oak Hill, California is asking about. Tim, what's on your mind? Welcome to the show. Good afternoon, Rick. Thanks so much. I have a little device. It's kind of cool. It's a little Nathan China, like $7 or $8. It's a Bluetooth receiver that plugs into a cigarette lighter above the car. I actually have one in the house. And it turns the Bluetooth signal from my cell phone into an FM signal. So no matter where I go on my property, I can have different radios on and always hear iHeartRadio. Kind of cool. Yeah, multiple radio stations, receivers all around the house in the little thing. It works perfectly with my little Android phone, but when I just got a tablet about this. Tablet itself, it sounds fine, but when I transmit Bluetooth to this little transceiver that turns it into an FM signal, it's all garbled and distorted. And I thought, well, maybe it's the iHeart app, but it does it with my local radio station app as well. And that's where I'm at. So you've got a device that is, maybe I'm not understanding this, it's a device that's sending a FM signal to your house or a Bluetooth signal to your house? It receives the Bluetooth signal. It looks like a little dongle that's plugged into a cigarette lighter. The car has a little voltmeter on it and the USB charging thing. But yeah, it receives the Bluetooth signal from my phone, and then you can adjust which frequency, just to a frequency nobody else is transmitting on. Okay, so it's an FM 9.0 or 89.7, I think I use it here. Okay. And then it ties to all that FM signal that I can listen to the radio all over my house. Got it. Okay, so I'm actually surprised this works out well, but are you sort of in a more rural area? Oh yeah, I'm in the high desert here in Oak Hill. Okay, got it. So certain stations work, certain stations don't work. That's what I'm getting from this. Well, the thing is, with my cell phone, everything works perfect, no matter what app I use, whether it's iHeart, I pretty much only use KFI. Then I have a local radio station up here called Talk 960 that I listen to occasionally, and they have their own private El Dorado app. That all sounds fine. So it's not the station, it's just whether it's iHeart app or my local radio station app. My cell phone seems to work perfectly. It works 2 or 3 years I've been doing this. It works great. But with the tablet, when it's connected by Bluetooth, it's garbage. see it right there. That my model number is M8L. M8L. Okay, so that might be the reason. Blue products are traditionally inexpensive, and they may not have the best Bluetooth in that product. Like the Bluetooth, there's different versions of Bluetooth. And so it may be that the version they're using is just a very inexpensive version. Is that part on an iPad? Yeah, I was going to say, that's what I would do. Get a friend over there, try it on an iPad and see if that works. Yeah, well, it works on my cell phone. I know this is a receiver thing works fine. I mean, it works on my cell phone, there's no problem. But the thing is, it worked 2 weeks ago, it worked fine. It's just this weekend when I started up, it's doing it. No. I was thinking, would it be ready to do a full factory reset, so to speak, on the Android tablet? Now you're speaking my language. I love doing that. That's my favorite thing to do on anything. I'll do that on my cell phone every 2 to 3 months. Oh, well, that's a lot. That's a lot. But I love. I don't think I'm crazy. Well, I would do the full reset. I love doing that. You do a factory reset, it gets everything back to the standard, the way it was in the factory. Maybe we installed something on this device that just isn't working properly, or it just isn't playing nice with this receiver. I'm still not understanding why you wouldn't just use the app to stream the station. I would just test it on another person's device. Yeah, that's what I would do. But Tim, it sounds like you've got it figured out. This reminds me of when I first had, like, back in the car, like when you would use like your iPod and you didn't have like a connection, right? You use like an FM transmitter to get your signal, and it never worked right. I ended up having to get a factory installed. All right, more Rich on Tech coming up after this. I've got Jefferson Graham in the studio. Give us a call at 888-RICH-101. That's 888-742-4101. We'll talk about the yellow iPhone coming up next. Rich Severo, Rich on Tech on KFI, AM 640. Time now for a news update. KFI, news of the hour. On the half, and when it breaks. I'm Jason Middleton, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Health officials say all adults in the U.S. should be tested for hepatitis C at least once in their life. ABC's Chuck Silverson says the CDC also recommends babies get vaccinated to fight hepatitis C. All age groups can get the shot, says the CDC, saying most American adults are not vaccinated against hepatitis C. Silverson says many people with the virus do not know they have it, because they do not feel or look sick. The agency updated its recommendations yesterday. Okay, if you've never heard of Silicon Valley Bank before this week, you likely have by now. Here's why. Epic failed. SVB was home to cash for half of all venture capital-backed startups in the U.S. The price turned to panic this week when SVB not only lost about $2 billion in securities, also failed to sell any shares in the bank to raise money. So boom, the FDIC locked the doors, customers can't get cash, hotlines go unanswered. It's the biggest bank fail in 15 years. The fallout in other areas of the market and for investors and for politicians, that's going to take a while to play out. More than 3 million Calico Critter toys have been recalled following 2 choking deaths. The recall applies to theft of the animal figures sold with bottle and pacifier accessories through the years 2000 and 2021. Let's get a traffic check. No red carpet this year, beige. But the roads are also sporting some orange, as in traffic cones. Okay, Mike, what do you got? All right, well, we do have some closures because of tomorrow night's Academy Awards at the Dolby Theater, and one of them, Hollywood Boulevard, completely shut down between North Orange Drive and North Highland Avenue. We also have Hawthorne Avenue out of service until probably Tuesday morning between Orange and Highland Avenue. I think our we've had a big problem continues in now. I-57 southbound transition to a 91 eastbound, and that road still blocked because of an earlier Jackson out of Acreage. And actually, if you're still there in the 57 southbound, very close from Imperial Highway to the 91. Yeah, Austin Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mike Moon. This report is sponsored by Memorial Care. Whether it's Sunday afternoon or 3 a.m., wherever, they're with you at Memorial Care. Get high-quality care virtually or in person with video visits, day or night, 24/7 telephone support, and more. Visit hugememorialcare.org for more information. Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. In more time than then. Catch the special deal now at LordVPN.com. With a few simple clicks, NordVPN will drop online packers and hide your virtual download, and drop access to Mauritius website. Enjoy internet without trackers, internet without Mauritius website, internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Then, that's the special deal now at NordVPN.com. NordVPN, cybersecurity built for every day. Hey, SoCal homeowner, Bob here, owner of Rough and Tough Turf. Are you frustrated with your yard? Upset how it looks? Angry about wasting money on water and maintenance? And with water restrictions here to stay, you can say goodbye to a beautiful green yard forever. However, there's good news. You can transform your ugly yard into a beautiful, green, year-round paradise that the entire family can enjoy. And our artificial turf is USA made. Don't you deserve a stress-free paradise to enjoy at the end of a long day? And your investment can pay for itself in only 6 to 7 years. Call Rough and Tough Turf today. Receive a free estimate good for a year. Or if you decide to act now, you can take advantage of savings up to 40%. So grab your cell phone, dial pound 250, say Rough and Tough to invite us out for your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say Rough and Tough. At Rough and Tough Turf, you can expect the best and save money too. Certain restrictions apply. Just net, ROTHSCHILD.com. They're two great places, and I've got a newsletter, Substack.com, comes out every Saturday and Sunday. You told me about Substack. I signed up, and I did it for a bit, and I still have my newsletter, I guess, list, but I don't actively do it. But one of these days I will, because I love the newsletter. Best journalism experience I've ever had, and I've been around for a while. Because the feedback, it's so direct to your fans. Yeah, and they feel, you're going into their email box, and like, there's always a question, well, what time should I send it? When's a good day to send it? Doesn't matter. People are happy to get an email that's not a sales email at any time of the day. And also, your inbox is your inbox. Like, the way I see my email inbox is it's all the tasks. So if I get it, no matter what time of day, and I'm going through my emails, I will save it for later. And I will get to it when I get to it. I don't delete things out of my inbox until I'm done with them. And it's almost like a little to-do list. All right, let's talk about two things. We've got the new, in my hand, the new iPhone 14 and 14 Plus. This is the 14 in yellow. Yeah. End of sentence. There's really nothing else except it's a color. And it's only on the 14 and Plus. It's not on the Pro or Pro Max. It's yellow, like a bowler trick. Yeah. Or like Pikachu from Pokemon. That's about as close. Would you call it banana yellow or no? No, it's yellower. It's yellower than a banana. It's brighter yellow. Okay, the question I have is, I understand why Apple does it, because it looks good in an ad, and they sell a few 100,000 copies, I don't know, whatever. They'll sell millions. They'll sell millions. Okay, they'll sell millions. But who do you know who doesn't have a case? That's my question. Okay, and my wife has a case, and it happens to be yellow. Oh, so she already has a yellow phone. She was ahead of the curve. $20 case or whatever we pay for it, And there's no need to have this yellow phone. None. I don't understand the phone color because it's always the same. You put a case on. Now, I do have a clear case. Some people have clear case. But if you're going to, I don't know. I've been wanting to go caseless, but I actually think my phone is grippier with the case. I like the case on it. And are you caseless? Oh, you have the big case. I have the wallet. Get the wallet case. I can't do that. I haven't had a wallet for years. So this is my wallet, and it's been fantastic. And then I have a cage. I have a cage on my other phone. As a photographer, I'm always going around with multiple iPhones. All right, so $799 for the 128 gigabyte version of this phone. The iPhone 14 Plus in yellow starts at $899. It is going to be available, let's see, I think yesterday. Wasn't it yesterday? Availability Tuesday, March 14th. Pre-orders were on Friday. So if you are looking to get a yellow phone, there you go. Or buy yourself a $20 case. Or buy a case. And, but here's the thing. Apple has gotten on this cadence where now they come out with a spring color of the iPhone. And it's always this, this purple, and it was blue, red, now it's yellow. So it's just the way Apple operates. And I really struggle with this on KTLA. So it's like, do I mention, like, is this one, I get 3 news stories a day. Is that one of my news updates? I don't know. It's not justified. Yeah, it is. Okay, let's go to Austin in San Diego. Austin, you're on with Rick. Hey, how's it going, Jefferson? Hey, how's it going? It's going great. How about you? Good, good. What can we help you with? Hey, so I was just asking about, I've always used Chrome as my internet browser, and lately I've been having a lot of issues where it keeps popping up saying I need to update it. What pages, like for banking, I'll open one tab and it loads, 6 pages, and half the pages don't fully load, or it looks like, it's an HTML page without any kind of like anything to it. So, question being, what would be your recommendation for an internet browser if I still want the conveniences of Google integration with Chrome? Are you running on Windows or Mac? Windows. Okay, I think you've got some malware on your computer. I think that's what's happening. And I will tell you that Chrome definitely slows down after a while. So what I would do is, I've been using actually Edge for a bit, which is Microsoft's version of Chrome. I don't like it as much as Chrome. I think Chrome is better. The fact that you're saying you're getting update notifications on Chrome, I don't think that's a big deal. All you can do is reopen the app and it updates. So, in fact, I just opened my Chrome and it said, relaunch Chrome to finish updating. So, uninstall, very simple. Take it off and reinstall. You don't even have to do that on Windows. There's actually a built-in, they're taking it away, but there's a built-in reset button on Chrome, okay? And I will tell you where it is, okay? You go here. I have this written down because I actually was going to talk about this, but then Google mentioned that they're getting rid of it. Because they said that this sort of malware is getting less and less on Chrome, which I don't believe, but okay. If you go into menu, and then settings, and then reset, and it says reset, boom. It will reset all of your values back to 0. It will get rid of any malware that you have on your device. It will try to clear that out. I would also uninstall any extensions that you have on there, get rid of those. Or if you don't want to do that, like Jefferson said, you can just uninstall the program, reinstall it. But I would do all the software updates as well. So if your Windows is not up to date, I would do that. You might have malware at large on your computer, so if you want to run like something like Malwarebytes, do you have a preferred program that you like to run on malware? On Mac, you don't tend to have problems with malware. Yeah, I know. But there are ways on Mac you can use something like App Cleaner to get rid of any fragments of programs or things that you may not want on there if you're trying to uninstall. But that's what I would do. I like Edge. I think it works nicely, but I don't like it more than Chrome. I think Chrome just recently got faster. They just figured out how to optimize the memory for the different tabs you have open. They just figured out how to do the energy savings on it. So I think Chrome is still pretty good for a free web browser. Now I think it's secure, it's safe, it has all the programs you need, and you mentioned that you want to keep your Google integrations, and Chrome is still the best at when you're using Google products like Drive and Gmail. It's very good at making sure that all the features of those programs work in a good way. So, Austin, does that answer your question? You going to stick with it? Yeah, I actually had, in your mention of malware, so I actually have like a lifetime membership for Malwarebytes. I also use Norton, and the only extensions on Chrome is LastPass and I think it's like Adobe PDF reader. Okay. Do you still think I could have like malware on? It sounds like some of the settings. If you're opening up like a banking page and 6 pages are opening that are doing different things, that's typically a sign of malware. So I would also go through and erase all history. So I would go into the history, and there's an option to erase all of your history for forever and ever. So I would do that as well, just to make sure that you have nothing on there that's cookie oriented that's messing up things. I would also give LastPass, honestly, because at this point they've had too many security issues. You might want to look into switching to a different password manager as well. So basically, Austin, you just have to change your entire operators right now. So it shouldn't be too tough, though. I think those are the things you want to do. All right, let me know if that works for you with the reset on Chrome before it goes away, okay? Sure. Sure. Thanks for calling from San Diego. Is it raining down there like it is up here? It's on and off. Okay. All right, well, stay dry. All right, thank you. All right. All right, let's see. Do you have time to talk about this this new Apple Music Classical app? Justin, why is Apple making a new app, standalone app designed specifically for classical music, 5 million tracks from new releases to celebrated masterpieces, thousands of exclusive albums, the highest audio quality up to 192 kilohertz per kilohertz? Is that what you said? Sure, I guess. It will launch on March 28th. Requires an Apple Music subscription. It'll be available everywhere except China, Japan, Korea, and Taiwan. And Android version is coming soon. And to listen to music on Apple Music Classical, you must have an internet connection. That's off. You can't download the music. So why are they doing this? I don't understand. Why would they just put this in the Apple Music app? So you need an internet connection to listen to Apple Music. You can download the music. Yeah, but you have to start. I know, that's fine. But why would they say that specifically? Like, I get that you need an internet connection to, like, it doesn't come with 5 million songs you just download. Right. I think they're very smart to do this. I know you disagree, but I think it's a very, very smart move. Now, first of all, remember, Facebook is classical subscription for the program, for the already. They're free. So Spotify is spotty when it comes to classical music. They got some stuff. They don't have other stuff. YouTube Music is spotty. Classical music fans, go downtown sometime, go stand at Disney Hall. You will see some very dedicated classical music lovers. They are really enthusiastic. You've got, if the Grateful Dead fans are enthusiastic, classical music fans are incredibly enthusiastic. So they're by targeting this audience, they finally have a differentiation to Apple Music. Different from Spotify now. They have music that the other people don't have. They've never had that. But you have to download stuff for that. I don't know. I just don't. I get it that they have people that are very into this. I don't understand why they couldn't just blend it into Apple Music and make it a separate area of the app. But to have a different app, maybe if you're into classical, you feel like they're speaking to you. Do you remember in a more direct way? Do you remember Once Upon a Time, Tower Records? Yeah. There was a big, huge, biggest record store, and they had a separate classical store across the street. Do you remember that? I do not remember the classical store, but it makes a store. All right, we've got less than a minute. Tell folks where they can find you. PhotoWalkTV.com, JeffersonGraham.net. Look for me on YouTube, YouTube.com/PhotoWalkTV. Our latest episode, it's the new debut today from Clearwater, Florida, and I'm working on an episode thanking viewers for helping me cross 1 million views. Amazing. I see I need the little congrats. All right, thanks so much for joining me in the studio today. I appreciate it. We had some fun here with the callers. We're going to wrap up the show. Coming up next, more of your calls. If I can fit one more in at 888-RICH-101. That's 888-742-4101. You are listening to Rich on Tech. Rich Severo, Rich on Tech on KFI, AM 640. Time now for a news update. Watching the day by 24-hour newsroom, I'm Jason Middleton. President Biden is criticizing a group of Republican House members over their demand for spending cuts in trade for raising the debt ceiling. The Mega Millions team says no one took all 6 numbers in last night's drawing. That means Tuesday's jackpot will be worth $229 million. Scream 6 is also a killer start at the box office. Who writes this? I did. It's expected to make between $35 and $40 million this weekend. Let's get a check on traffic with much more. EV's an accident in Anaheim. Long-term problem Tuesday from 57 southbound transition to the 91 eastbound still blocked because of a Johnson Arcade rig, and the 57 south is well from Imperial Highway to the 91. The only good news, the north 57 is not slow. It's a good run from the Northwest Interchange up to the 210. 91 eastbound right after 57, his right-hand lane is still taken away because of an earlier accident. That's causing slight delays from State College to the 57. Atlantic Boulevard on-ramp to the West 60 is closed because of an earlier accident. KFI is in the sky. Let's get you there faster. I'm Mike Holmes.
Here's from Blinds.com. We're celebrating over a quarter century of best-dressed windows by giving you up to 50% off site-wide. Head to Blinds.com for great deals on shutters, curtains, motorized outdoor door shades, and more. Relax. Let Blinds.com handle the install. Just click installation at checkout. Plus, Blinds.com has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Shop Blinds.com now for anniversary savings up to 50% off site-wide. Save up to 50% at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply. Poor Sam's was a mess. Always itching, licking. His paws were soaking wet. He had bald spots on his back. DINOBICE. That's how. 2 weeks after he started Dynamite and started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite is nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can eat for your dog. How happy your dog will be. I get my Dynamite from DINOVICE.com.
The word is out. People are abandoning their overpriced wireless carriers and flocking to PureTalk for the same 5G coverage, but at a fraction of the price. In fact, the average family saves over $800 a year when switching from Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. And switching is so easy. You can keep your phone, keep your number, or get huge discounts on the latest iPhones and Androids. Right now, you can get unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month. Or if you still want unlimited data, you can get that and still save a fortune. So make the switch and get the same coverage as the big guy, but at half the price. Get unlimited talk, text, and 6 gigs of data for just $30 a month. From your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, switch now. And you'll save 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 and say, switch now. You'll have the option to receive a one-time auto-dial text message from PureTalk. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire the largest injury firm in the world for your injury case? Lots of people hired it. We've collected over $15 billion and won a lot. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an offer near you.
For victims of drunk and drug driving, our grief is unique. But you are not alone. You always have a place at MAD. Call our 24-hour addiction hotline at 877-MAD-HELP or visit mad.org.
What happens if I don't take it 2 minutes? Does that alarm go off? She text us? No. Yeah, no. It's too early. Look, if I tune into a station and they're not on the air, there's no way I'm leaving there until I come back. Absolutely. You never get more listeners than when they're dead air. That's what you do your show. It's the only business in the world where you get more attention if you don't do anything. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. The people in prison committed the crime, period. And that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crime. They gangs are in the business of crime. Johnny Ken, they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640. Welcome back to Rich on Tech. Rich DeMiro here. Talking technology online at Rich on Tech. That's all of my social media is under that. So if you want to find me online, that's where you can do it. Tony is in Daytona Beach, Florida. Tony, you're on with Rich. Hey, Rich. What's wrong? Everything's great. What can I help you with? Okay. I like coffee sometimes for a radio talk show, like you guys do. Sure. And sometimes they run, they try writing along smarter. And I'm looking for the best format and the easiest format to write a letter like that. And it's easy to control, like Yahoo or Google or where to go to. Okay. Yeah, it's the best email format. Oh, email. Oh, email program. Okay, got it. Okay, email. Well, I mean, I think that Google, I use Google Docs for everything. I use Gmail for everything. And I would say those are probably your best combination. I also wrote a book, and I wrote the entire book in a combination of Apple Notes and then Google Docs. So I've written large amounts of text. I do the entire planning of this show on Google Docs and also through my email program as well. So I don't think you need anything special. Those are all free. And the one trick I would tell you with Google Docs is if you type in your, once you sign up for Google and have all your stuff figured out and you're logged in, if you type in docs.new on your web browser, that will open up a new document. So if you're trying to just do something fast and quick and easy, and you don't want to go through, just type in docs.new, and that will open up a fresh document for you on your web browser. So that's the way I do it. I organize everything through there. Now, when I wrote my book, I used a program to publish it. It's called Vellum, Vellum. But that's really a book publishing app. And I also tested out another app. It was called Scrivener. But it doesn't sound like you wanted to write a book. It sounds like you're just writing scripts and things like that. And with the scripts, if you want, I know for radio and TV, sometimes scripts need to fit a certain format. So in that case, I actually make a template of what a script typically looks like, which is 2 columns. Well, so you can do that too. The other program I really like for writing is called Bear, Bear. And what's great about this, and Tony, this may work for you since you're doing stuff that's for radio, and you might need to time stuff out. What I love about Bear is that it times out what you write. So if you go into something that you wrote in there, there's a little icon, and it tells you how many words, how many characters, how many paragraphs, but the best part is it tells you how long it takes to read that. And for me, that is very, very handy when I'm writing things for this show, when I want to hit a certain amount of time. In this case, I'm trying to hit a 30-second commercial, and so if I'm writing something that's a promotion for my show, I want to hit that 29 seconds. So there, that is only available on iOS. So that is something that is on iOS and Mac only. They do not have a version that is available to the Windows platform. But that's a really handy program. I use a lot of programs actually to write stuff now that I think about it. So I also use another app that is the Apple Notes app, but that's really just for more like notes. I also use Google Keep. I mean, there's so many ways you can do this that it really just comes down to what you use the most. And that's what I found, is that you just have to use it and keep using it and have your system down, and that's the best way to do it. All right, let me tell you about this scam real quick before we go, because I think it's important for you to know that we've heard so much about AI, but now scammers are already using AI to impersonate people that we know, family members, who call us and try to scam us out of money. So they have these very sophisticated programs that are off the shelf. You feed some audio into them, and now you can sound like that person just by typing out those words. And so this is AI that is being used in a very mean way against us. So if you get a phone call that purports to be from a loved one that needs money, that's in jail, that's whatever, it may just be an AI voice that sounds like that loved one. So when in doubt, call them up, call someone, check on them, text them. Do not just go to the bank and try to withdraw money and send it to this person that's asking you for the money, because it's probably not. I'll put the link to the Washington Post article about these new AI voice scams in the show notes as well. And finally, vinyl overtook CD sales for the first time since 1987. I've been talking about vinyl in my KTLA reports. People seem to like it. 41 million units they sold against 33 million for CDs in the past year. Vinyl sales have increased over the past 16 years. They're now 71% of all physical music. Taylor Swift, of course, highest selling vinyl artist. He sold 1.7 million records. Harry Styles sold 719,000. The Beatles still kicking 553,000 sales. Of course, Spotify and Apple Music and streaming is still the most popular way to listen to music. All right, that is going to do it for this show. Thanks so much for listening. Thanks for working through that. This is a growing show. This is only episode number 10. So we're still learning. I'm still learning how to do this whole radio thing. So I do appreciate you hanging out with me. Next week, we are going to talk to Ember about their self-feeding baby bottle. No longer is it good to be born with a silver spoon in your mouth. Now you can be born with a $400 self-feeding baby bottle in your mouth. And we're going to talk to the company that makes that. You can find me on social media at Rich on Tech, my website, richontech.tv. My name is Rick Camiro. Thanks so much for listening. There are so many ways you can spend your time. I do appreciate you spending it right here with me. I'll talk to you next week.
Here's from Blinds.com. We're celebrating over a quarter century of fast dress windows by giving you up to 50% off site-wide. Head to Blinds.com for great deals on shutters, curtains, .com handle the install. Just click installation at checkout. Plus, Blinds.com has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Shop Blinds.com now for anniversary savings up to 50% off site-wide. Save up to 50% at Blinds.com. Rules and restrictions may apply.
Enjoy cleaner, safer, and more private internet daily. Be more private than. That's the special deal now at NorthVPN.com. With a few simple clicks, NorthVPN will block online hackers and hide your virtual location. It will secure your devices from malware-infected downloads and block access to malicious websites. Enjoy internet without hackers, internet without malicious websites, internet without malware-ridden files. Imagine your data more secure, your connection protected. Then, catch the special deal now at NorthVPN.com. NorthVPN, cybersecurity built for every day. Maxwell with strategy and losing the that says it's the word. Then somebody said, INOVICE.com. It took 2 years, and the dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. The Dynavite is part of Maxwell's diet. Dynavite, how happy your dog will be. INOVICE.com.
Here's from Blinds.com. We're celebrating over a quarter century of black dress windows by giving you up to 50% off site-wide. Head to Blinds.com for great deals on shutters, curtains, motorized outdoor door shades, and more. Relax. Let Blinds.com handle the install. Just click installation at checkout. Plus, Blinds.com has a 100% satisfaction guarantee. Shop Blinds.com now for anniversary savings up to.
Oh boy, do we have a show for you coming up next on the Full Report. One of my favorite places in Los Angeles. You want to know about the perfect martini? You want to know about the perfect steak? You want to know about the best behind-the-scenes stories of Hollywood? You're not going to want to go anywhere. Stick around. Full Report up next. This is FI and KOC 822 Los Angeles, Orange County.
Time.
KOSC 822.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Radio app. Maybe matricide. I'm Jason Middleton, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A man has been arrested in Northridge for allegedly killing his own mom. The 33-year-old man walked right into the Devonshire division of the LAPD early Friday evening, and he told officers that he thought he might have injured his mother at their home. So police showed up to the house, which is located in a gated community in the Porter Ranch area. And that's where they found the man's mom with multiple stab wounds. The woman, who is in her 70s, was dead. So far, police have not said if there was a motive for the killing or if their son had any signs of mental health issues. Andrew Carabella, KFI News. News brought to you by American Vision Windows. The University of Akron has given full scholarships to 2 men recently exonerated after 15 years in prison. Michael Sutton and Ken Phillips were in high school when they were convicted of attempted murder for a crime they did not commit. Sutton is 34 years old and said this week he begins classes in the fall. The opportunity will come along started from somebody will take advantage of it. Sutton, who was sentenced to 41 years in prison, says he plans to study business administration. He and Phillips were released from prison in 2021 and exonerated last year. The world's loneliest orca has died after years of isolated containment and Marineland theme park. Kista, the orca whale, was captured in 1979 when she was 3 and sold to Marineland in Ontario a few years later. There she gave birth to 5 calves, and all of them died young. Kista was kept alone in a cement tank since 2011, which studies have shown is considered torture to animals like whales and dolphins. A video of Kista repeatedly bashing her head into the walls of her enclosure went viral in 2021, with many calling for Marineland to be shut down. The park said in a statement Friday they'll mourn her loss. Mark Ron, KFI News. Hollywood's biggest stars are getting ready for the Oscars. Others are too. This year's frontrunner at the Academy Awards is the science fiction film Everything Everywhere All at Once, which leads the pack with 11 nominations. It's closely followed by the German World War I movie All Quiet on the Western Front and the Irish dark comedy The Banshees of Inisherin. Both scored 9 noms. The Best Picture race also includes Avatar: The Way of Water, Top Gun: Maverick, Elvis, and Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans. The awards will be handed out tomorrow night at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, also traffic in the area, so just keep an eye on that. Well, let's get an update overall from my KFI Traffic Center. This time, though, we're going to go to the 14 and Spanish Street. It's on Highway 14, right at Kings Road. It's an accident clearing out of the left-hand lane. Coming away from the new Hall Pass, you are slow on the 14 north from the 5 up to Golden Valley Road. Atlantic Boulevard on-ramp moving to the 60 westbound. This on-ramp is closed because of an accident involving a vehicle and the downhill embankment. Do not see any delays between Montebello and the East LA interchange on the westbound 60 Pomona Freeway. 605 southbound right up to 405. It's a broken down vehicle. You'll find it in the right lane. KFI in the sky. It'll get you there faster. I'm Mike Thomas. You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. He's scared to come down.
Hang on. I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and cape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from cleaning out. Go on.
Thanks for listening to all Zero Zero coming in air. Go online at ZeroZero.com.
Southern California weather from KFI. Showers continue this afternoon for LA and OC. Recent numerology, highs today around 60. Chance of rain, also 60%. Tonight the clouds stick around, but they hold less rain. 20% chance of showers, lows in the upper 40s. Tomorrow, cloudy in the morning and then partly sunny. Highs in the mid-50s to around 60, but rain does roll back in on Tuesday. Newport Beach right now, 63, touch 61. We lead local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, and not with Phil Savager this week. I'm Jason Middle. Hey, Kayla.
Yeah?
Did I ever tell you why I'm not a vegetarian?
Why?
I feel it's a huge mistake. Let me teach you Rabbi. Let me teach you Rabbi. Not a mirror mixer. Let me teach you Rabbi. This is culinary. Let me teach you Rabbi. Let me teach you Rabbi. Rabbi AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the Fork Report, all things food, beverage, and beyond. We celebrate food, the culture behind it, the history behind it, cooking at home, eating out, kitchen tricks, good cocktails, and everything in between. I am your friendly neighborhood Fork Reporter, Neil Savager. How do you do? It's Oscar weekend, right? So fittingly, my guest today is a restaurant. No, it is a restaurant, but she's 104 years old, so young. She's known for both her on-screen and off-screen importance to Hollywood, of course. She is a time capsule of bygone era and truly a modern example of culinary hospitality exceptionalism. If this wasn't enough, she's also the only restaurant to have a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. I'd like you to join me for the next 3 hours when we do something that we've never done before, sitting at one restaurant talking about just that restaurant as I chat with the COO, the chef and general manager, the head bartender, all these good folks to hear why Musso and Frank's Grill in Hollywood is just so magical. Start us off, I welcome back to the show COO and fourth generation member of the family owners, Mark Echeverria. How are you? Doing fantastic, Neil. And to be me, welcome you. You do. This place, it's funny, people will ask about restaurants, especially one like, there's none like Musso and Frank, but one that has such history like, am I going to be treated well? Because famous people, I'm a schlub, I'm a nobody. And I will tell you that the hospitality here is always wonderful. Peak height all the time, and the environment is always welcoming. So, when you mentioned, this is probably over a year now that Daniel and I have been working on putting this together, and I thank you for hosting us in one of the new rooms. So, before we get any Oh, that's a great question and very easy to answer. My first memory, I was sitting in a booth, 235, with my cousins and my grandmother, who at the time was running the restaurant, ROTHSCHILD, and we were having Shirley Temples and martini glasses with extra cherries and more martini glasses. And if you looked at the table, it probably looked like a bunch of alcoholics, but here's like 4 and 5-year-olds drinking Shirley Temples, and that was my first memory of the restaurant. And it's fitting that my first memory was with family and being, served by Reuben, the legendary bartender, who's the one who made the Shirley Temples for us. And it's just very fitting that that's my first memory, and I'll hold on to it forever.
How many times a week, how often were you here as a kid with building those memories with your grandmother?
I actually grew up in Northern California, and my mom,
I even remember Patchouli.
my mom would bring my sister and I down to LA to visit my grandmother when she was running the restaurant quite often, probably a couple times a month. And so we were in the restaurant, all the time as little kids. And the old timers that were working here, they knew me from when I was probably younger than 4. My mom would bring my sister and I in here as little babies. So it was really quite special when I started to run the restaurant for the family, that I was working side by side with these same guys. It was really, really something awesome to do.
I believe that all of our food taste and many of our experiential kind of activities, like things that warm our hearts, like the smell of grandmother's house or family reunions, they come from usually a home or something like that. Do you have those sensory reactions to the smell of the pine walls or the booth, or does that still take you back?
Yeah, 1,000%. And for me, it's both the smell when you walk into the restaurant from the parking lot, or you're faced at the top of the stairs and you kind of get this overview of the kitchen, and you get the smells coming from there, and you also get the sounds, the clinking of dishes being washed and plates being put on trays to go out, and you really get the feel of the hustle and bustle of the restaurant, and those are sensory activations that I still get today, even though I've been coming to the restaurant thousands of times.
Oh, I get them. I was talking to your PR friend Daniel, and we were talking about the smells and with Andrea and the GM, the smells and sounds and things here. And so I could only imagine, and I really wanted to get that picture as we go in, because it involves maybe some decisions you had for this important restaurant, Russo and Frank Grill. When did you take over, and why did you take over?
I took over the operation in the early part of 2010. And that stemmed from our family. The restaurant was owned as a 50-50 business between our family and another family from 1927 until 2009, when we bought the other family out. And at that point, our family, now owning 100% of the business, said, well, somebody from the family has to be sure that the decision-making process is adhered to, and that longevity is still that focus and that goal always moving forward. And so they looked at the third generation at the time were the owners, and my mom, my dad, and my own aunts and uncles, they were all in their careers, and none of them could drop anything to come down to Hollywood to run the restaurant. And so they looked at the fourth generation, and me and my cousin Jordan stayed together for about 6 months, and then he left to travel the world, and then it's been me ever since, being the boots on the ground. But the family is very, very much involved. Two sets of aunts and uncles live in Las Vegas, and my mother and my father live in Northern California in Reno. It's what their time spent doing. But the family sits as the board of directors, and they're extremely supportive and helping to make decisions, giving direction, and providing any tool that we need to make sure that this restaurant succeeds for others.
Yeah, that's a massive goal. The fact that you're here today with the trials and tribulations for the past 3 years is amazing, to be honest. You can't really, and I know there was an attempt, you can't really go to takeout with Moose and Frank.
We tried that for a couple weeks after the first time we were allowed to open up, and then the governor shut everything down again pretty quick after that. We did a little bit of takeout.
realized we could focus on some other stuff, and that was really taking care of the team and focus on growth and what we were going to look like when COVID is over. Sitting with Mark Echeverria here in the new wine room at Musso and Frank's Grill on Hollywood Boulevard, 6667. So not totally satanic. The 7 balance 6667, easy to remember. Hollywood Boulevard, and it just is really, it's just a neat honor to be here, especially during Oscar weekend. We're going to come back and chat more with Mark. Of course, he is the fourth generation family owner, one of the owners here, and I've got a bajillion questions. So stick around. We're going to take it all through the entirety of the show. We're going to talk to bartenders. We're going to talk to the chef. We're really going to give you a 360-degree look at everything, how this place runs since 1919. Just to put a little, fine tip on that, KFI, one of the oldest stations in Los Angeles, started in April of 2022. 1922. So they're older than us. I know, right? All right. Well, stick around. We'll be back with more. Go nowhere. It is the fourth quarter on Neil today for KFI AM 640. Now let's get the latest news now from Jason and the 24-hour KFI news. The American economy added 311,000 jobs last month, but inflation pressures do remain, so the Fed is still likely to raise interest rates. China is celebrating a diplomatic win after brokering a peace deal between Iran and Saudi Arabia. The two rivals agreed to re-establish relations after 4 days of talks in Beijing. The Academy Awards get rolling tomorrow evening at 5 o'clock, as Neil was just talking about. Updates about the ins and outs of the Oscars are all day at the iHeartRadio app, though. We will update the situation in Anaheim after this. Are you suffering from back pain, pain in your legs and feet? Do you suffer from leg cramping, pain when you walk, numbness, prickling or tingling sensation? Have you tried all the pain treatments, the shots, the pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic pain caused by peripheral neuropathy, spinal stenosis, or a failed back surgery? Here is good news from the Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or even eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical, painless laser-guided stem cell treatment that may reduce or eliminate your back, leg, and foot pain in minutes. If you're in pain, here's a special offer. Call now for a special $97 back, foot, and leg exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nerve test, and X-ray MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. For the special $97 exam, on your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say pain-free. Southern California weather from KFI. Off and on showers continue this afternoon for LA and OC. Highs around 60. Chance of rain overnight, 20%. Highs in the low 60s tomorrow. Weather is brought to you by Tire Rack. Now let's get a check on traffic with Mike Morris. Mike has a new take on the accident on the 57 near Anaheim. I have some new details. 57 southbound transition to the 91 eastbound still closed because of emergency guardrail repairs. This 57 northbound, no delays from the Orangeburg interchange up to the Blue Canyon San Dimas. They're definitely slow on the South 101, the Hollywood Freeway between Melrose and the 4 level. 110 northbound down solid from Manchester up to the 5. Way up high in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris. Nearly 2,000 drivers die in car crashes each year. Tire Rack Speed Survival is designed to save lives. The one-day hands-on driving school gives kids experience in car control. Through exercises that include emergency braking and skid recovery. Find a class near you at TireRack.com/survive. This report is sponsored by Audible. Find everything you love listening to on Audible. Here's celebrity memoirs, mystery, true crime, sci-fi, and more. Audible is the home of storytelling, audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our team rejuvenation, where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is warm car new drains is with $80 with a 30-foot drain cleaner. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaner service is just $80. So nice, satisfied. They'll air conditioning and plumbing. ViralRabbi.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Fort Worth Neil
are back at Norm. Get our four-course meals without the four-course price, starting at just $13.99. Every four-course meal comes with soup, salad, entree, and dessert. Feast your eyes on our classic sirloin steak trio, or try our new steak and chicken fajita platter. And tell your way with grilled and blackened salmon. That's for a limited time, only at Norm. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? I mean, nope. Oh no, you've been stolen. BlackRock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first deal with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. On IT's Daily Game Podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IT's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. Hey, SoCal homeowner, Bob here, owner of Rough and Tough Surf. Are you frustrated with your yard? Upset how it looks? Angry about wasting money on water and maintenance? And with water restrictions here to stay, you can say goodbye to a beautiful green yard forever. However, there's good news. You can transform your ugly yard into a beautiful, green, year-round paradise that the entire family can enjoy. And our artificial surf is USA made. Don't you deserve a stress-free paradise to enjoy at the end of a long day? And your investment can pay for itself in only 6 to 7 years. Call Rough and Tough Surf today. Receive a free estimate just for a year. Or if you decide to act now, you can take advantage of savings up to 40%. So grab your cell phone, dial pound 250, say Rough and Tough to invite us out for your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say Rough and Tough. At Rough and Tough Surf, you can expect the best and save money too. Certain restrictions apply.
There are simple things parents and caregivers can do to help children cope with stress. It's important to talk to children in age-appropriate language and approach the discussion in a calm and sensitive way to help them cope. This Tell Hopeful Moments is brought to you by TellHope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. Tell Hope can help. Access Tell Hope's free and secure mental health service. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at TellHope.org.
Watch Top Star Battle on Tennis Channel at one of the sport's biggest events, the BNC Paribas Open in Indian Wells, California. Exclusive daily live coverage at 10 a.m. now through March 19th on Tennis Channel. For over 35 years, we at Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, have built our firm with the words more in mind. We have more than 800 lawyers and more offices nationwide ready to fight for you. And today we have recovered more than $15 billion for our clients. So, if you've been injured at work or in a car accident, you deserve more. Contact Morgan & Morgan today. Just dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. Diet is transmission fluid.
Seriously? Yours is just the break.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. I can't believe that check engine light is on again. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Welcome to Pray.com's Relentless Hope Podcast, a show that will help you love your life, lead with purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others.
God can do anything. And He took this girl from deep, deep pain to true joy and true freedom.
Listen to Pray.com's Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. H.T. Gregory coming up this week on Unsolved, we highlight another cold case or challenging case that needs just that one little piece of evidence or witness to step up. It's the only show in Southern California that gives investigators a chance to go deep on a case. They stay with you, the ones that are unsolved. They stay with you. Unsolved with Steve Gregory. Tonight at 7 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Neil Saavedra here, your friendly neighborhood pork reporter, enjoying the setting, the smells, all of the sensory overload that you get from sitting in a 104-year-old thereabouts restaurant that has a life of its own. Today's show is very special. Of course, it's Oscar weekend here in Hollywood, and we are sitting in one of the most famous restaurants probably on the planet, but certainly it is a culinary and hospitality hotspot that we're lucky to have here. Of course, that is Musso and Frank's Grill here at 6667 Hollywood Boulevard, and I'm having the pleasure of going through many of the people today, not all of them, there's a lot, but many of the people that are the faces and the hands-on for running this establishment. And we'll get into the cocktail program, including those martinis. We're going to try and squeeze some tips on steaks from the chef coming up in a little bit. We'll talk to the general manager, Andrea, and who also oversees the wine selection, and I'm staring at walls and walls of this right now. So hang out with me, and if you missed anything, make sure you go back and listen to the podcast at KFIAM40.com, because there is a lot to get to. Mark is my first guest today, and we've talked many times on the program, but Mark Echeverria, or however you want to say it at home, it's almost like Musso and Frank itself. Most people call it Musso's, or you'll hear Musso and Frank, or Musso's and Frank, or Musso and Frank's Grill. So it's kind of like the last name. What's good? Is Musso probably the one that people say the most?
Yeah, Musso's is the most common informal way of describing the restaurant, naming the restaurant.
Is this the original location?
It's actually not. The restaurant opened right next door at 6669 Hollywood Boulevard in 1919. And actually it opened as Frank's Cafe. And then in the early 20s, Frank Toulet, who Frank's Cafe was named after, brought in a restaurateur from Oregon named Joseph Musso, and that's when it turned into Musso and Frank. And then in 1927, my great-grandfather bought into the restaurant with his business partner, and his last name was Mosso, M-O-S-S-O. So there's always been a little bit of confusion there, and it's really cute and funny. But I'll go through the dining room sometimes, and we have a plaque of my great-grandfather and a picture of him up at the front. That says John Mosso, M-O-S-S-O. And I'll be talking to the table, and I'll describe the history and everything of the restaurant, and they'll be like, "Oh, it's great. We love the history, but you misspelled the guy's name." Oh my God.
Well, no, that's a rough one. Now you're going to have to be playing it every single time.
It opens up another door to a story, which I love so much.
Do you have a favorite dish yourself?
Yeah, actually, and reaching back to the early memories, grenadine beef would be my classically favorite dish here at the restaurant. And it's free filet, mini sauce over the top, served with a seasonal vegetable. Classic, fantastic, love it. Had it ever since I was a kid, and it was the only way my parents could get me to eat that.
Oh, it's something else. And when you're talking about it, I almost walked over to the kitchen. Hey, Jeff, maybe. Yeah, that is one of those, not crazy complex or anything like that, but perfectly executed dishes that you know exactly what you're going to get. That's wonderful. I love that. And it is something that you had as a kid.
Oh, yeah. And it literally was the only way my parents could get me to eat vegetables. But they were green, I wasn't eating it unless it was on grenadine beef plate.
What if they told you it was an alien from outer space? Just a little tree. Yeah, having a 6-year-old, I know the complexities of trying to get kids veggies. Now, what's that? It doesn't look right. I want to remind you folks that you've got, right after us, you have Koala Chart coming up at 5, and then you have Unsolved with Steve Gregory. So go nowhere. We're going to be back talking more with Mark Echeverria here at Musso and Frank's Grill. Now, it's not open right now, so please don't come by, because I won't be able to see you or you know that you're here. But it is open to 9 to 5, right? Is any reservations still open?
I doubt it. But there's always a possibility of cancellation, and we do have first come first served seating at the counter where you can watch the grill master cook the steak,
Which is a treat unto itself, truly. So if you find that opportunity to do it, but it doesn't have to be tonight. They'll be around for another 104 years. So stick around. We will be back with more. Let's get the latest news now with Jason Middleton in 24 hours KFI News.
LA County public health officials are asking people to stay away from the beaches because of bacteria. After rain, like we had this week, ocean water can get contaminated with bacteria, chemicals, debris, and even trash. The advisory started yesterday and continues until Monday. The man convicted of killing a college student, Christian Smart, has been sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. San Luis Obispo County DA John Dow says justice was served.
Today's guilty verdict provides some sense of justice for Kristen, for Smart, and for our community.
Smart was 19 years old when she disappeared in 1996. Her body has never been found. Some Republicans are not happy with the president's $6.9 trillion budget.
His budget makes his priorities clear. His administration is at war with the American people, freedom, and prosperity.
Texas Republican Congressman Chip Roy says they want to shrink Washington by tossing out both the student loan bailout and the expansion of the IRS. They also want to recoup all unused COVID funds. A coyote in San Diego stuck in an illegal jaw trap has been released into the wild. The San Diego Humane Society's Project Wildlife team was taking care of the animal for 3 weeks. The coyote was found last month dangling on a chain-link fence from a jaw trap attached to her left front leg. The humane officer said the coyote does not have permanent damage. The Humane Society is investigating the coyote hunting as felony animal cruelty. All right, let's get a traffic check. Right outside our windows here at the studio, there's debris on the 134. On the west-side side of the 134, the Ventura Freeway, right at Buena Vista, some sort of stuff landed in lanes of the roadway, not sure what it is, but up ahead, the West 134 is a slow ride from Hollywood Way to the North Hollywood Freeway Split. West 105 at Wilmington Avenue, a broken-down vehicle is clear from the center divider area. Up ahead, you're slow on the West 105 between Crenshaw and LAX. Also a slow ride between the West 5 and Carson on the South 405 between Venice Boulevard and the 110. They apply in the sidewalk. If it does faster, I'm Mike Morris.
I thought we had a budget cut. Jason is now doing the traffic by looking out the window. And I said, well,
I do like that here.
yeah, thanks for that up there. You need to take time for yourself. You work too much, you got so much going on, take some time for yourself. Get out, LA, Orange County, and beyond. You have so much to do in Southern California. I want to recommend Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. What a place. And they got so much going on every day. They got madness at the Sideline Sports Bar. Their entire 30-foot wall is massive. A big screen is going nuts with college football right now. So all month long, go and enjoy that. Good Buck the Gut with John Cole live June 10th. Get your tickets now. Ray Dunn gets giveaway. That's cool. You can get a handy band mixer and you earn 500 points on your rewards card. The 13th or the 14th. And this is super cool because we know that I love dining there. Play and dine. You can get up to $100 in dining credits for the marketplace when you're playing slots with your rewards cards. And if you haven't been there to see the marketplace, it's insane. It is an all-new food hall experience that you got to check out. It is so wonderful, and the chefs are great. Shout out to our chef friends there. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Good times for everybody. Southern California weather from KFI. Chance of showers do continue this afternoon for LA and OC. Highs are going to stick around 60. Chance of rain overnight is about 20%. And chance of rain tomorrow, a little bit less. We might even see the sun tomorrow afternoon, but overnight the low is already upper 40s and chill, man. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jason Middleton.
Hi everyone, I'm KTLA Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
From live here in Crestline.
At the latest here at Union Station.
We're live here in the Newsy.
Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
What a moment! After the incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico, the liftoff returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. The golf is live all season long on CW. Are you ready for this? Spring Friday on CW. And watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network.
This weekend starting at 10 a.m. on PCLA 5. The Seagulls.
You locked your cat up this tree?
Yeah, he's right up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and cape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
Why?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter Heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing doors.
It's what a hero does.
If you know how to clogged drains, call Reader Hero Plumbing and Air. Go online at ReaderHero.com.
Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcasts in our iHeart Podcast Award. Tune in as the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9.
Considering an EV for yourself or your business? Consider the benefits of subscription. I'm Scott Painter, CEO of Autonomy, where an EV subscription is like a lease but way more flexible. It's a jet-free way to get month-to-month access to a new EV. You can even pay with your credit card. Learn more at autonomy.com.
This is Jacob Emmerich. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB. For official rules and more information about context of this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. News updates, handle lands, dog videos, we've got them all. Follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram at KFIAM640.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on that there iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the Folk Report, all things food, beverage, and beyond. We celebrate food. We kind of shake off the heaviness of the week and the weight of news or whatever's going on in your life right now and just celebrate food. Things that we all enjoy. We love coming together and celebrating. It's just the place to come. It's your little sanctuary. I am your well-fed host, Neil Fedega. Thanks for hanging out today. It's off the weekend. And we're doing a very special show live from Newfield and Friends Restaurant, The Grill, right here in Hollywood. It is world-renowned. It has had a place not only in front of the camera, and it's important in film and television, but also behind the scenes. Deals that were made here, one of the best deals that I've ever heard was made here, with Joe DiMaggio proposing to Marilyn Monroe. Talk about a contract. Amen. So a lot of history, and we will be going to many of the hands and faces and the people that put blood, sweat, and tears into this place every single day for a heightened culinary and hospitality experience. So right now we're talking with COO, and you're CFO too, right?
I am, but I'm just family owner.
That's very good. Okay, man, if you've got abbreviations or letters or anything you can put out to your name, just enjoy them. But yeah, you have to lift you that lifting. But also, the family owner, I did that the fourth generation member of the family owner. Did you pull straws or did everybody just look at you?
It's kind of a cute little story. I was living up in Lake Tahoe, looked for a ski resort up there, and the family needed a family representative to be in the restaurant day to day, and I went to school for business and marketing, and so I was in hospitality throughout my 20s, doing various things, not restaurants, but in hospitality. And so my dad calls me, he was in Reno, and he calls me from where I was living in Kentucky, and says, hey, why don't you come down and have dinner? All right, cool, where do you want to go? He says, ROTHSCHILD, which was at that point, now closed, unfortunately, but at that point it was like the nicest restaurant in Reno. And so we have dinner, and he says, so how would you like to move down to Hollywood and run the restaurant? And it was quite a change from what I was doing at that time, but it really took maybe 3 seconds to say yes. But I understood what kind of honor that was to be asked to do that, and the weight that would be put on my shoulders to do that, but I was willing to take that challenge.
Were you nervous?
No, I wasn't, because I knew I had such a wonderful support from the family, that they were behind me 100%, and the team that was here, ever time, and many of them are still here. So not retired, but at the time the team was very supportive of this family and doing what we were doing, which was to keep this legacy alive and bring it from a valley that we were in and make sure that we see orchids in the future. And so the team here was supportive, the family was supportive. So it was a lot of hard work, but it's very rewarding, and I knew I had the backing of it.
It's spiritually, emotionally, however it may manifest. Do you feel a presence of those that have passed on in the family that worked hard to get places for you?
And absolutely, 1,000%. And speaking about the generations before me, they really carved the path, and they understood what it takes to create long-term success here at the restaurant. And those are lessons that each generation passed down to the next, and they've been passed down to me. And my role here is to make sure that we adhere to that integrity of that decision-making process so that this restaurant persists on, or literally ever. We want this restaurant to be here forever.
Hollywood restaurants have a reputation of being similar to Hollywood marriages. They don't necessarily last long. You mentioned longevity in your answer. What do you think that some of these restaurants, none in particular, but some of these restaurants that don't last, maybe not even a year, outside of the pandemic and act of God or whatever, but what do you think that is? What's the secret to longevity?
So there are some business models that look at short-term success, and then there are some that look at long-term. We've always looked at the long-term, and we've always made sure that longevity is there is by developing the relationship with everybody that you serve. And that encompasses not only the guests that come into your restaurant, but the team that works with you, and everybody that is involved with what we do here. And we want to make sure that we create those relationships, approach those relationships with integrity, fairness, respect, and you then gain a very great cult following. And we have that because we are 90% repeat Angelino customers. And
why not shine light on that? Because that's a really important thing. The assumption might be to some that tourists come in, and of course there's some, but the tourists come in and that's where the business might come from. But you're saying, 90% or so is just return LA folks.
That's correct.
Wow.
Angelino.
How do you deal with the separation of individual attention when you've got business brokers, big heavy Hollywood hitters coming in, or actors, actresses, musicians, whatever it might be, and then every day Joes? How do you do that properly, serving everybody to their specific needs, and not make it look like somebody glad having you with a 50 spot at the front door?
Well, I'll go back to what was taught to us from generations before, and this line comes from an old server who just recently retired, Juan Ramos, and his line was, "We treat regulars like celebrities and celebrities like ratings." And everybody gets treated the same. So, and I think throughout the years, when you come to the restaurant, you come to expect that. And so those that are in the business, they come to this to just like everybody else. And the place is a safe haven for them. And if you're just a regular Angelino who is always special in our eyes, when you come here, you're treated like a celebrity. And everything kind of balances out there.
I love that. I had when I was managing promotions, the promotions department at KFI many, many years ago, we had a lot of younger people coming through, and I remember one having ridden up the elevator with a high-ranking official of the company, and didn't know them. It was, not really that stuff. And their response to me was, I didn't know who they were. But if you treat everyone like they're someone, then you're never going to be wrong, because everyone is. So I like that. I know it can't always be easy, and I know a couple places that I've been to in LA where they treat people differently. I'm never a fan of that. So I love hearing you set the staple here. We got to take a quick break to get some news and traffic and all that good stuff. We'll come back with more. Excuse me, of what here is extremely cool cool new room. We're going to talk about that and the newness that has come and been shuffled into the wonderful vibe and feel of this landmark Bluestone Point Grill here in Hollywood 6667 Hollywood Boulevard. And obviously it's closed right now. It opens for 5 for dinner. But I would recommend if you've not been here or those that are listening in San Diego or Orange County, it is worth the day trip. Your reservations come up and have a special occasion of just wanting to take a vibe of a very special place with tons of history here in the Southland. You've got to check it out. 140 years old. Older than the Hollywood sign, I was told. So that was 1923. So that's, oh yeah, because they are just coming up on their 700. But very cool history. We'll go back with more, talking with Mark Echevarria here, and we're going to talk to the chef, we're going to talk to bartenders, and we're going to talk to the general manager, who's an interesting guy and seems himself really nice guy, and we'll be talking to everybody throughout the entire show. So go nowhere, including some tips on steak. Let's speak with our chef. We'll talk about cocktails and, of course, the magnificent martini. So go nowhere. It's the fourth quarter on your Vega. Let's get the latest news now with J.P. Nielsen in the 24-hour state ID.
Presidential emergency declaration for California has been approved today after all these recent winter weather events. More at the top of the hour on this. Former Trump attorney Michael Cohen is expected to testify before a Manhattan jury next week. Court observers say a possible criminal charge against the former president could be in the works. The movie discussion may be on the Oscars right now, but at the box office, Creed 6 is set to pull in almost $40 million for its opening weekend. We're going to get a check on traffic right after this. Hey, SoCal homeowner, Bob here, owner of Rough and Tough Turf. Are you frustrated with your yard? Upset how it looks? Angry about wasting money on water and maintenance? And with water restrictions here to stay, you can say goodbye to a beautiful green yard forever. However, there's good news. You can transform your ugly yard into a beautiful, green, year-round paradise that the entire family can enjoy. And our artificial turf is USA made. Don't you deserve a stress-free paradise to enjoy at the end of a long day? And your investment can pay for itself in only 6 to 7 years. Call Rough and Tough Turf today. Receive a free estimate good for a year. Or if you decide to act now, you can take advantage of savings up to 40%. So grab your cell phone, dial pound 250, say Rough and Tough to invite us out for your free consultation. That's pound 250 and say Rough and Tough. At Rough and Tough Turf, you can expect the best and save money too. Certain restrictions apply. Nearly 3,000 teen drivers die in car crashes each year. IRS Street Survival is designed to save lives. So one day, hands-on driving school gives teens experience in car control. New exercises that include emergency braking and skid recovery. Find a class near you at TireRack.com/survive.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America.
Southern California weather from KSI. Off and on showers continue for LA and OC today. Highs around 60, chance of rain overnight, about 20%. Highs in the low 60s tomorrow. Weather is brought to you by Tire Rack. Let's go and check on traffic with Mike Moore. Mike has a fresh look at 55. Absolutely, it's in Hudson, the Santa Ana Hudson area. 55 southbound at MacArthur, and actually crossing the 2 right-hand lanes in your backed up from McFadden. 57 southbound at Via Verde, not far from San Dimas. It's a vehicle fire. It could be in lane, so we do have a backup from Arrow Highway. Up ahead, 57 southbound transition to the East 91 is still blocked just because of guardrail repairs in connection with an earlier accident involving a Southbound Big Rig. Now, the Dina Freeway, 110 north down at Bridewell with the crash in the left lane. Stay up high in the sky, and they'll get you there faster. I'm Mike Moore.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses. Even as every move matters. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A. Copyright 2023.
Are you suffering with knee pain? Have you tried shots, pills, yet you're still suffering with chronic knee pain caused by bone-on-bone osteoarthritis, a torn meniscus, or a fall or accident? If you've been told that you need a knee replacement, here is good news from Laser Regen Pain Institute. There's now hope of reducing or eliminating your pain with a new non-surgical painless laser stem cell treatment. The West Coast only laser-guided stem cell therapy. This new treatment may reduce or eliminate your knee pain in minutes and is used in treating NFL alumni players with their knee injuries. If you have knee pain, here's a special offer. Call now and receive a special $97 exam that includes an infrared laser joint inflammation scan, a Neuro 7 nurse test, an X-ray and MRI review. This exam is normally $375, but if you call today, it's just $97. Grab your cell phone and dial pound 250 and say, E-Pain. Don't delay. These $97 exams are limited. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, E-Pain.
The Crohn's and Colitis Foundation has been at the forefront of inflammatory bowel disease research and care for over 50 years. Learn more about research, education, and support at Crohn'sColitisFoundation.org. I'm Scott Trout, attorney and CEO of the domestic litigation firm Cordell & Cordell. We help men deal with the life changes triggered by divorce, such as child custody and property division, among many others. But life changes also occur after divorce. These changes can in part to the existing court order irrelevant or harder to follow. If you feel a modification to your court orders might be necessary, talk to us at Cordell & Cordell. We're a partner men can count on. 1455 Gracie Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. CordellCordell.com.
What's for dinner? Burgers?
After last week, no thanks.
Avoiding foods due to fear of diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or weak oily stools? It may not be just stomach issues. It could be UTI, or exocrine pancreatic insufficiency. UTI can cause uncomfortable symptoms because it's a condition where the pancreas doesn't release enough digestive enzymes to break down food. But UTI can be managed. Use the symptoms center on identifyuti.com and talk to your doctor about your symptoms. That's identifyuti.com. Sponsored by Abby.
Hey, y'all, it's Gene Sharp. Are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to need my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Go to WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Silvan, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a difference. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Contact our license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our team Rejuvenation, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is warm car new drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain tank. We're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. They'll air conditioning and plumbing. BTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Social supports are a vital part of child development, and they help mitigate the negative impacts of stress. Keep your kids connected to their loved ones, friends, teachers, grandparents, and coaches. This Child Hopeful Moment is brought to you by CalHelp.org. Life is uncertain, and pain could feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at CalHope.org. On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love, and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. iHeartRadio. Portions of the following program will be recorded. And now, a few words from your dog. Hey, it's Jennifer Jones. Please join me and my team of Wake Up Call Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena PA's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help them care for the hundreds of animals who take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle. KFI AM640 or stimulating talk. Hello? So if I've ever given you the impression that this is the music, I want to hear some of that from a great ball again. That's on me. Oh my God. We're going to keep you. I'm going to show you my legs, brother. KFI AM640 live everywhere on that their iHeartRadio app. Hey, everybody, it is the fourth quarter on Nielsen Vegas. He's actually that's the nice boy there in back in the studio.
entire show from this one location on this location. I'm talking about this location. It's Musso and Frank's Grill in Hollywood. The restaurant is it 104 or 103?
We're in our 104th, right?
That's what I thought. And, been on screen, a lot of crazy deals off screen. We haven't even scraped a lot of those because I wanted to know more about Mark Echevarria, who is the family manager. He's here, the COO, overlooking things as a fourth generation family member owner. And so I really enjoyed that. I do want to ask a couple of things before we get into the addition of the new room. We talked about Marilyn Monroe being proposed to in booth 3 by the corner facing the window. That's special too. Why?
That's Charlie Chaplin's booth today. And a cute, fun story about that. Charlie's studio used to be right down on La Brea. And this is how old the restaurant is. Back when he was in the studio, the Hollywood Boulevard was a dirt road. And he would race his horse with somebody else, usually Rudolph Valentino. They would race horses to have lunch at Musso's, and the loser would have to buy. And because that booth is the only booth in the whole restaurant, actually, that has a window, that ended up being the booth where they would tie their horses out up front and sit in to watch the horses. That's how it turned into Charlie Chaplin.
That is crazy. Of course, that location on La Brea is now the Henson, not the, is it Jim Henson?
Yeah, I thought it was Jim Henson. Yeah, somebody else might own it now.
Yeah.
It's still the Kermit the Frog is up there.
Yeah, and the Chaplin outfit. Of course, and it's crazy because there's a lot of, Charlie Chaplin had a lot of properties out there. There's restaurants that are built into his old offices as well. So a lot of that old Hollywood is part of this. Any other story that you think, maybe one that somebody wouldn't have heard about Musso and Frank and the legends that have been through here?
We're pretty discreet in the stories that we do tell here.
Got a couple of really old ones.
No, it's fine. If there's stories that the celebrities, let's say, tells on their own, then I'm happy to repeat them. And a really cute one that I love, and because I love him so much, Keith Richards, when he comes in here, he usually goes and stands somewhere around the middle of the dining room, clicks his heels like Dorothy, and says, "I'm home." And it's just really kind of, it hits the heart that somebody like that who travels all over the world can feel at home here at Musso.
I bet there's a lot of people have those, those ties. Longevity does that. You build memories and relationships. And you have a lot of people come through these walls that have been part of the family working here, and some that have passed in just the last handful of years. And the way that is one you can tell, those people interacting here. Lastly, we have just a couple minutes. The change, the growth recently. It's been 2 years now, maybe?
Yeah, we opened up the new space over here in November of 21.
So you had an opening in adjacent locations, and you built this room we're in right now, the wine room, for a really intimate table setting, and a large room just behind us, to the side of us, that you split into two that you use for the night. So tell us quickly about those and some of the excitement that came with having that extra space.
So the restaurant has only grown several times throughout the years. In 1934, when we moved from 6669, that was a growth period. And then it took until 1955 to do another dining room, which that was another growth period. And then in 2021, when we opened up this space. And when our family took over 100% of the operation, a very common request that we were getting is for some sort of a quiet room or a private dining room. And the restaurant, as you know, there is no private space. There's no really quiet space because there's a lot of energy and it's very fantastic. And that was an experience that we were lacking here that was very apparent that needed to be filled. And so when we decided to take over the space next to us, which is in the same building that we own, we wanted to fill build out some private dining space that could adhere to what was being requested. And it was really for quiet. Some people wanted to celebrate an 80th, birthday for their grandmother or something in a quiet room, or have some kind of a business meeting or some sort of video meeting or something. And so we designed this space that we could fill that.
And I'm impressed. I mean, we were talking about this off the air, doing a walkthrough, chatting, as to the warmth and to be able to build effectively a new place there, hasn't been building since 55 or something like that. So all that time, and yet you created the same warmth and vibe as you do in the parts that were original or older. So good on you. I can only imagine how difficult that is, and to do it well, keeping the restaurant afloat and all of those things too. So good on you. I always enjoy talking. I always hear a little different piece that I didn't get before, and I know it's not going to be last time. So we're going to talk to your other folks, some of the people that you put in charge of different parts of the restaurant when we come back. But thanks, Mark. At Maria, the COO and the family owner member that oversees everything here at Moose Time. Thanks for taking time.
Thank you, Neil, and I'm excited for you to talk to some of the other team here. Oh, really fun.
We're going to get into the chef. We're going to, we got so much to get into. It's going to be good time. It is the full support. Neil Savager, this is KFI and KOSCHD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Oh, man. The hour we lose this weekend was the hour I was planning to spend at the gym. Yeah. Oh, well.
KFI.
KOSC 822.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app. Weekly release. I'm Jason Middleton, live from the KFI 24-hour news zone. As snow and rainstorms continue to blow through California, the state has secured federal assistance. The White House has approved the presidential emergency declaration to support the state and local response to these continuous weather events. The FEMA declaration frees up immediate access to federal assistance to help protect public safety and property. That includes generators, road clearance equipment, and sheltering or mass care assistance as needed. The White House has responded to the 20 recent anti-LGBTQ bills introduced in Florida. Florida's governor called the state the place wokeness goes to die this week. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says it's not about wokeness. The bills are about patience.
Talking about attacking young kids and their parents because of how they view themselves, because of how they see themselves, because of how they want to live. Kids and their parents.
Jean-Pierre asked the crowd yesterday to think about a kid listening to elected officials talking about how they want to take away their rights or charge their parents with felonies for seeking health care for their children. Dragon 36 on the big loop. We had you corrected. Contact. Bye. Hello. NASA Crew Dragon Endurance is returning to Earth following a 5-month stay at the International Space Station. 4 astronauts are scheduled to splash down shortly after 6 o'clock today near the Florida coast. The gift bag for presenters at this year's Oscars is worth more than $125,000. The highly coveted swag bag filled with fun getaways, artsy-fartsy stuff, and the very celebrity-centric procedures like plastic surgery, liposuction, and rejuvenation treatments. Speaking of those getaways, Al Bob always seeks to stay at a 10-acre Canadian estate worth $40,000. Or, Wrestling Insider restored Italian Lighthouse for 3 days, that's worth $9,000. An 18-karat gold bracelet with custom gems and beads is worth $1,200. Celebrities who present at the Oscars are not paid, so the bag is compensation for their time. The most expensive bag to date was in 2020 with a total value of $225,000. Oh, almost forgot. One of the most sought-after items in this year's bag? A loaf of Japanese milk bread worth $18. He's Gregory signifying it. All right, now let's get an update from Mike in the KFI traffic center. Let's head downtown on the 10. On the westbound side of the Santa Monica Freeway, right at Alameda, an accident clearing out of the middle lanes, and the time westbound is nothing but brake lights from the East LA interchange down to Overland. Pasadena Freeway, 110 northbound, right at Bridewell, clamps clearing out of the left-hand lane. No delays on the north 110 between the Dodge Stadium area and South Pasadena. Glendale Freeway, the 2 southbound reflected on the accident here is clearing out of the middle lane. North County, a big problem, 155 southbound on the MacArthur Boulevard. As an accident is tying up the 2 right-hand lanes and ever back up from the back of KFI in the sky will get you there faster. I'm Mike Warner. Homeowners, when was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Bug Man.
Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquakes, and other natural disasters combined. Right now is swarming season. Most likely, termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bugman can get rid of all your termites without testing and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bugman is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say the Bugman.
Southern California weather for KFI. Okay, showers continue this afternoon for LA and OC. Tonight the clouds stick around, but they have less rain in them. 20% chance of showers overnight, lows in the upper 40s. Tomorrow, cloudy in the morning, then partly sunny, highs in the mid-50s to around 60. Rain comes back in on Tuesday. Right now, Yorba Linda is at 61 degrees. Anaheim, 64. Hollywood, 62. Torrance, 61. News local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jason Middle.
Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat. How to marinate them. Let me teach you how to eat. It's a culinary. Let me teach you how to eat. Let me teach you how to eat.
KFI AM 640 live everywhere on that there iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the full support, all things food, beverage, and beyond. I am your welfare host, Mr. Baker. How do you do? Don't forget, you've got our friend Wallace Sharp coming up at 5. And then you have, of course, a song with Keith Gregory. And then you have an hour of curated podcasts from our very own Clay Rowe before the coast. Coast to Coast, and then tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. you have the TV Psycho, which is live tomorrow, so that means that you should, if I'm up, hear us during these, then won't you? Right now, special occasion hanging out at Michelin Frank's Grill, 104 years old. An amazing location filled with culinary expertise and hospitality that is measuring rod. It truly is the canon of which others should shoot for. And we're going through talking with different folks, their faces, their hands, their blood, sweat, and tears that keep this place up and running and the classic joint that it is and has been for over 100 years. So we talked with the COO and fourth generation member of the family of owners, Mark Echevarria, and now we're going to bring you to Chef JP Amato. Yeah. And he's been on the show, and I've met him, and I'm still wrestling with his name. But Chef, it's good to see you. Thank you for having me. Thanks for dressing up for the occasion. Where did you put on? I don't know that I've ever seen you out of your. You have stuff like you never have your wife and your tooth. Yeah, I don't know. You have oh my God. Hey, yeah, everything's here. The food. Now, this is the craziest fun fact about you. You're only the third chef that has overseen that kitchen.
Yes, I think I switched it to by Jean Roux, all those years, and then the assistant took over, and then they didn't have a chef for quite some time, and then I came on board.
That's nuts. I mean, this place has been around for 100 years. 3 chefs?
Yeah, it's, when I first got here, I was quite surprised. When I was younger, I used to come here with my father. My father was in the film industry, and his office was that one of us was right over there. So I was here, I come in the 70s, when I was a little kid, and I used to sit at the grill area, and the grill guy would always make me my flannel cake. That's one of the flannel cake. And so I used to come here with my dad, and he tell me stories at the time, because my father, when he started in the business, he started as a stuntman. He crazy. And so he's telling me stories about bogey and all that stuff. So I have a history of some. I'm sitting at the bar, I'm, getting, drinking with a bogey, and no one's a call would call, and I'm not here, I'm not here. Oh, you think, it's funny. What is that? I was a little kid, huh? What does that mean? But that's so classic. Anyway, it's a place that you go, or you don't. It's a weird place. It's not a place that you go to be seen. It's a place you go not to be seen. It's just like the staff and the people working there. Exactly. Well, that's what makes this place so special to all the employees. You've got 100-year-old menu. You come on. How long have you been here? Probably 12 years. You come on here, and now you have to look over the menu. What's the first thing you do? It was crazy. When I first got here, there wasn't anybody really in charge, and there wasn't one recipe written down. Not one. So I came in, and our lead cook at the time was Sylvester, and I'm following up for the first 3 months. I would follow him, saying, okay, but he did all the mother sauces. He was in charge, right? And so I'd follow him. I'd take my notes, and then when he was around, and then somebody else would do the same thing but differently. So everybody had their own interpretation of what that recipe called for, even though there's no recipe for that. The problem, well, they didn't have a formal saucier. Okay, so it's just somebody who would think about it. When I first got here, I had people here in the kitchen 20, 25 years. How many sauces are on the menu? Quite a bit. Yeah, so for those who don't know, a saucier would be somebody in the brigade tradition that would focus just on making those sauces. Yeah. And well, he obviously was up there at the time at the Nero one time. I mean, he was trained by the second chef who was here, and he was trained by first chef. And so the first chef was here for over 50 years. And so, yeah, but I think in time, everything got kind of lost. And so I had a challenge of, okay, I think this is Jean Roux's interpretation of what this dish is, right? And then what am I going to do? For later in time, and I had to kind of modernize the recipe at the same time without changing the integrity of the recipe or the food itself. In that context, what does that word mean, modernizing an old? Just back then, old school food, everything was brown, green, all kinds of stuff. So I kind of took those items. First of all, we had a menu twice as big as what we have now, and we had to condense it. How many items are on that menu now? Probably 70 items. Yeah, we had and then on top of that, we had specials. And how often are the specials? Are they something daily or just something on the weekend? Well, back then, we would have probably 4 specials on top of the regular menu, right? And so, like we have now, we have one special, like Thursday chicken pot pie day, Friday boy day. Right? We have those plus other ones. So I noticed a trend of everything being wasted. So, and we're in business for a restaurant. So Mark and I and his father, we kind of got together and we took our time because we didn't want to alienate our customers who've been coming here for years. Sure. And we have those people who, like, if I change something or I took something off the menu, what? Yeah, you can't do that. I want my item and you don't have it. But you did it gradually, which was the key. Not to make everybody angry, sure. Yeah, nobody likes change. And it has nothing to do with whatever you're cooking. That's do this change. Exactly. And that's the weird thing, especially with food. And a place like Nico and Frank's here, that people come and want that familiarity. They want some of those things that you probably can't get anywhere else. Keep in mind, I didn't change the recipe. I mean, I did some sense work. I cleaned it up. And I did add my own stuff to the menu here, like we have a whole Italian section, which I put on later on. And we do lots of specials, and that's where I have lots of fun. I get to do So we have the best of both worlds. Our specials that I used to do, the menu that was created by Jean Roux, which I kind of cleaned up, made it lighter and more visual appealing, maybe. But yeah, you'll see it here on there. Brown food is good food, absolutely. But visually, yeah, it's one of those things where I told everybody in the kitchen, I don't want parsley on anything in the kitchen. That is one of those old school things to do. Now, parsley goes back to be like a breath, I guess you chew it and you swallow it, and it's a breath freshener, not like a mint or something, but it has that reaction. That's the only reason I can think that anyone ever put it on a plate. Well, to me, it's insufficient garnish. Yeah, it's like, take that for Denny. But that's what I expected Denny. There's nothing wrong with it. But yes, in a place, okay, we come back, we'll get more into the menu. I am going to ask you some questions on techniques of sauces and steaks and stuff, because I know there's a lot of people that like to cook at home and stuff. So we'll get into that as well as I talk with Chef Jason here at Frank and Musso Grill. I love how there's like 1,000 different ways to say it incorrectly. But it's a great place to be on Oscar Sunday. Such a wealth of Hollywood coming through here. And just a great opportunity to have Jeff on the show again. It is the Full Sport. I'm Neil Baker, KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news now with Jason Middleton in the 24-hour KFI News. New high-profile GOP hopefuls are visiting the early caucus state of Iowa. Former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley and Florida Governor Ron DeSantis are both making the rounds there. A swarm of earthquakes in Alaska could signal a volcanic eruption. There have been dozens of small earthquakes since Tuesday near the Sanaga volcano, which has been dormant for more than 100 years. Okay, Oscar, tomorrow at 5 p.m. Oscar update all the time at the iHeartRadio app. We're going to check the developing situation in Covina right after this. You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did he come from? And where's your mat and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you know how to plug things, call Reader Hero coming in air. Go online at readerhero.com.
Southern California weather from KFI. Lingering rain showers continue for the rest of this afternoon for LA and OC. Chance of rain overnight 20%, highs in the low 60s. Weather is brought to you by Catalina Island Company. Now let's get a check on traffic. Mike Morris sees a fire where a fire should not be. Exactly. 57 south on right would be a Verde. A vehicle fire actually just got cleared off the roadway. Earlier we had a backup from Covina Boulevard, but that situation has been taken care of, and the earlier flowing is gone. Up ahead on the 57 southbound, rightward transition to the East 91. That connector road is still blocked because of emergency guardrail repairs. This is in connection with an earlier accident involving a jackknife rig. There's no delays leaving Brea heading toward Anaheim on the South 57. On the Diamond Bar 60 westbound right at the 57 freeway junction and earlier plants cleared from the middle lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mike Morris.
It's the mainland, Coastal Ferry, and sail to Catalina Island where adventure awaits you. Whether it's an exhilarating flight on the zipline eco tour, the chance to start a bison on the Bison Expedition, or catch it up at the Santo Beach Club, there's something for everyone. Plan today at visitCatalinaIsland.com.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Reset your rest at Mattress Firm's Big Spring Sale. Shop top brands today and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with select purchases. Time to score big savings on your dream bed. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got noticed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi,
You get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spell Bam, B-E-E, that's Bam, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen social security numbers? Nope, not. Oh no. He's been stolen. Lifelock Minority makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work the victim. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
So, you and I have talked about solar max technology for years now.
Yeah. Listen, I did a ton of research back in the day. SolarMax is clearly the best. SolarMax is going to build a custom solar system like they did for me with the most innovative technology. All of it's under one roof, right? Out here in Southern California, Riverside specifically. They're going to provide you with the highest quality solar panels, inverters, and battery systems in the industry, hands down.
And you know what? Now is the best time to get solar because you're going to get more electrical production in the spring.
Save big, call SolarMax, and get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. The most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you'll want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
That's right. Call SolarMax. Start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Dial pound 250 from your cell and say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250 SolarMax, or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
Monthly payment available on approved credit. CSLP number 97204. In this Chief Marketer's Report, Patricia Spanieletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers. And we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our team Rejuvenation, where we help to prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is Warren Call You Drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain cleaner. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. Get air conditioning and plumbing. ViralRabbi.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Get it to an RV. ViralRabbi.com. You can pick up RV shows on now. Raffle traders starting at $19.99. Motorhomes starting at $49. Zero down delivered at your payment for free. ViralRabbi.com. With a 405 to 22 West Midday. Looking to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art? Meet Cindy. She's been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been going to tangible for about 6-7 years.
Tangible just saves more.
Here's a great example of the Caribbean difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around. They offered me $50. They offered me $100. I bought it to tangible and gave me $475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Tangible treats me as well as would be the person coming in with, $10,000 worth of gold.
Tangible investment owner Phil DeGenova has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Phil guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Welcome to Pray.com's Relentless Hope Podcast. The show that will help you love your life, lead with purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others.
I can do anything. And you took this girl from deep into pain to true joy and true peace.
Listen to Pray.com's Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Hi there, I'm Joel ROTHSCHILD. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters. How to Money with Joel ROTHSCHILD. Tomorrow at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I'm going to come over there after the show and I'm going to hug you. KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on that there iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, full support. I am your friendly neighborhood sports reporter, Neil Saavedra. Happy to be with you today with a special show. Been wanting to do this for years. I was just talking to Daniel, who does the PR for Lutheran Springfield, and he reminded me it's been 3 years since we started talking about this. So back in 2019 or so, we were talking about wanting to do a show from here. And we would go through all the details and this complaining stuff we could do in 3 hours of Lutheran Frank's Grill. One of the oldest and most talked about and most wonderful restaurants that we just so happen to have here in Hollywood. Very lucky, and it takes you back in time because the attention to detail of all of the dishes and the attention to detail in hospitality doesn't seem to be around anymore. They have these certain dishes, or maybe some fusion or something new, but no harkening back to the old and the new modern. Well, right now, we're at a part of the program where we're talking to Chef Stacy Amato. Food, my kind of what word? Amato. And big toe. I go to my kids, I am the big toe. Well, it might be easier for you just to change it. Is that not that? Okay, thanks. Actually, my real last name is Amato. Well, Amato, let's tell the whole thing off. Yeah, chef, you're only the third chef to ever work at Lutheran Frank, which is amazing. Still boggles my mind because you're a young guy, and it's like, Jesus, that's a pretty big thing to take on your shoulders. You talk about modernizing and, taking the heaviness out of some of the dishes, bringing color. What were some of the first ingredients to bring color that you could just use? Probably every dish. Yeah, but I figure exactly. But yeah, maybe the lobster thermidor. Not only I cleaned it up in terms of the heaviness of it. It's just it was more of a brownish item, and I just cleaned it up with just a different kind of sauce, and the mushrooms made it look dark, and sure, you get all those brown tones in there, and they're delicious. But yeah, it doesn't crop or it doesn't have depth on the plate. Sure, and the Italian dishes, all the Italian dishes, but it's just lots of color, and it's wonderful to see. How do you hold all those sauces? Having all those sauces, you can't make all of them in the moment, right? No. What we do, we have a big crew that comes in the morning, and all the sauces are made from scratch every morning. And we have a big steam table, and they keep things to count. And a lot of the time is not only is it prep and prepared that morning, to finish the sauce, you have to do it on the stove. So you putting butter in it. Butter, exactly. Like our sauces, we have the base of the sauce, and then you saute pan shell with garlic, chili flakes, and then your sauce, and then where you're toasting, and the pasta goes in the pan of pasta, and then you have your pasta water, and then you flip it, and salt and pepper, and pasta water. Cool. Awesome. We save all this. We don't so much pasta here. We save our pasta water, and you just use it all. Of course. We talked about this recently on the show. I was talking about pasta, and one of the things that a lot of home cooks don't do is they don't understand that liquid gold, the pasta water, and how it can be used, and how it can stick in dishes, or even put in a soup, or wind in it. So how long does it last in the fridge? A long time. Yeah. That's awesome. That is awesome. All right, stick around. We're going to be talking more with chefs here at Lisa and Frank's Grill in Hollywood, 6667 Hollywood Boulevard. And all the things they've gone through over the years, we're going to get not only more into the menu and the depth of the menu, but we'll ask about steaks and tips and tricks when we come back to Go Nowhere. It is the Pork Report. I'm Nielsen Major, KFI AM 640. Let's get latest news now with Jason Middleton in the 24-hour KFI News.
The levee has failed on the Tahoe River in Monterey County. There is flooding and evacuation going on. Steve Patterson says a weather phenomenon known as the Pineapple Express is causing subtropical weather from the Pacific. This is one of two atmospheric rivers that we're expected to get. The second one coming on Monday, bringing even more precipitation to areas that do not need it at all. The state of emergency has been declared in Central California. At least 2 people have been killed in heavy rain and flooding. A huge sinkhole is threatening at least 2 homes in Camarillo. The 30-foot by 30-foot sinkhole opened up late Friday morning between 2 homes that face Grada Avenue. Emergency officials say the sinkhole is threatening the stability of all the homes in the immediate area. The Camarillo Fire Department said 16 people have been evacuated. The sinkhole is likely from nonstop rainfall from the recent storms, they think. The creator of The Mandalorian says he's got some ideas for Disney Imagineers.
John Favreau says he'd like to see a Mandalorian attraction at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge in Disneyland. In an interview with IMDb, Favreau says he'd like to see an immersive attraction that would allow people to feel the ride using haptic technology. It would also center around the Razor-type spacecraft, which the Mandalorian and the kids traveled around the galaxy in, and so it understood in the 7th season of the show. While the Mandalorian may just be a dream, an Avatar attraction at Disneyland is a planned reality, according to CEO Bob Iger, who made that announcement in February. Amy King, KFI News.
Let's get a traffic check with Mr. Moore. Mike has a peek at pre-Oscar traffic. We got it. Tomorrow night's Academy Awards, as you know, takes place at the Dolby Theater at Hollywood and Highland. And as a result, Hollywood Boulevard is shut down between North Orange Drive and North Highland Avenue. You can always take Sunset Boulevard to get around that closure. Good news out of Orange County, 55 south out of MacArthur Boulevard. Events been cleared out of the 2 right-hand lanes for the roadway. But in that earlier backup, by the way, to McFadden, that's gone too. So the 55 southbound heading to Costa Mesa and Newport Beach, a much, much better ride. And also more good news, 10 westbound of Alameda, and that's been cleared out of the middle lane by the west Santa Monica Freeway, slow going from the East LA Interstate to the 110. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mike Horner.
Oh, rain everywhere, snow everywhere. Replace your old leaky windows with new, affordable, and get this custom-made windows. You want to do it once, you want to do it right with American Vision Windows. That's what we did. And with all this rain and snow, this is the time to upgrade your windows. Get it done. Don't worry about that stuff anymore. You can feel the air. You can see the rain coming through. You got to do it. We replaced our worst windows with American Vision Windows, and we are thrilled with the results. They use sun matrix technology, and that may not be anything to you and I, but what it does mean something, and that is it prevents dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, and excessive sound from getting in your home. That's great, right? And the owners, Bill and Kathleen, lovely people, they started American Vision Windows because they had a horrible experience replacing their own windows decades ago. So you fast forward 20 years, now they are in the business of taking care of you. Get the value you deserve. Until 2024, listen up, 0% interest, 0 payments for 12 months, plus free installation. CSLB number 778-326. Trust the window company that I trust. My friends and my family and me, they trust American Vision Windows. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate. 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. Southern California weather from KFI. Those spotty showers continue this afternoon for LA and OC. At around 60. Tonight's clouds do stick around, but the chance of rain is down to about 20%. Lows in the upper 40s. We lead the local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jason Middleton.
Hi everyone, I'm JCLA Samantha Corteza, here to tell you your afternoon just got a lot smarter.
Putting live here,
By the way, that's here at the end of the day.
putting live here in Laguna Beach.
Seriously, JCLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain come through, covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. HLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why HLA is LA's very own.
I moment with Saturday and Sunday on the TWN. After an incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico, liftoff returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Liftoff is live all season long. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Liftoff on the TW. Are you ready for this? Free Friday on the TWN and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your TW network. This weekend starting at 10 a.m. on KCLA 5. The TW. International Awesomeness Day is this week, or what we call every day in the marketplace. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
Rain and Dine. You can pay up to $100 in dining credits for the marketplace when playing slots with some awards cards.
Number 4.
Rain and Dine gift giveaway. Get out handy hat mixer when you earn 500 points on the rewards card. The 13th to 14th.
3.
Buster Shots with Tina and Cole live June 10th. Get your tickets now.
Number 2.
Lucky you. A game with the view. Get $20 in free play and a t-shirt for $99. Select days through the 23rd. Call 888-MORONGO now.
And the number 1 reason.
It's madness at Side-by Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall of big screens is going bananas with college speedball all month.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo, good time for everybody. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcasts at our iHeart Podcast Awards. Tune in as the best podcasts. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9. Considering an EV for yourself or your business? Consider the benefits of subscription. I'm Scott Sneaker, CEO of Autonomy, where an EV subscription is like a lease, but way more flexible. It's a debt-free way to get month-to-month access to a new EV. You can even pay with your credit card. Learn more at autonomy.com.
Favorite in an accident? Visit superbonus.com.
I gladly have that conversation about the reformation of criminal justice, making sure that it's not based in race, that everybody gets equal treatment, that everybody has an opportunity.
Forcing by law, full stop.
You're ignoring those individual victims of Jerry and Sarah. They deserve justice. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the Folk Report. I'm Neil Saavedra. Welcome. Saturday's up for 3 hours. The heaviness of the week, we come together and celebrate food. And boy, are we doing that in a big way today. We're hanging out at Mutual and Frank's Grill here in Hollywood, on Hollywood Boulevard. 104 years. I mean, nothing lasts for 104 years in Hollywood. Nothing. So to be at a place like this, to see the old and the new come together, and be talking to different aspects of leaders in those areas here at Mutual and Frank has been a real treat. We're going to do it until 5 o'clock. So stick around until we're going to get into cocktails and wine and all those things coming up with General Manager Andrea as well. Right now we're talking to Chef J.T. Amico, and look to see if I got it right. Here you go. We're just talking about how Chef was a stuntman in a prior life during this, and I was waiting for him to stand up and lean over and give me a clutch of a jaw. So the new and old is pretty neat because we're getting here in the newer edition, only a couple years old, to the original and how they come together. The foods, obviously, we talked about cleaning up and modernizing recipes and making them look fresh and plating them different, bringing color in. So then you go to the basics. There are basics, too, that have to be done right. Steak. You don't walk into a place this warm with all this wood on the wall and get a craft steak. Sure. steps, techniques to making a steak?
Well, if you don't have the luxury of having a 60-year-old great grill like I have right now, the second best thing would probably cast iron. I love cast iron. It evenly heats up and it heats up fast, and it really sears the steak, especially if it's seasoned correctly. So what I would probably do is I would sear the steak with just olive oil, right, or oil, or some kind of fat that you have, and do a nice sear, and then after salt and pepper, and then flip it, then put it in the oven. Well, if you want a medium rare, keep it out rare. Put it on top of the stove, and then throw in butter, nice, and then keep basting. And at the time, throw in some garlic cloves and some rosemary or thyme, whatever you have in your garden, and keep basting that thing. And so by the time it comes out rare, by the time you keep basting it, if you want medium rare, in like a few minutes will be medium rare. It's important that you let it sit at least 5 minutes, so all the juices get to expand. And what happens if you cut it right away, all the juices will splatter when you cut, and you'll just have one ring of red in the middle and the rest gray all around it.
Yeah, we talked about those things on the air that we have to remind ourselves that it's flesh, it's a muscle, and it's going to, under that heat, constrict. And if you don't let it relax, then it's going to squeeze everything. It's all the good stuff you want in there. Like a push-up ice cream. If you just push all the ice cream out, then we just got a toilet paper roll. You got nothing. So it's interesting. So you still go to the traditional sear first. So now reverse here. You're doing a sear first and then baking off to temp and up.
Yep. Well, you can do the other way. They both work.
Yeah.
Whatever's easy for a person who's cooking, and I prefer it that way.
And the basting is such a beautiful thing. You can imagine the visual of cooking just at, maybe a 30-degree angle, 25-degree angle, in the cast iron pan, just so all that melts, that butter and all the goodness of the garlic and the herbs, putting it, tossing that. Oh yeah,
By far.
yeah.
They got the tap in. Well, here at Luca we have the chapstick, so we do serve that, and that is the best piece of steak I've ever had.
I think we talked about that off the air last time when I was here. Is that it just is
Right.
It is such a great steak. Mm-hmm. You almost don't need anything else. You can just eat that with a glass of wine or a martini on its own.
And it cooks so fast. So like here we do it, our butcher cuts it, and takes just a few minutes on the grill, and it cooks really good.
Oh, I tell people all the time, because they're going, oh yeah, I want to grill this. But don't move. You stare at it and don't move, because you're going to come back, or with like a tomahawk, you're going to come back with a tiny little piece of bone and everything's torched, because they just go that fat and that great marbling, and all of a sudden they turn their back and it's like,
well, that's a piece of steak you don't cook too well done or medium.
Please don't do that. Get yourself some fat steak if you're going to get too leather. Don't do the good stuff. Okay, that's the hot tip. We're going to talk more with Jeff when we come back, so don't go anywhere. We'll find out about the menu and things, the trickiest things to make, one of our favorite things to make, all of these things as we hang out at Musso and Frank's Grill on Hollywood Boulevard, the weekend of the Oscars. If you ask for anything more, we'll also be getting into cocktails and, of course, the famous martinis coming up when we talk to Rob Sheriff, the head bartender, and, of course, Andreas Pico, the general manager. So stick around, go nowhere. I'm Mr. Vega, but the latest news now with Jason Middleton in 24-hour KFID. Epic sale of Georgia Valley Bank this week has California officials working with the FDIC and other feds to address the financial fallout. In Alaska, it's a full-on volcano watch after a swarm of small earthquakes this week, mostly in the Aleutian Islands. The Naga volcano has been dormant for 100 years so far. With third consistency head coach Bud Grant led the Minnesota Vikings to 4 Super Bowls in 8 years. Bud Grant is dead. $95. We will update the sticky situation in Anaheim right after this. You locked your cat up this tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your map and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing doors.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged drain, call Reader Hero coming in air. Go online at ROTHSCHILD.com.
This is Rabbi. Here's what's trending with the iHeart Network.
Presented by the Play It Forward Foundation.
In hockey tonight, the Queens host the Predators. The league-leading Bruins beat the Red Wings for their 50th win in 64 games, the fastest in NHL history. In college basketball, top-ranked Houston failed past Cincinnati. The Cougars will play for the AAC Championship tomorrow. Number 3 Purdue earned a spot in Sunday's Big Ten title game with a win over Ohio State. And number 5 Alabama beat Missouri to advance to the SEC Final. I'm Andy Beck. The Play It Forward Foundation, or PIF, elevates and equips elite young athletes through NIL branding to support their development and secure their future. Learn more at PIFFoundation.org. Play It Forward Foundation, creating opportunities. From the California weather from KFI, lingering rain showers for the rest of the day. Overnight, a little less rain, and tomorrow, maybe a little even less rain. Yes. Highs in the low 60s either way. Let's get a check on traffic. Mike Morrissey, some new additions and updates to Anaheim. That Peninsula problem has been working for several hours now. 57 southbound transition to the 91 eastbound still closed for guardrail repairs in connection with an earlier accident involving a jackknife debris. The only good thing, there's no delays on the South 57 from the 210 to the Orange Plaza. It's the northbound side of the 57 where you'll find a bunch of brake lights. Very slow from the Playa Canyon Road up to the 60. Also a slow right on the West 101 Ventura Freeway from the Hollywood Freeway split to Richfield Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mike Warner.
This report is sponsored by Bank of America. Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses. You can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A. Copyright 2023.
The Chief Marketers Report. Patricia Samueletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeart Media gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. The experts at AMCO have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification. So they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. AA, check engine light on? We'll check it for free.
Whether it's Sunday afternoon or 3 a.m., whenever, wherever, we're with you at Memorial Care. Get high-quality care virtually or in person with video visits, day or night, 24/7 telephone support, and more. Visit choose.memorialcare.org for more information.
It's the perfect time for that new dream kitchen because the kitchen store is having its big fall sale. Find the best place for kitchen cabinets in all of SoCal and the big fall sale by dialing 310-KITCHEN, 310-KITCHEN, and on the web at 310kitchen.com. When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal fee. At the place of business, it's safe for you to shop there. Yet many times, a normal day ends with injuries because that business breached that duty. Slip and falls when cleaning and maintenance were ignored. Falling boxes and items stacked too high. I'm John Morgan at Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, our duty is to protect you after that harm. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. For the people.com. Current 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fit together. One is our team rejuvenation, where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is warm plug-in drains is just $80 with a 30-foot drain tank. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. It'll air from the and plumbing. COECTL.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Four-quart meals are back at norm. Get our four-quart meals without the four-quart price, starting at just $13.99. Every four-quart meal comes with soup, salad, entree, and dessert. Feast your eyes on our classic sirloin steak trio, or try our new tasty chicken tequila platter. And out of your way with grilled and blackened fish. That's for a limited time, only at homeowners, when was the last time you had a termite inspection? If it's been over 3 years, then you need to call the Bug Man. Your home is your biggest investment and you need to protect it. We all carry home insurance, but termites do more damage than fire, earthquake, and other natural disasters combined. Right now it's swarming season. Most likely termites are eating your home. Even as I speak, the Bug Man can get rid of all your termites without tenting and repair any damage that they have caused. Here is a special offer. The Bug Man is offering free termite inspection. Call today and get a free termite inspection next week. You heard right. Call today before 4 p.m. and the termite inspection is free. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, The Bug Man. On your cell phone, dial pound 250 and say, The Bug Man. If you call right now, you'll also receive a free 1-year maintenance program valued at $325 with a completed inspection and service. For your free termite inspection, dial pound 250 and say something about if it's on the iHeartRadio app. It's free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. In this race called life in America, one particular runner has never been allowed to even get a lap in. Where everyone else was at the finish line, the other one was like, man, I got to go back to the drawing board and see if I can get there sooner or later. And that's what he did here, trying to address here. Koala Shark, this evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, Neil Cabaver here with you with the full support, all things food, beverage, and beyond. We are at an amazing location. Really, it's been years in the making for us to put this together. To be here today, we are at Musso and Frank's Grill, 6667 Hollywood Boulevard. It has been around longer than the Hollywood sign itself, and it sits in a location as a gem, a jewel in the crown that is Los Angeles and Hollywood. And to be here today, spending the whole show chatting with different folks has been amazing. We've still got more to come, so don't know where we'll get into the cocktails and we'll get into wine, and we will get into those more coming up in a moment. Right now, talking to Chef J.P. Amato, and he is only the third chef ever to work at Musso and Frank, which is amazing because he's a young guy and you look and go, well, wow, that's a 100-year-old place. So it's amazing. Okay, so we talked about steak. Real quickly before we get back into the menu, one of the things that I get asked about a lot from home chefs is mashed potatoes. How do you make perfect mashed potatoes?
Idaho russet. Some people have different ways, but people either cook it with their jacket on or off or peel it. I like peeling it and just boil it like you normally do at home. And then what you should do is dry it out when you put it in the colander. Let it drain properly because if it gets waterlogged. So you don't want water when you're introducing your cream and your butter and all that.
So make it yummy.
Yeah, and also you do not want to overmix it. Like you said,
yeah, that's, I mean, the meal will come from the waterlog. And
right.
You let it steam out a little bit too, it comes out.
Sure, yeah. And then the colander, or you even put it back in the pot and dry it out in the pot. Yeah. And then put it through a ricer or put it to the Thermocast or to the Thermocast or do the old fashioned way, the nice and, you want lumpy.
Yeah, a little
still here.
puree soup.
Oh, yeah.
I don't think I've ever done
tomato sauce. We put it right through our tomato sauce. We put it in there and we grind it, and it just makes it really like nice small little pulp.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's great. Oh, that takes time, but
yeah, because my go-to, my thought would be like a stick blender or something.
Right.
Yeah. So
yeah, but that comes after.
gotcha. So you get a small portion and break down to the final puree. Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, I love it. Okay. So roughly 70 items. What's the most popular item on the menu here at Lutheran Frank Grill?
By far the filet mignon.
Yeah. And how is that?
Certified Angus beef. We have two sizes. We have the 8 ounce. We have the 12 ounce. And it goes on a 60-year-old grill, and we cook it with mesquite. So putting it on the grill, and I estimated we cooked over maybe, since they opened, probably 1 million steaks on the grill.
Wow. A gas grill?
No, it's a mesquite grill.
Oh, yeah. You're biting it over a live barbecue?
It's amazing. The flavor with the
I guess I do know that. You can see it right there.
Yeah, well, it's right there is where the counter is.
Yeah.
And people go up there and they can talk to the stuff.
I always forget because you couldn't get that probably today, like in some of these places.
Fortunately, we have a lot of things grandfathered.
Yeah, I would imagine indeed. What is one of the more unusual or probably not common items that still is on the menu and people still order?
Lamb kidney, which was Charlie Chaplin's favorite, and that's been on the menu since day one. Liver and onions, which we sell a lot. You wouldn't think people want liver and onions, but we sell a lot of liver and onions.
Wow.
And even my wife, big fan of liver and onions. The lamb kidney, then we have veal sweetbread. And so that's why I call it, people ask me, what kind of food do you call this company? And I call it a European steakhouse, because we do offer all those other European kind of style items. That was classic of the Jean Roux, because he wanted to give back to the community, because that's when Hollywood and LA was being built, and the immigrants were building LA. So he wanted something of everything that on the menu to offer a thank you to them.
It's interesting because we talked earlier with Mark about Charlie Chaplin. Of course, a lot of the places he built on the Brea and the like were the English cottagey, these things for his mother and these places that were familiar to him. So you have that architecture too that ties into the immigrants that's coming here and building Hollywood. And that makes sense to want to serve them at that time in a way, that others were not.
Sure.
Wow, that's amazing.
Think about it. Russo and Pike was the first restaurant in Hollywood.
Yeah,
and so he envisioned all of that, and he wanted to give back. He was such a loving, like we were talking about ledgers the other day. I was reading the ledgers when I first got here, and I could see the different things that he wrote down, and I could see what kind of a person he was. And he was a loving person. He was a chef that wanted to give back.
That's insane. What's your favorite side here?
Yeah. Well, and broccoli. I like all the sides are great. The broccolini, which are with hollandaise.
You're making a morning sauce in-house for the next year.
Everything here is you make fresh. The only thing we really don't make is the ketchup. But everything is made.
It's good if they need you.
True.
I would throw down with it.
Yeah, exactly.
That is awesome. What's your most favorite thing to cook here?
My favorite thing?
Yeah, just it's fun to cook. That you make.
I don't know. Probably I'll do something simple like a garlic chicken, but I use whole garlic cloves. In the skin, so you want to taste that.
Oh yeah.
So you caramelize the garlic, right? And then when it goes in the oven, and you introduce some dry heat with liquid as well, so it does dry heat and braises at the same time. And then the garlic cooks, and then you introduce the lemon in there,
and it's all married together, and then you eat that whole piece of garlic and you pop in your mouth. Oh my God, I almost need to drink this. That means we're done. Jeff, always good to see you, brother, and thank you for all the hospitality and everything that you do here. It's really, really cool. And your fascinating too. And some of the time you make it on the air. But thanks for taking the time. We're live from Musso and Frank's Grill today, celebrating this wonderful place, the first restaurant in Hollywood. It's just amazing. And you want to say that, and it's still sticking around. We've got an hour more. We're going to get into those cocktails. We're going to get into the wine. We're going to get into all that more when we return to go, where this is KFI and KOST, HT2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Hey, if you don't bring your clock forward this weekend, you'll be living in the past, just like every day. So right away, talk up.
KFI.
KOST, HT2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the radio app. Convicted, now sentenced. I'm Jason Middleton, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The man who killed a college student in 1996 in San Luis Obispo has been sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. Paul Flores, who is now 46 years old, was in college when he was accused of killing Kristen Smart in his dorm room. Smart's dad says the sentencing is not enough.
We're not happy because we don't have our daughter. We don't know where her remains are.
Kristen Smart disappeared on her way home from a college party. Her body was never found, and she was declared legally dead in 2002. A judge said yesterday Flores is a cancer to society. In addition to his prison sentence, he must register as a sex offender. Officials have arrested 18 people suspected of acting in minor for sex in California. The task force in Sacramento says the arrests are part of Operation Secret Admirer, which catches anyone trying to target children for sex. The operation spanned a month and involved officials posing as children as young as 13. Officials say people can report suspected child sexual exploitation at report.cybertips.org. A rocket made almost completely of 3D printed parts came within half a second of black remained grounded after back-to-back launch. Ignited, but promptly shut down, leaving Relatively Space's rocket standing on the pad. Relativity Space says this afternoon's problems are all about automation software and low fuel pressure, so it's not minor stuff. Olympic diving champion Pat McCormick has died. McCormick was from Seal Beach, and he won gold in the springboard and platform events in both the 1952 and 1956 games. McCormick died on March 7th at a nursing home. He was 92. Okay, so you got your brackets ready? Not for who? For Hollywood. This year's frontrunner at the Academy Awards is the science fiction film Everything Everywhere All at Once, which leads the pack with 11 nominations. It's closely followed by the German World War I movie All Quiet on the Western Front and the Irish dark comedy The Banshees of Inisherin. Both of those flicks landed 9 nominations, and don't sleep on those other Best Picture nominations like Avatar: The Way of Water, Top Gun: Maverick, Elvis, and Steven Spielberg, The Fableman. Now let's get a traffic update. Head over to the 605 near City of Industry.
It looks like the 3 right lanes are going to be blocked off on the 605 to San Gabriel Freeway northbound, right through 16 Pomona Freeway. A little heavy as you approach. Now also through Industry, but this is on the 16, the Pomona Freeway westbound at Azusa Avenue. Have a crash in the right lane, and it's going to be heavy as you approach. Now we also have some delays as well from South LA, the 110 northbound, Century Boulevard to Exposition. Stop and go traffic there coming up on this heavy. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
For LA and OC. Highs today are hovering around 60, although Anaheim did hit 64 a little bit earlier. Tonight the clouds are going to stick around there, holding a little less rain though, only 20% chance of showers overnight, lows in the upper 40s during the dark hours. Tomorrow cloudy in the morning and then partly sunny, highs in the mid-50s to around 60 again. Rain rolls back in again on Tuesday though in a rather major way. Yorba Linda 61, I mentioned Anaheim coming in at 64, top of the heat. Northridge is at 62, and Lockheed Flint Ridge is at 59. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jason Middleton. Kind of mirror naked. Let me teach you how to. This is culinary. So let me teach you how to. Let me teach you how to. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the fourth report. All things food, beverage, and beyond. I'm your well-fed host, Mr. Baker. How do you do? Thanks for hanging out today. What a day. So we are in hour 3 now, as we have been broadcasting live from, nothing where you can come to. The place is closed right now. But we are broadcasting live from Nico in Frank's Grill in Hollywood at 6667 Hollywood Boulevard. A landmark. It's an amazing place, and to have the time to come and hang out with the people that are really making it run and making it all happen has been just wonderful. Just an amazing opportunity. Now, in this portion, we get to go into some nitty-gritty about how a place like this runs. We'll get into how many seats, all the things going on. And of course, we're going to get into the drink program as well. So I want to introduce you to a couple of fellows here. First, the general manager and wine director, Andrea Cuso. Daniel, thanks for having me. Good to see you, brother. And Ron Sheriff, the head bartender. Nice to see you. I miss you via your beverages, but I haven't had the chance to pick up like I have with Andrea. So it's nice to see you guys. And Andrea, who has had a minor accident, he's got a trooper in here with his arm in a sling and still a smile on his face. This is a tough place I'd be sure to be with your arm in a sling.
Well, it's better here than home.
Yeah.
Definitely, when you bring something like something, the pain seems to, less.
Yeah, well, it's good to see you. The first thing about Andrea is his spirit and his kindness and the hospitality that you bring to this place just by being you is a powerful thing. You need to connect with the people and be a liaison for every part of the restaurant, right? Yes. So what's the first thing in running a place like Nico and Frank?
I think that this is true in general for every restaurant, and specifically for Nico and Frank, that you need to put your ego on the side. Nico and Frank is bigger than me, and as a restaurateur, the only thing that I really look forward to is to make sure that whoever comes to the door has a pleasant experience and can experience what Nico and Frank really represent in the community and when it comes to trust. So for me, I think it's natural. You do need to have that particular trait of really liking people. I like people. So I love my guests. I love the team. I love to interact with Mark, with the family, and I've always been that kind of, very. I don't know. It's just my, I'm being Italian. Probably, I should have said this in my accent.
I think we picked up on that. I think we're all good. I think it's safe to pick up on that.
So maybe Italian that really like to, interact with people that makes it easier for me.
Why do you think that food is an Italian? Why do you think food is so important, that family connection with Italians and recipes being passed down generation? And why do you think it's interwoven with the culture?
Well, food is the very first way for somebody to care for someone. Right. So, when we talk modern times of love languages, food is one of the big love languages. My grandma cooked for me. She didn't just cook something. She loved it. Feeding someone. And being a chef myself, I find it an experience that is extremely humbling to have the possibility to cook for someone. You are feeding someone. That's the
incredible effect because, you're sustaining the other person and putting in in the restaurant. You also want them to have an related experiences, but, by itself, the gesture of feeding someone is something somehow sacred. Absolutely. The first experience, that gift of being taken care of and being nourished. So it's the first thing we experience. Yeah. So it's a privilege to be able to be in an industry that sees people. And I think, going back to my being Italian, in Italy, food and eating is elevated to philosophy, almost to the least, the point that in Italian we have, fights about what's the original recipe and what's the other original recipe. And probably heard this many times, the Italians are having lunch and eating, and they're already talking at lunch what we're going to eat for dinner. Yeah, that's my culture too. I'm all eager. It's like, that's the thing. Are people mostly respectful when they come in here and respect the location and its history? Do you ever get any problems coming through the door and it's just like somebody, can I have, this, or can I have that are, I don't know, strange requests or don't understand the menu? From my experience as a restaurant professional, Muslim friends rank, very low on the percentage of people that complain. Everybody that comes here, it's almost like they come to church. Yeah, they're very respectful of what we do. They're very respectful of what Muslim friends represent. Usually when they come in, either they know a lot about the restaurant and they're ready to experience it, or they're long life, actions that come in respecting them. When I say low ranking, means that even us get here and there situations where, the guest is particularly demanding. For the most part, in my experience, it's just somebody having a bad day. Sure. And when they're having a bad day, our job is to try either to turn into a good thing or to just steer away and respect the person. It's very, very small percentage of people that go all the way to actually creating a problem. And in my experience, this is the restaurant where the percentage is the lowest. I would tell you, coming here, the last time I came here with my brother Craig, and I was sitting at the table in the middle of the room. There's the two of us, and it was packed, people everywhere. And the attitude was almost as if we all came together. It was bizarre. You had people looking over at each other, and what are you eating, what are you drinking, or, cheersing from across the room with their martinis. And it was definitely a vibe of celebration, just being here, being out with people, and kind of the honor of being in a place with such history and with such care in the food and details. It's sort of been a wonder. It's really great. Okay, we're going to come back. We're going to talk some more with Andrea Scudo, the general manager and wine director. We'll get into wine. We'll get into the cocktail program here with Ron Sheriff as well, the head bartender. And we'll talk about those martinis too, those magical martinis. So go nowhere. This is the Full Report. I'm Neil Saavedra, KFI AM 640. Let's get the latest news now with Jason Middleton in the 24-hour KFI newsroom. The New York Times, Bloomberg, and others are reporting the Biden administration will approve a controversial $8 billion oil drilling project in Alaska. However, the Biden administration is denying those reports. The epic fail of Silicon Valley Bank this week is seismic for, Silicon Valley, but the significant financial ripples are being felt worldwide. Two-time Olympic gold medalist alpine skier Michaela Schifrin now holds the record for all-time World Cup wins. Her historic 87th win arrived in Sweden today, and that breaks a 34-year record. We will update the situation in Boyle Heights right after this. Oh man, take yourself to something fun. Why don't you get out and treat yourself? Get out to Morongo Casino Resort and Spa and have those good times. They've got stuff going on all the time, and they're always trying to give you free stuff, so take it. Madness there at Sideline Sports Bar. Check out their entire 30-foot wall of big screens serving bananas there with a college b-ball all month. You can bust a gut with Dion Cole live June 10th. Get your tickets now. Great done. Gift giveaway. Get a handy hand mixer. We earn 500 points on the rewards card for 13 to 14. The key here, get that rewards card. It will give you what? Rewards. Play and dine. You can get up to $100 in dining credits for the marketplace. It's fabulous. Just like playing slots with your rewards card. And you haven't been there, the chefs are killing it. Fabio Viviani and the marketplace there is fabulous. And Chef Steven and the gang do such an amazing job to get out there. Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Good times for everybody. Southern California weather for KFI. Lingering rain showers continue for the rest of this afternoon and evening for LA and OC. Chance of rain overnight, 20%. Highs in the low 60s tomorrow. Weather is brought to you by Palm Springs Aerial Tramway. Let's head to beautiful Boyle Heights for a traffic check and Pizza 5.
Golden State Freeway, southbound side, right through 60. We've got a crash. The center lane's going to be blocked. It's stop and go from 4th Street. Now through Boyle Heights on the 10. After San Marcos Freeway, the westbound side there. 3 to 5 and the 110. It's stop and go. And crowded to yourself room. As you hit the Riverside, stop and go on the 215 right now. Southbound from the 91 to about Central. And the 215 north at Hot Springs to Riverside. It's got a crash. It's going to be off the right-hand side of the roadway. Flow from East Street Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Ealer.
They've got snow, and more snow at the Palm Springs Aerial Tramway. Bundle up for a winter playground for the whole family. Let's see downhill with angels and a giant snowman appearing in the drift. Don't miss their winter wonderland at the Palm Springs Aerial Tramway. Snow is cheap. Visit pstramway.com.
This report is sponsored by Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. Colombian singer-songwriter Maluma is bringing his magic to Yamava Resort and Casino at San Manuel. Buy your tickets today at YamavaTheater.com or the casino box office. Maluma, live at Yamava Theater on April 27th. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got millions. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environments, terminations, that was my problem, people complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Yes, kid. Here you go.
Where did he come from? And where's your mat and coat?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're Rooter Heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing doors.
It's what a hero does.
If you know how to plug things, call Reader Hero coming in there. Go online at ReaderHero.com.
Are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to use my secret weapon, WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WDC. Go to WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our team rejuvenation. We help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is warm for our new drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain thing. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. Get air conditioning and plumbing. CLE.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. There are simple things parents and caregivers can do to help children comfort class. It's important to talk to children in age-appropriate language and approach the discussion in a calm and sensitive way to help them cope. Just
No Hopeful Moments is brought to you by ProHope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at CalHope.org.
Four-course meals are back at Norm. Get our four-course meals without the four-course price, starting at just $13.99. Every four-course meal comes with soup, salad, entree, and dessert. Feast your eyes on our classic sirloin steak trio, or try our new steak and chicken fajita platter. And set it your way with grilled or blackened salmon. Back for a limited time, only at on IC's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
At Ralph, shopping with pickup and delivery is the same as shopping in store. Same low prices, deals, and rewards on the same high-quality items. One small fix for groceries, one big win for busy families everywhere. Start your cart today at Ralph.com. Ralph, fresh for everyone. Description applies. See site for details.
Fresh fruit makes for a delicious sweet treat. 18-ounce containers of Simple Truth organic blueberries are $4.99 with your card. Ralph, fresh for everyone. Welcome to Pray.com's Relentless Hope Podcast, the show that will help you love your life, lead with purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others.
God can do anything. And He took this girl from deep, deep pain to true joy and true peace.
Listen to Pray.com's Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Hi there, I'm Joel Archard. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters. How to Money with Joel Archard, tomorrow at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, Neil Saavedra here, your friendly neighborhood pork reporter. On the Pork Report, talking food, as always, on a Saturday from 2 to 5, 3 hours celebrating food, the people that make it, the culture behind it. Today is a very special day as we are basically celebrating the first restaurant in Hollywood, Musso and Frank's Grill. We've been trying to work this out there. PR amazing. Daniel and I have been talking about this for years, and sitting there with Glenn, I think we're both very excited that this came to fruition. A special thanks to Tony, of course, Tony Sorrentino and Kayla for being here with me, and Raul back at the station holding everything down. It takes a village to make this stuff happen, and we're thrilled to be here. Oscar weekend, where else would you be like Musso and Frank to even one of the most storied restaurants, the only restaurant in the world that is starred on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The restaurant is so old it predates the Hollywood, aka Hollywoodland sign that went up and is now on Mount Lee there for all of us to see. And we're chatting with the folks that make this place happen. And I love the spirit and the culture of this place. Everybody's got each other's back. And now we're talking with General Manager Andrea Suso and Ron Sheriff. Ron is the head bartender. Ron, how many martinis go over that bar on a weekend evening? Thousands per year later.
You know how they have that McDonald's night, I was hoping we should have one of those behind the bar.
I just gotta, so give us respect for the Musso and Frank martini.
Well, it's a 4-ounce martini, and then we serve it with our traditional sidecar. So we get the extra 2 ounces as well, and that's
kind of how the original martini was restored. So it is magical to get that extra, that little baby crap or the kind of there. It just is something, I don't, the only other place that I know that serves cocktails that way still is the Smokehouse in Burbank. I think they do a sidecar. I don't know if it's on their martini, but on certain cocktails, and you just don't see it anymore.
Well, what's great about it, what I like about it, is that when you go to a restaurant now, they give you a martini in a glass, but it's they just sell it in a glass.
Yeah.
So you're talking to your guests, you're engaging in a conversation, but then you start to drink your martini, you halfway through it's not even cold anymore. This way you've got the sidecars on ice and pouring, and you still have a nice cold martini ready to go.
And you're making me thirsty. I'm assuming that you have, and I don't have them here, but the classics, an old fashioned. How many old fashions do people ask for in Minnesota?
Quite a bit.
Do you think, is there like a tier, or would that be second to the martini, or what's the next up? If someone's not ordering a martini,
That's kind of what we do. We do classic martinis, so long as you have the martinis, on Manhattan, old fashioned, sidecars, whiskey sours.
oh, just love that lineup.
And they do our whiskey sours with egg whites.
Wow. So you're still
The traditional recipe.
gosh, and just that frothiness on top that you can't get any other way. Just terrific. Terrific. You have a house. You're making your martinis or gin martinis, right?
Gin and rocket.
So, and just like have them buy vermouth or rim the glass or wash glass.
I usually get mine pretty dry. I usually just take the bottle away over it.
Yeah, people look at it, pass it by, and then it's got a nice.
I've been bartending for a lot of years, but when I first started, I was really making mistakes with too much vermouth. But I find if you do it dry, it's usually 99% going to be acceptable. If you put a little too much vermouth, you got to really drink. That way, if somebody wants vermouth, you can always, doctor it out and add vermouth, and you don't have all this good drink.
I have been to many places on coast to coast when it comes to traveling around and enjoying cocktails. My brother and I, they have a place in Manhattan, and I will make a trip out there a couple, 3 times a year on the pandemic standing, and we will have cocktails to some of the best places. There is no place that you can have a martini where you feel like you're having martini more than when you're at Fleet on France. It makes you giddy. And I'm not talking about the booze. Just when you see that coming to your table, and they don't even ask you to drink things. They come up and go, martini? And you go, yeah. Well, there's also secret ingredients are wrong for that motion.
What was that?
Martini is a particularly tricky thing.
It's very simple in theory. So you have a vodka, a gin, ice, and a glass. Sometimes in all this, sometimes remove. There's a very big difference between a good martini and a bad martini. Well, what I try to do is when I notice, and we love you being fun, but you had it all wrong.
Oh yeah, that's where it's up.
We think a martini, we stir, especially our gin, all the gin martinis, we stir all those vodka martinis. And especially with gin, where you got all those from junipers and all those great, flavors. Yeah, and that's where that bruising idea comes in. Because when you shake it, you kind of dissipate into flavors. And it goes from the top of the glass down to the bottom. So when you take that first sip, you're not really, feeling, all those great, the finish of it and then the gin. It's kind of ruining it, it's dissipating all these flavors.
I will top that. I went to a place once, only once, that put my old-fashioned in a shaker and shook it. And I came to my table, I looked at it, I could see the telltale signs of the broken ice and the froth around, and I said, what's this shaking? And they said, yeah, it's crazy. But I think you get I don't know that I've ever seen that. There is overtime here. We'll come back. We'll talk more because, man, I love this stuff. And talk more about etiquette and things that you enjoy, Andrea, about the clientele that has been coming here forever and ever and ever. When we come back, Moonstone and Frank's Grill is Will broadcasting live from 6 workshop purposely that hasn't just the weekend and where the place that is more here longer. They're celebrating 95 years of the Oscar. We're celebrating 104 here at Moonstone and Frank's Grill. So go, know, aware. It's Neil Saavedra, KFI in 640. Let's get the latest news now with Jason Middleton in 24 hours KFI News. 4 astronauts are on their way back to Earth after departing the International Space Station.
Dragon Endurance undocked 262 statute miles earlier in Coral 286 on the Big Loop. Separation confirmed.
The stellar pilots boarded a SpaceX Dragon capsule, which then undocked from the ISS early this morning. NASA astronauts Josh Cassata and Nicole Mann, along with Russian cosmonaut Anna Kina and Japan's Koichi Wakata, are all wrapping up 5 months in orbit. Multi-platinum selling artist Wiz Khalifa is coming to California's capital city this summer. The Grammy and Golden Globe nominated rapper is hitting the road and rejoining forces with Snoop Dogg for the high school reunion tour.
I'm looking forward to the Snoop as well. Bringing a classic and giving people a brand new experience to continue the legacy that we all have.
Group also joining the tour are Too Short, Warranty and Burner, featuring special guest DJ Drama. The 33-city high school reunion tour kicks off July 7th in Vancouver, stopping at Brooklyn, Atlanta, Houston, and many more. Okay, let me see up this.
Didn't want to do it because I told you to do it.
Yeah, it's time to spring forward. Daylight saving time begins at 2 a.m. Sunday morning. So before going to bed tonight, remember to turn your clock ahead 1 hour if it won't do it automatically. 2 a.m. becomes 3 a.m. in the 19th century says you're welcome. Daylight saving time could also go away if the House approves the bill. The Senate already has. A likely highlight for tomorrow's Oscars telecast is Lenny Kravitz performing the In Memoriam tribute during the ceremony at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Okay, let's head back to the city's industry where Caltrans is rolling out a response. That started out earlier as a crash. Now Caltrans had some guardrail repair that they needed to take care of here. Here's that crash. It's on the 60 westbound side at Azusa Avenue. The Florida is going to be heavy as you approach. To Irwindale, we got stall on the 605, northbound up at 210, saying you to the 60. We get center lane block here by a crash. Stop and go from 4th Street. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
I gotta tell you, American Vision Windows has done an outstanding job for me and family members and friends that have recommended them. You want to replace those old leaky windows with new, affordable, and this is the most important, custom-made windows to fit your needs. Do it once, do it right with American Vision Windows. It's raining, we got snow, or it's crazy weather. It's a great time to upgrade those windows. We replaced our worst windows some years ago now with American Vision Windows, and we are absolutely thrilled with the results. Recommended them to friends and family. They use them, they love them. They use Sun Matrix technology, and it doesn't really mean anything to us to say, except that it does this. It prevents dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, excessive sound from getting in your home. That's good. The owners, Bill and Kathleen, started American Vision Windows because they had a horrible experience themselves years ago trying to buy windows. So get the value you deserve, and they will give it to you until 2024. 0% interest, 0 payments for 12 months plus for installation. It is absolutely a good time to do it. CSLB number 778-326. That's the window company that I trust, my friends and family trust. American Vision Windows. Give them a call, get that free estimate today. 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com.
The California weather from KFI East nuisance showers are going to continue into this evening for LA and OC. Highs were around 60 today. Tonight the clouds are going to stick around. The chance of rain is down 20%. Lows in the upper 40s overnight. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Jason Middleton.
The crash is coming. You can feel it in your gut. According to Time Magazine, major investors who predicted the 2008 crash see another on the way. Bloomberg predicts that the U.S. housing market looks headed for its worst slowdown in years. To hedge against it, there's only one asset that's safe, liquid, and has outperformed stocks 3-1. Rare coins. For insider access to coins with the greatest growth potential, there's only one place to go. Tangible Investments is America's top rare coin dealer, and its CEO, Phil DeGenova, is the undisputed expert on this private portable asset class. For over 35 years, Phil's coins have increased 10, 20, even 25 times. He's been featured on CNBC, the History Channel, and quoted in the Wall Street Journal. Get the only asset that safeguards your future while generating incredible gains. Call Tangible Investments for a free investor kit, copy of the award-winning documentary, Why Money Became Worthless. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
Hi everyone, I'm HOA Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoon just got a lot smarter.
Putting life in first
Got the latest here at the
Putting life here in the
Seriously, HOA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain come through. We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. HOA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why HOA is LA's very own.
After an incredible start to the season in Mayakoba, Mexico, liftoff returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. The golf is live all season long, so battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? CW and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. This weekend starting at 10 a.m. on KCLA 5. The CW. Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcasts in our iHeart Podcast Awards. Created the best podcast. Take home awards in categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9.
Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat oat milk. It's delicious in coffee, smoothies, cereal, or by the glass. Planet Oat oat milk tastes every bit as marvelous as the delicious moments it inspires. Pick it up in your local grocery store today. Superwoman, 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 Superwoman.com. KSI.
PM 640.
An iHeart radio station.
More stimulating talk. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on that iHeartRadio app. Hey everybody, it's the 4th of 4th. Celebrate your food, all things foods and beverages, cooking at home, going out to eat, the culture, values of food, and cocktails, all those things. And guess what? I get to sit in the middle of it and be your host every single Saturday from 2 to 5. So, Neil Savager is very happy today, and you know that because I never refer to myself in the third person. That has to be a special day. We're at Musso and Frank in Hollywood, 6667 Hollywood Boulevard. You can call, they open at 5. You can call them, see if you can get a reservation. I doubt they have any, but sometimes there's cancellations, what have you. But if not tonight, plenty of time to do so. And get in here. Really is a fabulous place, and it'll take you back. And it's always just has this great kind of loud, vivacious vibe where you're kind of in a party that nobody knows who the host is except the place itself. So amazing opportunity. We've been kind of parsed out a couple of main important people for you to meet and points of interest. These are people that keep this running, that are every day, day in and day out, making that hospitality standard the highest it can be. Andrea Kudo, the general manager and wine director, is with me right now, as is Ron Sheriff, the bartender, the head bartender. And we were talking about what's that in martini, because they're so known for martini here. Many times I've been told by guests like Alvin Brown, Chuck Daggy, interviewing him, say, what's your favorite restaurant in Montana? The martinis there. So you were saying, Ron, that the pour is 4 ounces of vodka, 4 ounces of 4 ounces of beer, and 4 ounces of and lemon, served with lemon twist. Usually olive lemon twist. And whatever you prefer. What are the brands? What are the house brands here for Muslim Frank? house family skills, and confidence. So we got a lot of great, kids and authors in on that. Oh, sure. Yeah, partners, the art hills more, kids, Ray, computers. Oh, you really got anything. The one drive. Yeah, anything in theater. Sure. They got a great choice. And what were you making an old fashioned, using a bourbon with the rye? Well, obviously, I think would you prefer bourbon or would you prefer rye? I'll suggest, whatever bourbon or rye. That was a great selection of bourbon and rye. I'm a rye guy. What would you could be an old fashioned? I might get the little berry, I might get the little fuller. Yeah, those are great. Those are house. Those are what I like in my house. Sometimes I'll do a written house. Written house. We have hardware. Yeah, I walk kids also. Redemption. I'm just gonna sit at the bar. I'm gonna sit at the bar and I won't leave. Next Saturday show, we're still here. um, Andrea, overseeing a place like this and all the different, personalities and things and the history of it. Do you feel that? Do you feel that when you came to work here? What did you say 6 years ago? So 6 years ago, when you came, what was your thought coming to such a heritage place in something with it so much notoriety? So through your mind. So it's interesting to know that, like I said in the beginning, I'm from Italy, born and raised. I moved here in 2006, and I do this premise to explain what Muslim French means to me to a certain level. Because when I used to be in Italy and go to university, study literature, I used to study old American literature. Charles Bukowski was one of my favorite, in your face course, yeah, so speech course, but the guy was interesting. And one of my favorite was Raymond Chandler. So if you read Raymond Chandler's book, or Charles Bukowski's book, there's inevitably you will meet Muslim French as a character of their book. So if there are still Marlowe characters, or whatever Mr. Chinaski, there was Bukowski's fictional character, they always ended up in Baker and Rossini and Muslim Frank like their pinnacle, And I knew this back when I was in Italy, not even thinking about moving here. So fast forward, 94, I came here to visit to study 3 months here at the Musicians Institute, which is incorporated. And Musicians Institute is across Muslim Frank. So I did a school, I turned around and said, Muslim Frank. The one from the book. They was Muslim Frank. I walked in, I took in the environment, it's a bit of money, the students, and I walked right out. But four, those 6 I moved here, from Italy, permanently. And finally, I can experience Muslim Frank. I come to Muslim Frank at Martini, I look at the grill that Bukowski was describing in the book. I sit at the bar where Bukowski will fall off, and I sit at the booth where Raymond Chandler at the road and straight. Right. And I'm still working in the restaurant business for someone else. Until Mark, one of the 4th-generation owners, called me because he wants to know if I'm interested in getting the general manager position. And he asked me, do you know anything about Muslim Frank? I said, do I? I want to fall off that the first person you need is wrong. Say, give me a drink so I can fall off this very stool. So you get an idea. So I go back. So I put this in a lot of, you got to be humble. So sure. When you come to work and you are working together with team members that have been here for over 40 years, you got to be humble by that. And the first, my strategy wasn't really a strategy, more of an instinctual reaction, was to just ask the older, more tenured employees, think around. And I was very, very lucky because one of the most tenured employees pulled that up. You use that as a key when we come back. There you go, hold that thought. The question that was asked by the GM and wine director, Andrea Stuto, that a more tenured employee, what that answer is, and I'll come back to it nowhere. It is the Full Support live from Luco and Frank's Grill in Hollywood. We'll be back in just moments with our last segment here. Let's get the latest news now with Jason in the KFI 24 hours newsroom. Today's rain will begin to dissipate over and spot. A fresh wave of warm, wet weather moves in Tuesday. Don't sleep on the epic sale of Silicon Valley Bank. The markets, investors, and the White House will continue to respond. The Academy Awards telecast is tomorrow evening. It may seem everywhere all at once, but you can get updates whenever you want on the iHeartRadio app. We have a fresh wreck in Santa Monica. More on that right after this. Hey, replace your old leaky windows with new affordable custom-made windows. You gotta do it once, but do it right with American Vision windows. You got tons of rain and snow coming down, and now it's the perfect time to upgrade. Don't put it off. I did one of my windows that we got replaced. I put it off for 10 years. I hated it. My least favorite part of our house. Now it's gorgeous, beautiful. It opens up, brings fresh air in. Do it now. We love what they did. The Sun Matrix technology is beautiful. Prevents dust, mold, moisture, bacteria, special sound, and just takes you from all of that. Bill and Kathleen, they're the owners, you know their story. American Vision Windows became their company. They built that because they had a horrible experience themselves years ago when they wanted to get the windows. So you've got to take care of your house, get the best. Until 2024, 0% interest, 0 payment for 12 months, plus free installation. CSLB number 778-326. Trust the window company I trust, my family and friends trust. They use them. That's my recommendation, and they would will. American Vision Windows, give them a call today, get that free estimate, 888-226-9908. That's 888-226-9908. Or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. You locked your cat up this tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and coat?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out his shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you have a clogged drain, call Zero Zero Coming in Air. Go online at RothSCHILD.com.
Here's what's trending with the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by the Play It Forward Foundation.
In hockey tonight, the Kings host the Predators. The league-leading Bruins beat the Red Wings for their 50th win in 64 games, the fastest in NHL history. In college basketball, top-ranked Houston failed past Cincinnati. The Cougars will play for the AAC Championship tomorrow. Number 3 Purdue earned a spot in Sunday's Big Ten title game with a win over Ohio State. And number 5 Alabama beat Missouri to advance to the SEC Final. I'm Andy Beck.
The Play It Forward Foundation, or PIF, elevates and equips elite young athletes to support their development and secure their future. Learn more at PIFFoundation.org. Play It Forward Foundation, creating opportunities. All right, weather, rain, clouds. Let's move the traffic. Let's check that crash on the 10 of Santa Monica. This is the Santa Monica Freeway, westbound, right at Centinela Avenue. We've got a wreck here. It should be in the center divider, but attracting some attention there. We've got a problem as well as you make your way on through the 60 westbound of Azusa Avenue. Good city of industry here. Right lane is shut down for some Caltrans guardrail repair. It was merely a crash through the area. The stall through Boyle Heights on the 10 west of 5. Also through Boyle Heights to 5 south to 60. Center lane taken away by a wreck. KFI and the Sky Hub get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler.
This report is sponsored by Indeed.com. Hiring heating up? Indeed hiring platform makes it easy to attract, screen, and interview candidates all in one place. Sponsor a post and instantly receive a shortlist of quality candidates on Indeed. Choose resumes, match their job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
In this week's Marketers Report, Patricia Spagnoletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very
As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Contractor license 1047-781. Here are some homeowner headaches we fixed together. One is our team rejuvenation, where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is warm for our mini drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain snake. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice and satisfied. They'll air conditioning and plumbing. TRILLIONAIRE.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way.
For your guaranteed savings refund and 50% off tax prep. Use the Jack to do it. 50% off is a limited time offer for new clients buying at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Attorney Joe Cordell. Business owners and professionals face special challenges in divorce court. In addition to everything else going on, they have to contend with allegations that they are earning more than they are, coupled with claims on their business or practice itself. Clients with assets depend on their divorce lawyer's skills in these matters. And that's why it's so important to hire someone that has those skills. 1455 Tracy Road, Suite 1050, San Diego, California, 92108. CordellCordell.com.
I never chose to become a gambling habit. What I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Protect support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. If you've been thinking about selling your home, the real estate market is changing. But before you call an agent, call Seller's Advantage. Seller's Advantage is focused on the seller's needs. They'll make you a competitive cash offer and they can close in days. No agent, no commission. Getting your home ready to list can be expensive and complicated, and you may not want people coming in and out of your house. Oh, that's true. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process easy so that the sellers walk away happy. They may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. Get a no-obligation offer at 888-302-AS-IS, 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 SellersAdvantage.com.
Seller's Advantage will buy your home, make it easy, so that you don't have to worry. Sell happy with Seller's Advantage.
CRE number 0196168. When you go to a place of business, that business has a legal duty to protect you from harm and injury. Yet many times people are attacked, raped, robbed, and even murdered because the business they trusted violated that duty. Sometimes the lighting is so dim or not lit at all, so it's allowed criminals to prey on that customer. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com or on your cell phone dial pound law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm.
Seriously, my mosquitoes have just hit the transmission.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AA, AMCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. No one has the same taste as you. From the music you love to the podcast you can't live without. And only the iHeartRadio app has it all. Podcasts. California is still a state where 1 in 5 Americans want to live. Assuming money wasn't interested, well, isn't that the same problem? Koala Shark, this evening at 5 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hey, it's the Sport Report. I'm your friendly neighborhood sports reporter, Neil Safager. How do you do? Happy to be with you today. As we are broadcasting live from Musso and Franklin here in Hollywood. This is the first Hollywood restaurant. Just found out talking with General Manager Andrea Suso and Ron Schiff, the head bartender, that the phone here was the first public phone in Hollywood as well. It's crazy the history here. Right before the break, Andrea was telling us about coming here and talking with the more tenured people, and that he had asked the question, and he would ask questions
Well, I asked them if you would help me, figure out what the dynamic is with certain guests, because here we have up to 3 or 4 generations sitting down at short time. Third year, interestingly, he didn't answer right away. And I remember exactly when asking this question was at the retirement party that we had here, and it was the first time that I was formally introduced to the staff. And I came with my fiance, my wife, Nora, and we were sitting next to Sergio. So Sergio started to talk to my now wife. We talked for 10, 20 minutes, and my wife, she's the most incredible person alive. I was the most incredible person. After she was done with Nora, he turned to me and was like, so you're a good person. Now I can tell you. He didn't want to size me up to my fiance. We all men are sized up by if we're with a good person. Thankfully, it's half the test. Yeah. So he got me in all kinds of, insights on regular tests, on team members, on past team members, on our chef, on our grill master. There's a lot to take in. So I was very, very fortunate to have Sergio in my corner from the very get-go. What can I say? I always to my wife. Yeah, well, I love that, because knowing that you were going to become part of the family, that's what it feels like. They're bringing in, someone's getting married and bringing new people into the family and everybody wanting to check them out. And you can tell that it shows everywhere in this place, the attitude and so on. And we're up against the clock. Ron, is there bartender advice you want to give to everybody, life advice? Because that's what bartenders do, right? Well, usually they charge for it. I don't think that's what they say. That's what that's what they say. What's the best life advice you can give to people today? I just, when I come to this, I can do the best I can. I feel very fortunate to be part of the team, and I have a great staff of bartenders behind me, and I just try to enjoy every day here. The best attitude, my friend. Thank you so much for taking the time, both of you, and getting to know you more and more. Andrea, it's been a real treat. You have the spirit about you that is welcoming, and that spirit of hospitality that, fortunately, we don't get to see as much these days. So thanks for doing what you do here at Luke on Front Grill. It's our pleasure. Thank you for having us. It's a special place. Thanks so much for hanging out with me as we have talked to some really marvelous minds and hearts in the culinary and hospitality world here in Hollywood. It's been an incredible treat for me. We're going to have some pictures that we'll post, and you can listen to this as a podcast, of course, on demand as you wish on KFIN640.com, and then we'll do some other edits and put smaller things together to hopefully some Instagram posts that we'll put out that we'll do after the show. But thanks so much for hanging out. Stick around. You've got Koala Sharp coming up in just moments from now. Then Keith Gregory, and then, of course, before the Coach AM, and the Jesus Christ Show live tomorrow at 6 a.m. as the producer of the TV airs. Thanks so much for hanging out. It is the fourth quarter. I'm Nick Levasia, KFI AM 640 and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Hey, bring your clock forward an hour this Sunday morning, just so you can wake up nice and cranky. KOST HD2,
Los Angeles, Orange County.
live everywhere on the Radio app. Virtually house arrest. I'm Jason Middleton, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A standoff between sheriff's deputies and a barricaded suspect near the City of Industry has been going on for more than 24 hours. The Sheriff's Department responded to a report of a person firing shots at pedestrians on Wayne Lane, that's just west of Azusa Avenue, and that was around 2:30 yesterday afternoon. Authorities said those deputies came under fire, prompting them to shoot back. The suspect then barricaded inside a home. A levee has failed on the Palajo River in Monterey County. There is flooding and evacuation still going on. Steve Patterson says a weather phenomenon known as the Pineapple Express causing subtropical weather from the Pacific. This is one of two atmospheric rivers that we're expected to get the second
one coming on Monday, bringing even more precipitation to areas that do not need it at all. A state of emergency has been declared in Central California. At least 2 people have been killed in the heavy rain and flooding. The University of Akron has given full scholarships to 2 men recently exonerated after 15 years in prison. Michael Sutton and Kenny Phillips were in high school when they were convicted of attempted murder for a crime they did not commit. Sutton is 34 years old and said this week he starts classes in the fall.
This opportunity will come around twice, so you might as well take advantage of it.
Sutton, who was sentenced to 41 years in prison, said he plans to study business administration. He and Phillips were released from prison in 2021 and exonerated last year. A coyote in San Diego stuck in an illegal jaw trap has been released into the wild. The San Diego's Humane Society Project Wildlife team was taking care of the animal for 3 weeks. The coyote was found last month dangling on a chain link fence from a jaw trap attached to her left front leg. The humane officer say the coyote does not have permanent damage. The Humane Society's investigation is continuing as the coyote hunting is seen as a federal felony animal cruelty charge. Now, let's get a traffic update, and that means taking the 210 near Irwindale. And a heavy drive here for a stall. The carpool lane is going to be blocked here. It's a bit of a hazard, and stop and go from the Tuesday Avenue to give yourself some time there. Now, as you make your way through Moreno Valley, passing the 215 northbound at the 60 to Anaheim, you're probably on the 5 northbound at Euclid, crashing in the middle lane. Slow traffic from Catella. As you make your way downtown, the 101 northbound from 4th Street to Normandy, heavy. To the south 101 through Hollywood from Normandy to Euston, very heavy right now. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm Mark Weaver. At Sport Fitness, take advantage of premium fitness amenities with a free 3-day pass. Sign up today at startatsportofitness.com. Get more workout for less with features like state-of-the-art strength and cardio equipment, free weights, a functional training area, and so much more. It's time to start fresh for less with our $0 enrollment fee. From battle rope to box jump, tire flips to treadmill, cardio to kettlebell. We have everything you need for a low monthly cost. And Sport Fitness has your back, no matter what your fitness motivation is, with a premium gym experience for a not-so-premium price. This is your chance to try it all and make the most of a quality gym experience at a low monthly cost. Get started today at startatsportofitness.com and grab your free 3-day pass at startatsportofitness.com. That's startatsportofitness.com. Subject to annual fees. Must pay first and last month's dues of $29.99 to join. Terms and conditions apply. Amenities and facilities may vary. Southern California weather from KFI. These nuisance showers continue into this evening for LA and OC. Tonight there was clouds. You stick around. They have less rain inside them, so that's something. 20% chance of rain, of showers overnight, lows in the upper 40s. Tomorrow cloudy in the morning and then maybe partly sunny, at least mostly cloudy. Highs in the mid-50s to around 60, and rain comes back in again on Tuesday. Cypress right now, 62 degrees. La Habra, 62 degrees. Gardena, 62 degrees. Palmdale, 60. We read local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jason Middleton. Saturday. Come on, everybody, bring your roller coaster. It's Saturday, KFI this morning, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app in Inglewood, Baldwin Park, Anaheim, and Corona. This is SoulCal Saturday. I'm your host, Wallace Sharp, and fun tidbit about me. I used to be considered among the unhoused. Yes, there was a short period of time where I was living in my car. So, for anyone wondering why I am always talking about stories regarding the unhoused, it is because I was at one point among the unhoused. So it hits different for me. And so when I read all of the strides we are making here in Southern California to
to correct this, I'm going to call it a tragedy. The numbers of unhoused citizens here living in Los Angeles, it's ungodly. And so it just brings joy to my heart when I read everything that is happening to correct this mistake here in our city and in our state. The state has recently honored Los Angeles and Mayor Bass for speeding up housing approvals. The city of Los Angeles on Friday received a pro-housing designation from the state, with Governor Gavin Newsom commending the efforts under Mayor Bass to expedite construction of more housing in an effort to relieve the homelessness crisis. Cities with the designation can receive priority consideration for state housing funds, allowing them for higher and competitive funding programs administered by the state Department of Housing and Community Development. Just 11 jurisdictions in the state have received the pro-housing designation. The label is earned by cities that take steps such as streamlining multifamily housing development, allowing higher densities near job centers and transit hubs, and creating more affordable housing in areas that traditionally exclude lower-income residents or households of color, according to the governor's office. This announcement came one day after the state announced it was taking legal action against the Orange County city of Huntington Beach, accusing it of flouting state housing requirements. Huntington Beach officials in turn announced imposing illegal density requirements and infringing on local governance of charter cities. That sounds a lot like not my backyard, but I still commend the mayor's office for cutting through the red tape to end homelessness in Southern California. Recently, at the request of Mayor Bass, the city of Los Angeles and the Los Angeles City Council voted to waive its unusual competitive bidding process when it comes to hiring vendors to tackle LA's homeless crisis, so that contracts for goods and services can be accepted immediately. The council, in a 10-0 vote, suspended competitive bidding amidst homelessness emergency that Bass declared in December. The council, authorized by the city's administrative office and the city department, to act immediately to procure construction contracts, service provider contracts, supplies, and equipment for homelessness facilities, according to this resolution. The city administration also has now required that the city report to the city council every 2 weeks to justify action, to explain why the city has to act rather than follow its usual process. Now, this, on the surface, can fall under some suspicious activity, only because if you are waiving the usual competitive bidding process, some believe that this could allow for unfavorable contracts or unfavorable ruling to go against certain construction companies in bidding than others, depending on who you're connected to in the city's office. But all in all, this is yet another win. And to help keep people in houses, to help keep people from moving up on the street, new legislation is being proposed in California to protect renters from becoming homeless, period. Hoping to build on California's Tenant Protection Act of 2019, a state lawmaker from LA is working on a bill to prevent even more tenants from falling into homelessness in a state that continues to rank first in the number of unhoused people. I don't know if that's something for us to be proud of, but yes, we're number one when it comes to the unhoused. To ease this, or to help prevent this from happening, Senator Maria Elena Durazo from Los Angeles on Friday kicked off a campaign to promote Senate Bill 567, also known as the Homelessness Prevention Act, which aims to further protect tenants from unjust evictions and excessive rent hikes. Of course, inflation combined with the end of COVID-19 pandemic-related eviction protections has put many renters in their homes. This is what the factors of SB 567 are saying, and the details details of the ROTHSCHILD proposed legislation are being finalized, so right now, yes, actually the bill is not available for us to read and let you know the details of that. Suffice it to say, if we are going to prevent the number of unhoused citizens here in the city of Angels and beyond from increasing, something like this legislation, Senate Bill 567, are necessary because after the COVID protections expired, you have a lot of property owners who, you know, right, wrong, or indifferent, are saying, well, it's time for me to pick up the rent. You know, you guys voted renter protections down, so why not? Why not take advantage of it? Make room for upscale living or whatever it is they do. These parts that come in and now you can't afford the rent anymore. And this is what is happening. There are, of course, some property owners who use their COVID protection money and different subsidies that they were getting to make these improvements on their property, making it hard for people to stay in these houses. So there is that. But from Los Angeles all the way over to Santa Monica, the efforts to house the unhoused are expanding as new affordable housing developments are opening in Santa Monica. A 73-unit affordable housing building is going up with 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units available. There, of course, will be community gardens, kitchen gym, all the things that you would want in your apartment complex. But the most important thing is that this will be, according to the city of Santa Monica, affordable. Believe it or not, yes, in Santa Monica, the unhoused are everywhere, just like they are right in your backyard. Just like I was at one point in time, parked rather down the street from your house, parked in a city park that I thought was safe. I could just, knock out of my car, get back to work during the day. Hey, that was me. Because living in Southern California is rough. I know firsthand we have to do everything we can to help those who are out there on the street. Right about now, though, let's just see what else is happening in the Southland, taking it over to the 24-hour KFI newsroom with Jason Middle. Russian attacks across Ukraine have killed at least 464 children. New data also show almost 1,000 more have been wounded during the war. Colorado native Michaela Schifrin has set the outright World Cup skiing record for most career victories, 87. That's top for men and women. Shakira and DJ Bizarrap has 14 new Guinness World Records, including most streamed Latin track on Spotify in 24 hours, most viewed Latin track on YouTube in 24 hours, and fastest Latin track to reach 100 million views on YouTube. We have a fresh look coming up for the Sepulveda Pass right after this. At Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, our mission is to fight to get you more. Because when you get injured at work or in a car accident, you will need more to move forward. We have more than 800 lawyers and thousands of support staff in more offices nationwide than any other injury law firm. So far, we have recovered more than $15 billion for our clients. But don't take our word for it. Check out any of our more than 28,000 five-star Google reviews from our clients. Injured? Don't wait. Dial pound walk or visit forthepeople.com right now. Morgan & Morgan will fight to get you more. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When you call America's largest injury firm, you get the backing of a national firm, along with a dedicated team from your community and picked by us. When you need a fighter, you need us. Call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. forthepeople.com. All right, let's check traffic. Okay, two things that often do not go great together. The Sepulveda Pass, 405. Thank you. Another one actually up Big Rig this week. It's going to be a very heavy drive, and it's going to be a lot to get that out of the way, it looks like. So it's very time to get out of the way. 405. North time to Kevin Center Drive. Stop and go from Wilshire Boulevard at this point. Through Irwindale, we got stalled. The carpool lane is taken away in the 210. Foothills Freeway, west side.
northbound at Irwindale Avenue, stopping to go for citrus. That's going to be a real heavy one there. Avoid it if you can. And to Anaheim, trouble on the 5 northbound at Euclid, crashing the center divider. Data flying the sky, up gets you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. Yeah. Visit UKCleaners.org or call 833-422-4255. Now for medication to treat COVID-19. Brought to the California Department of Public Health. Contractor license 1047-781. We are some homeowner headaches. We fix the show. What is our team rejuvenation? Where we help prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is warm for our new drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain section. We're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearance service is just $80. So nice and steady price. Get air conditioning and plumbing. ViralRabbi.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Sharp, are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Well, you're going to use my secret weapon, WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. No one has more in-stock and hard-to-find appliances than WBC. Go to WBCappliances.com, WBCappliances.com.
In this week's Marketers Report, Patricia Spanieletta, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficulty of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. The House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. So, yeah, we got it. But what I did choose was to get help from professional counselors. Admitting I was powerless to solve my problem, that opened the door. Yeah. It was provided life-changing resources and referrals at zero cost to me.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER or text support to 53342. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health.
You lost your setup.
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mouth and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your drain was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your vacuum.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. It's what a hero does.
If you know how to plug things, call Reader Hero coming in air. Go online at ReaderHero.com.
Social support are a vital part of child development, and they help mitigate the negative impacts of stress. Keep your kids connected to loved ones, friends, teachers, grandparents, and coaches. This Cal Hopeful Moment is brought to you by CalHope.org. Life is uncertain. All you can feel stress, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at CalHope.org. Watch Top Star Battle on Tennis Channel at one of the sport's biggest events, the BNP Paribas Open in Indian Wells, California. Exclusive daily live coverage at 10 a.m. now through March 19th on Tennis Channel. Welcome to Pray.com's Relentless Hope Podcast, a show that will help you love your life, lead with purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others.
I can do anything. And we put this girl from deep, deep pain to true joy and true peace.
Listen to Pray.com's Relentless Hope on the iHeartRadio app or wherever investigators about cold cases, challenging cases, even the most wanted. And the interviews aren't only interesting, they're making an impact. The word is getting out there, and this first aired on your show and Salt, and we've seen uptick in hits. It's the only show of its kind in Southern California. Unsolved with Steve Gregory, tonight at 7 on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Recording live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app in Canova Park, Dana Point, La Palma, and Chino. This is Soul Town Saturday. I'm your host, Wallace Sharp, and believe it or not, one population that is oftentimes left out of or not counted or thought of in the unhoused are college students. I never would have thought college students could be considered homeless or even unhoused. I always thought, hey, if you're going to college, you're living in a dorm. Turns out, no, that is not so. And because there are a significant number of unhoused college students in the Los Angeles area, Los Angeles County's newest housing project has finally launched, making 100 bed spaces available to college students who experience homelessness or are at risk of becoming homeless. Do not miss or do not miss. Let's just say the D House is one of two housing projects that has had their grand opening in Boyle Heights, where dozens gather to celebrate and share the excitement of this new project, including, yes, none other than Mayor Karen Bass and other city and county officials. Sam Prater, who is the LA Room and Board founder, wanted these houses to be different from previous transitional housing. The Dunamis house has the look of a fancy hotel, along with beautiful artwork, candles, and furniture. Clear that he wanted residents of this new housing project to feel safe and comfortable. According to Prater, quote, they deserve the best, and we try and create spaces that are conducive to success. End quote. To Prater, this is not just about creating a safe and comfortable space. It's about providing residents with important resources. They provide 3 meals a day, health and wellness classes, and encourage residents to finish college. So this is not just a hangout where you're coming, you've got 3 hots and a cot. This is also a housing unit where they are looking to get you through the process of college. One young man, Dispute Green, who is one of the residents who lives in the home, said that he experienced homelessness when he started college. His counselors helped him by connecting him to the LA Room and Board, and ever since he has been living in one of their homes for several years and cannot be more grateful for the opportunity of support. And again, for me, this is actually really, really surprising that there are young people in college who are at risk of or possibly experiencing homelessness. And connected to this by way of from college students who are unhoused or at risk of being unhoused, UCLA Health Department has received a $25 million grant for street medicine and caring for the homeless. The UCLA Health and Homeless Healthcare Collaborative has received a $23 million 2-year state grant to expand access and enhance coordination of medical and behavioral health care provided to people experiencing homelessness in Los Angeles. This grant will fund new equipment and staff, including community health workers, to assess patient needs, identify barriers to care, and expand access to a variety of services in collaboration with other caregivers, social service agencies, health plans, and of course the state. Funding from the California Department of Healthcare Services will also be used to develop and implement record management, communication systems,
and other processes, allowing UCLA Health and other street medicine teams to coordinate care provided to unhoused people. And this is insanely important when you think about caring for the unhoused is more than just counting the unhoused and putting up buildings. There also has to be some on-the-ground treatment that is provided. There has to be individuals who are going in and assessing the health, both physical health and mental health of the unhoused in the city of Los Angeles, but to help us better find out what is needed. Is it just a case of it got too expensive for you to live in Southern California and say living in your car, or selling your house and getting a motor home and parking alongside Forest Lawn Drive was the answer? Is it that you are suffering from mental health issues and you need additional help, you need psychiatric treatment? Things like this are necessary. So seeing that UCLA has received this grant to help solve this issue is just a joy. The grant is part of California's effort to transform Medi-Cal, the state version of Medicaid, and the federal government's public health insurance program for those with limited income. The state effort, known as CalAIM, emphasizes preventative, personalized medicine and greater coordination among a network of health partners providing equitable care. The UCLA Health Homelessness Healthcare Collaborative has also made possible, or is made possible. It was launched in 2022 through philanthropic support. So this is not just the state taking care of this. Part of this initiative includes mobile vans to help with encounters with the unhoused, in addition to really keeping up staff. So when I talk about the mayor's effort to solve the crisis of homelessness in Southern California, when you or your neighbors are driving through a neighborhood and you see these tent cities and you wonder what is being done, what is being done to help get these individuals off the street. Hello, this is it. Bravo to the UCLA Health Homeless Healthcare Collaborative. Kudos to you. Now, let us see what else is going on in the Southland as I kick it over to the 24-hour KFI newsroom and the one, the only Jason Middleton. Swim at your own risk. Actually, you know what? Don't swim. LA County Public Health. Stay away from the beaches because of bacteria. After all this rain, ocean water is likely contaminated with bacteria, chemicals, debris, even trash. The advisory expires Monday. Some Republicans are not happy with the president's $6.9 trillion budget. His budget makes his priorities clear. His administration is at war with the American people, freedom, and prosperity. Texas Republican Congressman Chip Roy says they want to shrink Washington by tossing out both the student loan bailout and the expansion of the IRS. They also want to recoup all unused overhead funds. The world's loneliest orca has died after years of isolated containment at Marineland in March. Kids of the orca whale was captured in 1979 on Q3 and sold to Marineland in Ontario a few years later. There she gave birth to 5 calves, and all of them died young. Kipka was kept alone in a cement tank since 2011, which studies have shown is considered torture to animals like whales and dolphins. A video of Kipka repeatedly bashing her head into the walls of her enclosure went viral in 2021, with many calling for Marineland to be shut down. The park said in a statement Friday they'll mourn her loss. Mark Roman, KFI News. Let's head back to the weekend in Irwindale for some fresh traffic. We're going to follow here. It's going to be carpool lane blocks on this weekend. Foothills Freeway westbound at Irwindale Avenue. Stop and go from Citrus at this point. Now, this big problem we have is a big rig that's stalled in the center lane through the Sepulveda Pass, 405 northbound at Getty Center. That's going to be a heavy drive from Wilshire Boulevard through Anaheim. Heavy on the 5 northbound at Euclid. We've got a crash here. It's going to be the center divider. Stop and go to make your way from Catella. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Eater. So if you're hurt in an accident besides the car damage, the injury from the accident can have a ripple effect on your life.
These games, accident attorneys know all too well that injured victims are what they go through. Your injuries can keep you from everyday activity, including work, not to mention having to live with the pain. So that's why the attorneys at Blue Jays have devoted their lives to helping injured clients. They're going to help you get the medical treatment you need so you can heal. They'll help you get the money you deserve so you can financially recover. And they're going to treat you with compassion along the way. Blue Jays has one mission: help hurt accident victims get better physically, financially, and emotionally. That's all they've been doing for 18 years. They've recovered over $1 billion for their clients and were awarded best attorneys in America. You pay nothing until they win. If you're hurt in an accident, you call Blue Jays, 800-500-6200, 800-500-6200, BlueJays.com. Southern California weather can pay a fine. These intermittent/annoying rain showers continue into this evening for LA and OC. High tomorrow around 60 though. Tonight, before then, the clouds stick around, but the chance of rain down to 20%. Lows in the upper 40s. We read the local, live from the KSI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Jason Middle. Do you have heart failure and often hear, those stomach issues ruin your birthday?
You're too tired to play that grandpa.
When you have such peculiar carpal tunnel syndrome diagnosis,
If these seemingly unrelated symptoms sound familiar, come to your cardiologist. Ask about transthyretin amyloid cardiomyopathy, or ATTR-CM, a rare and underdiagnosed disease that gets worse over time. Learn more at connecttoyourheart.com. That's connecttoyourheart.com. Sponsored by Pfizer. Los Angeles traffic is almost as legendary as our movie stars. The late-night comics get a lot of mileage out of it, but there's nothing funny about a serious auto accident. And the congestion makes Los Angeles County the state's most dangerous place to drive. At Jacoby Motors, we specialize in the serious injuries caused by these accidents. For over 50 years, we've won over $1 billion for our clients. If yours is a serious case, get serious help. Call Jacoby and Myers. Justice for you since 1972. With car prices at an all-time high, our donors are now getting the highest reduced ever. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. This is Jacob M. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to me right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising, with experts ready to crack your message fast. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. AM for short.
An iHeart radio station. More stimulating talk.
KSI is displayed live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app in Hawthorne, San Clemente, Laguna Niguel, and Murrieta. This is Soul Cal Saturday. I'm your host, Wallace Sharp, and last week I was recounting my tale. The tale of a young man who the Pasadena Unified School District, by all accounts, failed. I'd say about a D, maybe an F student, to be truthful. School just wasn't my thing. As the years pushed along, I eventually came to a point where the principal of my school said, Mr. Sharp, you're no longer welcome here. You are excused from coming to school. Basically, I was kicked out. Okay? I found myself in continuation school where, for the most part, I would just sit up and write rhymes, thinking to myself, yes, I'm going to be a superstar rapper. Because I wasn't an athlete, and growing up, that was like the only other thing that anyone in my neighborhood thought to do. It was one day, while sitting in class writing rhymes, that the teacher of the class looked over my shoulder and took notice of my rhymes. He said to me, Mr. Sharp, looking at what it is you're writing, I see that you have a clear grasp on what's going on in the world. I see that you have a deeper understanding of life and the way it is. Let me challenge you. Let me challenge you to take what it is that I am teaching you in this class. Let me challenge you to take these lessons and put them into rhyme form. If you can do that, I will pass you in this class. I took this challenge seriously. I went to work, going through the textbook, getting everything I could from the lesson to put into my rhyme. And when the time came and he asked me to the front of the class, I recited what I would say, in my humble estimation, was the greatest verse I've ever kicked in my life. And as a man of his word, he did in fact pass me in that class. This man grew up in the very same neighborhood that I did. This man looked just like me. This is a man that saw a student from his community slipping through the cracks, and he took it upon himself to meet me where I was and to help lift me up and inspire me to pursue further education, which I did. I went to Pasadena City College. I eventually enrolled in telecommunications and the study of radio, and now, some 30 years later, here I am. I say all that to say, it was last week that I came across the story in the Los Angeles Daily News regarding the Teachers Village. The Teachers Village is the vision of Peter and Edie Watt, two lifelong educators with the goal of creating Los Angeles' first ever housing project designed to be affordable for teachers in training and to provide a 2-year program that seeks to eliminate the barriers Black men face to becoming teachers. And so, I proudly welcome to the program the co-founder of the Teachers Village, Mr. Peter Watt. Peter, how are you doing today, good sir?
I am doing great. Thank you so much for inviting me to be on the show.
Brother, the pleasure is absolutely mine. Please, tell me a little bit about your background and what led you and your wife to starting the Teacher Village.
Yeah, so I am a native to Southern California, grew up in Los Angeles, all over LA really, South Los Angeles, Inglewood, Compton, just all over the place. Went to Berkeley Bay High School, then I graduated and went on to college at Cal State Hill. That's where I got my teaching credential and started teaching in 1997 in elementary at Compton Avenue Elementary School. And that's where I really cut my teeth in teaching. I was part of a program called the 10 Schools Program, which was the lowest performing 10 schools in the district at that time. And they were providing an extra layer of support for educators that were working in those schools, in those tiny schools with Black and brown students. And that's when I fell in love with teaching. I saw that I was representation as a role model, being someone from the community and neighborhood who decided once they got their degree to go back to the community and serve where I received those gifts and things that I had growing up in the education system. So I was teaching for about 17 years, and then I started a school in 2008, a middle school. And ran that school for about 5 years, and in 2020, my wife and I launched what we call the Teacher Village initiative. This is to recruit, to retain, and place young Black men who will go into the teaching profession in schools here in LA. And so we decided that based on our experience, she's an educator as well, teacher, school psychologist, special ed director. She was a VP and principal at a non-public school. And so we had this vast amount of experience of working with families and kids, but also working with educators that just knew that if we could get more educators of color in the classroom that represented the kids that were in the classroom, that we could have a tremendous impact on young people in our K-12 schools across Los Angeles.
To the best of your knowledge, looking at everything you and your wife are putting into the Teacher Village, are there any other initiatives in Southern California that are close to doing what the Teacher Village is looking to do?
In LSD, in particular, they have something called the Black Student Achievement Plan, and it is part of that is around recruiting Black educators to come into the school system there in LASD. And then there are other initiatives like a Latino educator initiative that they have, like I think it's San Bernardino and men of color. And so there are initiatives like that around the city and in some school districts. But I think what really makes ours different is that we provide like wraparound support for educators, and we want to work with those what we call pre-service educators. So our fellowship is for 2 years. In the first year, our fellows are not actual teachers; they're TAs or after-school program workers, because we want them to have experience in the classroom without being the teacher of record and essentially causing harm to students as a first-year teacher trying to figure out teaching and trying to figure out pedagogy and trying to figure out class strategy and all that stuff. And so we work with them for a whole year, and then the second year they go into a teaching credential program and become the teacher of record. And then the support that we provide to them is a mentor teacher. We give them a stipend. We have specific training that we provide on care, self-care for Black men who really have to deal with and unpack the trauma that they've actually experienced in school systems. And then we also now are working on providing housing that's affordable for them to live in. And so that's kind of what makes our program unique from all the other programs that really are out there. You know, as I was listening to your story about the teacher that inspired you, who saw the genius that you had, that really is kind of what we talk about with our fellows. We talk about how we need to show care. And when people hear that word care, they think like locker room, oh, we love you, care for you. But care really is about holding high expectations for the students you're in front of. And so that teacher that you had that inspired you, that teacher showed this, what we call the ethic of care, which was, I'm going to hold you to high expectations because I believe in your genius. I believe in what you bring to the classroom and what you can bring to society, and look at the results of that. And so these are the kinds of things that we believe in our initiative, and the training that we provide for our educators is what separates us apart from every other program that's out there.
All praise due. We are going to take a quick pause, and on the other side, we're going to drill down and get into the real nitty-gritty of what the teacher village is and what makes it work. My guest on the line is the co-founder of the teacher village, Mr. Peter Watt. This is KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now to the 24-hour KFI newsroom with Jason Middleton. News of the rapprochement between longtime rivals Saudi Arabia and Iran is sending shockwaves through the Middle East, including Israel. Yes, I did that, so I can say rapprochement. As of today, Colorado native Michaela Schifrin now has 87 World Cup wins. That's an all-time record for both women's and men's teams. The first ever 3D printed rocket is scrubbing another launch. In utterly unrelated news, 5 astronauts from the ISS come back to Earth today. We have a traffic check on down right after this.
You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid.
You hooked down a coin.
This one. Here you go.
Where did he come from? And where did he laugh? Okay.
Where'd you have that? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out the skeletons.
What?
They were up a tree too.
Really?
Your dream was really flawed. That's a puppy, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your vacuum. Either you fix it or you're going back to Asia. Try to be every day. We're litter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you know how to plug in, call Reader Hero. Come and get there. Go online at readerhero.com.
All right, let's check the traffic and head over to Downey and the 5. It's dead end of freeway on the stretch of the southbound side of the 605. Right there, being blocked in very heavy on issue approach. Now, through the city of Indian, the west side of the Deuce Avenue, we've got a crazy field, but lane is going to be blocked off. And this problem is popping up as well. As you make your way through our city, as you said, west on the Baldwin Avenue, we've got a problem here, potholes in the roadway. Now, It's over the past toll Digridge 405 outside of City Center. KFI in the sky up there. Pastor, I'm Mark Wheeler.
At Ralph, we want our best children to meet your expectations, which is why we're dedicated to doing up to a 27-point inspection on our fruits and veggies, checking for things like sorry. In fact, only the best produce is directly warranted and crisp carrots reach our shelves. Because when it comes to fresh, our higher standards is your produce. Ralph, fresh for everyone.
You can earn 4 times the points on all produce, floral, deli, and bakery items through March 14th. Simply click your digital coupon and take more at the pump today. Restrictions on the apply. Contact us on 1047. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix to get. One is our team rejuvenation, where we help you advance breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129. Another one is warm call unit drains for just $80 with a 30-foot drain snake. And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year. And our drain clearing service is just $80. So nice and safe part. It'll air conditioning and plumbing. ViralRabbi.com. We do things the right way, not the easy way. Yeah. Visit QKNews.org or 833-422-4255. That's for dedication to treat COVID-19. Brought to you by the California Department of Public Health. Hey, all it's Steve Sharp. Are you looking for a hard-to-find appliance? Go to WDCappliances.com, WDCappliances.com.
Win Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com. From 1909 to 1979, Stateside Hospital in California performed thousands of sterilization procedures as part of the Swedish law. After 1979, this practice continued in state prisons. If you are left unable to have biological children after surgery while living in a state-run facility or while in custody of a California prison, you may be entitled to compensation. For a confidential application, call 1-800-777-9229. Deadline to apply is December 31st, 2023.
Guided key transmission fluid. We all know how it is. If you did go to the wrong place for car repair,
There'll be more and more things, but it's
absolutely that's all that engine light is on again. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AAMCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. On the podcast Really Know Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Tobin, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most fascinating, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? They're featuring a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a secret. Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really Know Really right there. Really Know Really. Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
177 calls with you. Calls with you. 177 calls with you.
Car prices are all-time high. Our donors are now getting highest for December. Donate at carsforkids.org, and your car can be picked up tomorrow. Now, or any kind of real estate. Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Take it with you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus, a copy of other stations and trailers all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. iHeartRadio. And now, a few words from your dog. I'm gonna go check out please join me in my team of Wiggle Wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd. For Pasadena's Humane Wiggle Waggle Walk, tourist fun shouts and hear for the hundreds of animals this vacation each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle. That's KFIAM640 for stimulating talk. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. It's also Reno, Baldwin Hills, Rancho Santa Margarita, and Victorville. It is Soul Town Saturday. I'm your host, Wallace Sharp, and right now I am joined on the line by Mr. Peter Watt, the co-founder of the Teacher Village in Los Angeles. The Teacher Village is a 2-year program that seeks to eliminate the barriers Black men face to becoming teachers by creating a fellowship that offers fellows a stipend, job placement, training, and support, as well as a personal mentor while they obtain their teaching credentials. And to that end, Peter, if I am someone seeking to enter the Teacher Village, what all does that entail?
Yes, thank you. So we are currently accepting new applications for our new cohort that's going to launch starting in July. And so you can go to our website at ROTHSCHILD.org. There's a link that says Teacher Village, and then you can do your online interest form and application. So there's an interview, there's an application, and there's an interview process. And once you are selected, we start what we call our Summer Village Academy, which starts in July. And so we will be working with our fellows over the course of the next 2 years. Again, with the first year being as a pre-service teacher and the second year being as a teacher of record. We provide training every last Saturday of the month from 8 to 3. And that's again where we provide our training in what we call the components of care. We also provide training in trauma-informed care for Black males. And then we do life skills. So how to buy a house, debt reception, budgeting, interview skills, leadership skills. So those are the kinds of things that we provide in our training. Because what we know is that there's only 2%, and I'm repeat that stat, 2%, only 2% of Black men that are in the teacher profession across the country. But we know that if a Black male teacher and a student are exposed to a Black male teacher in 3rd to 5th grade, their dropout rate decreases by 39%, and student college entrance increases by 29%. So if you know that's the thing, then we need to be multiplying that teacher students, not just adding more Black men, but multiplying more Black men into the classroom, especially at the elementary school level.
With this being a village, is this a community where all of the fellows are living together, working together in your program?
Absolutely. And so we're part of a bigger movement in LA called the Livable Communities Initiative. And I've been working with these folks for FBI, and I've been working with these folks over the past year. And what we've been talking about is how can we create essentially a livable, walkable community that are affordable. And so we took that concept and said, how in LA, being really this city that cost of living is really high, and those are one of the barriers of people wanting to teach you in general, especially Black men deciding to go into teaching after they graduate college. And so we said, if we can provide housing that's affordable while they are in our program, that's one of the benefits that they'll receive. And so they'll live together for 2 years in housing, building community, building this village. The African proverb says it takes a village. And so we're creating this village of Black male educators who live together, work together, and do life together, as well as learn together in the process. And so we are now in the process of raising funds to build teacher village housing on property that we actually already own. And so that's where we are right now. The goal is to raise $2.2 million to build our teacher housing on our property, a 5-bedroom, 5-bath unit by the summer of 2025.
Peter, this is an absolutely incredible initiative. How can anyone who wants to see this dream come to fruition help you by way of either funding, curriculum, or even helping you find that next generation of teachers? How can they go about helping you to build the Teacher Village?
They can get in touch with me through our website at watchthepowerfoundation.org. There is a contact form where they can put their information, and it will come to our office, or they can give us a call at 213-361-9211. And at that phone number, we will be able to talk with folks who may be interested in giving to our project or introducing us to others, foundations and plans and their network who we could present in front of to share with them this vision that we have for Los Angeles and beyond. Because the ultimate vision is to be able to build 8 different villages pieces around the greater city of Los Angeles, near high-end schools where Black men are living and teaching in those neighborhoods. Because the ultimate part of our program is that this is what we see as a win. Black men who are fully credentialed, working in the neighborhood in high-end schools, and after they finish our program, purchasing homes in those neighborhoods where they already work. And so that's the ultimate vision of our Teacher Village initiative. And we want to be able to start here in Los Angeles and, of course, expand across the state and across the country.
Is anyone singing karaoke? You may not wear a cape, but you absolutely are a superhero in my eyes. I salute you, I salute your wife, and I absolutely salute the Teacher Village. You absolutely have the support of SoCal Saturday, and we will definitely have you back on as this develops and as this comes to fruition. Thank you, sir, for joining us today.
Thank you so much again for having us here on your program. And I just last week with a quote that I heard some years ago, actually in 2020, where it said, "Neighborhoods become villages when all of the adults step up to show care and concern for all the children." So that's how we see and envision the work that we do. And I got there to watch.
Amen. AFI, AM640, live.
You got it, baby. This goes out to the karaoke room. This is the camp. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. Thank you so much. This is Billy Joel.
Los Angeles and County. Dispatch your predator. Make that 18 of them. I'm Mark Long, watching the KFI 24-hour news. Officials have arrested 18 people suspected of acting in minor suspect in California. A task force in Sacramento says the arrest is part of Operation Secret Admirer, which captures anyone
It's 9 o'clock on Saturday.
Regular clouds, report suspected child sexual exploitation at report.cybership.org.
Making love to a Sonic engine. I also play Harmonica. Says, son, can you play me a memory? I'm not really sure how it goes. It's sad and it's sweet and I knew it complete when I wore an younger man's clothes. Ah, da, di, di, da. Da, da, di, di, da. Sing us a song, you're the piano man. Sing us a song tonight. We're all in the mood for a melody. You got us feeling alright.
So we showed up to the house, which is located in a gated community in the Port Ranch area. And that's where they found the man's mom.
John is a bar, he's a friend of mine. He wished me my place for free. And he quit with a joke, or light of your smoke. There's some place that he'd rather be. He says, still I believe this is killing me. As a smile ran away from his face. He understood that I could be a beautiful. If I could get out of this place. La da di da. La da di da. I follow the real estate novelist. Never had time for a while. And talking to David.
who's still in the Navy and probably will be for life.
Speaking of those getaways, how about an all-inclusive stay at a 10-acre Canadian estate worth $40,000? Or rescue this under restored economy.
The waitress is practicing politics as the businessmen slowly get stoned, and they're shedding a drink with all loneliness, but it's better than drinking alone.
Oh, almost forgot. One of the most sought-after items in this year's bag? A loaf of Japanese milk bread worth $18. Correctly signifying it. Now they don't take much. They need your help. We got some calculating activity on the deep end of our team.
Let's song, piano man, sing us the song tonight. But I'm on the hook for lemonade. You got us feeling alright.
What's outside of Getty Center Drive? This should be stop and go from Wilshire. And everyone keep down on the car. Counts down to 570 the freeway. Right when you walk here, stop and go traffic from Garfield Avenue. Purifying the sky, help get clear faster. I'm Martina.
With good cow, me a smile. With your clothes that are clean, they've been coming to see. To forget about life for a while. And the piano is sound like a carnival, and the microphone smells like a beer. And they sit in my jar, they sit in my jar, and say, man, what are you doing here? Oh,
purpose to help you when you need them the most.
Sing us the song, you're the piano man. Sing us the song tonight. Well, we are in the mood for a melody, and you got us feeling alright.
Some clouds tomorrow and highs in the 60s, and Monday, rather rain is likely to be starting Tuesday and lasting through Wednesday. Right now it's 59 in San Francisco, 63 in Orange, 51 in Van Nuys.
You are beautiful people. Thank you so much. That was Piano Man by Billy Joel. This is Rabbi Rothschild. We're here to rock you out all evening long. Hope you all enjoyed that one.
KFI, AM 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app in Leona Valley, Villa Park.
Anybody have any requests? I'll sing anything you want, baby.
I'm your host, Wallace Strauss.
If not, we'll just play them randomly. This is Elton John's Time Dancer.
Pastors are back in person here in Southern California. Yes, Hollywood is gearing up for the 95th Academy Awards. So far, the lead in almost all categories. Everything, everywhere.
LA lady.
But I'm here to give you
Seems to spoil the band.
as far as what we can expect.
Pretty eyes.
That is right, the Oscars are being held.
Pirate smile.
At the Dolby Theater in Los Angeles.
You marry a music
At
man.
8 p.m. Eastern Time.
Ballerina. You must have seen her
Hollywood the other day and made
dancing in the sand.
Cussing at traffic. It was, what is going on here?
Now she's in me, always with me. Tiny dancer in my hand.
They were doing all this construction. A lot of people are wondering, can you stream the Oscars? Well, the broadcast can be streamed.
Jesus free,
Live
out in the street,
because a lot of the
handing tickets out the sky.
The Voice and a bunch of other shows that are on different networks.
Turning back,
I found that you're no
she
longer
just laughed.
Hulu Live, and that's
The boulevard.
Worry not. YouTube TV.
Piano man, he makes a stand in the auditorium,
And Fubo TV. Don't know what Fubo
looking on.
Fubo as
She sings the song.
and some of these
The words she knows, the tune she hums.
So you know what? I'm gonna sign up for Tebow, watch the Oscars and be like, forget about it. And of course, if you have ABC,
The whole house feels so real, lying here with no one near, only you, and you can hear me slowly.
to let it be known that
I
while
hope
there
you
will
close
be
the
jokes,
time to dance.
that are going to give you a slap because, well,
Count the headlights on the highway. Lay me down and see the land.
Netflix special.
You had a big day today.
From last year.
Hold me closer, tiny dancer.
Only because of my humble estimation.
Count the headlights on the highway. Lay me down and see the wind.
The 40 million was, I think it's
I had a big day today.
40 million because you want to hear what he has to say regarding the slap. And you just need to push it right to the slap response. I get that. What I'm saying is, in the overall look of it, the thing that bothered me most about the quote-unquote slap was the look that it gave to Black America. The fact that someone like Will Smith, who is loved and
L.A. lady,
a black man who got on
sing
stage
your
with
soul
black
to
another black man
dance.
on international television. So for me, that was the blow
Pretty
to our
eyes,
community, our black community.
Iris
That was broken. That's what
smile.
I did not like about it.
You marry a music man.
This movie, this is my wife on national television.
Ballerina,
You
you must have seen her
another moment while I'm sitting here
dancing in the sand.
he knows I've been going through some stuff. Didn't want to watch anything I'm doing.
Now she's in me, always with me. Blinded dancer in my hand.
This is yet to be another attack. So I was like, no, I don't need this sports. I don't need sports tag. I just, I heard from people. Hey, was it funny? Yeah, not so much. Okay, good.
Oh, how it feels so real, lying here with no one near, only you. And you can hear me when I say softly, slowly. Everybody now, here we go. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Out the headlights on the highway. Lay me down in sheets of linen. You had a good day today. Hold me closer, tiny dancer. Out the headlights on the highway. Lay me down in sheets of linen. You had a good day today.
So I'm glad that Jimmy Kimmel is aware of the task ahead of him and that he is up for the task and he's already, I'm not getting slapped. Please don't slap me, I will cry. Some of the highlights that are coming to the stage.
Any requests?
Is a highlight I'm looking for. He's coming to the stage. He's going to perform.
All night.
Super Bowl again. Yes, he's just straight after the Super Bowl. He's back on stage doing it. Super Bowl Oscars. That girl's amazing. Yes, I love it. I believe that Lift Me Up is also nominated. There is a song from RRR.
Keep on keeping on. Here we go.
The gentleman who
goes out to the room. This is from Rabbi to you all. We're going to sing you some soul music. You know what soul music is? Soul music. Here we go. This is Aretha Franklin. Shade of Fool.
Or Delta People, I don't know. Delivering in the morning. So there's that. What else is
A lot of people wonder, well,
I love you. I thought you were my man, but I found out I'm just a link in the chain. Oh, you got me where you want me. I ain't nothing but your fool. You treated me mean. Oh, you treated me cruel. Sing, sing, sing.
I was going to say watermelon. That's not a good idea.
Never same. They got a weekly. I might be weak, yeah, but I'll give you same. Oh, yeah. The Lord will leave you alone. My father said, come on home. My doctor said, take it easy. All of your loving is much too strong. I'm ready to go. Sing, sing, sing.
When we come back, I want to get the nominations to see if it's even worth watching. So don't go nowhere. Right now, though, we are heading over to the 24-hour Certified Newsroom with his Mark. The crash is still to the financial world, and it was a long-time lender to California.
I'm gonna take all I can say. Oh, okay.
And 3-6, this is 3-3 to something for the weekend box office, having made 19 million bucks. Opening day with projections of 44 million. We'll go on the 5 when we come back. You locked your cat up the street?
Yeah, way up there. We can't come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
We can't go next door.
That was Aretha Franklin and Chain of Fools going out to the karaoke
Where did you come from? And where's your mouth and coat?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
Glad you all could be here with us tonight. Wherever you are, it might be morning for you, might be afternoon. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Hope you're all doing well.
So you're a hero?
Every day. We're Twitter heroes.
Wow.
Here we go. This is Marvin Gaye and Tammy Terrell. Ain't no mountain high enough. Listen, baby, ain't no mountain high, ain't no valley low, ain't no river wide enough, baby. If you need me, call me. No matter where you are, no matter how far, don't worry, baby, just call my name. I'll be there in a hurry. You don't have to worry, 'cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe. Remember the day I set you free? I told you you could always count on me, darling. From that day on, I made a vow I'll be there where you want me, some way, somehow. 'Cause baby, there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you, babe.
For adventure, wellness, and everything in between.
Oh, no, darling. No wind, no rain. Oh, with the soul can't stop me, baby. No, no, baby. 'Cause you are my gold miracle. I'll be there on the double. Just sing for me, oh, baby. Ha! My love is alive. Woo! But I'm my heart. Although there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide enough to keep me from getting to you. They don't know that there ain't no mountain high enough. Ain't no valley low enough. Ain't no river wide No. Ain't nobody. Confirm that you can hear me.
We're Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists. Enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com, and with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations, that was my problem, people complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, typing KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down, and on the creditgrade.com.
I never chose to become a gambling addict, but what I did choose was to get help from a professional counselor. Admitting I was powerless to solve my problem, that opened the door. I thought I was beyond repair until I called 1-800-GAMBLER, and they provided life-changing resources and referrals at zero cost to me.
For no-cost gambling addiction counseling, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Can anyone hear me?
533-4.
Oh, I can hear you. Alright, so you can't hear me. Nobody wants to say it. Okay. So we're going to continue. Here we go. This is Stevie Wonder's Part-Time Lover.
The town is free and secure mental health resources. It's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it most. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org. Next.
The experts at AMCO have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification, so they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology.
Call up ring once, hang up the phone to let me know you made it home. Don't let it know it's all part-time lover. Use with me, I'll break the lights to let me know tonight's the night we're moving you. My part-time lover. We are undercover, passing on the run, chasing love up against the sun. We are strangers by day, lovers by night. Oh, it's so wrong, the feeling's so right. Have a mail phone, get your phone, undercover, passing on the run. They don't love up against the sun. We are strangers, but they love us tonight. Knowing it's so wrong, feeling so right. Come back,
Or wherever you get your
Let's hire someone, ring our doorbell, and it was not you, my part-time lover. And then a man called our exchange. want to leave his name, but he's gonna go part-time lovers, you and me, part-time lovers, but she and he, part-time lovers.
We got Austin Butler for Elvis, Colin Farrell for the Banshees of Inisherin, Brendan Fraser for The Whale, Paul McCall for After Sun, and Bill Nighy for Living.
And then we can go to the
Okay. So I was on the voting panel. I did my next. Best actor in a supporting role.
Part-time lovers
Brendan
by
Gleeson
Stevie
for
Wonder.
the Banshees
Next
of
up, we got I Heard It Through the Grapevine by the late great Marvin Gaye.
Just Hurt for the Fableman, Barry Cogan for the Banshees of Inisherin, and Queen Kwan for Everything, Everywhere, All at Once.
I heard that one. I heard the last one.
Look, I'm about that one. And I know.
Ooh, I bet you wondered how I knew about your plans to make me blue. With some other guy you could fall between the two of us guys. I know I love you more. It took me by surprise, I must say. Well, I found out yesterday. Don't you know that I heard it through the grapevine? Not much longer would you be mine. Oh, I heard it through the grapevine. Oh, I'm just about to lose my mind. Honey, honey, yeah.
You didn't like it one?
It is the most overrated movie of my adult life.
I know a man ain't supposed to cry, but these tears I can't hold inside. Losing a you one in my life, you see, because you mean that much to me. You could have told me yourself that you love someone else. Instead, I heard it through the grapevine. Not much longer would you be mine. Oh, I heard it through the grapevine. And I'm just about to lose my mind. Honey, honey, yeah. It's making my sin longer would you be mine, baby.
For Blonde and Kate Blanchett for Tom. Again, I don't know what is happening.
People say they have but what you see. Son and none of what you hear. But I can't help but being confused. If it's true, please tell me, dear. Do you plan to let me go for the other guy you love before? Don't you know I heard it through the grapevine? Not much longer would you be mine. Oh, you I heard it through the grapevine. Ooh, I just about to lose my mind. Honey, honey, yeah. But you make one longer would you be my baby. Honey, I know that you let me go. Set up early through the grapevine. Yeah. This is your singing rabbi out there. This is Ain't Cloud Take by the Temple. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, sir.
Marcel with the shell with shoes on. Missed that one. Guillermo del Toro Pinocchio. I missed that one. If that doesn't win, it's a crime. Look, it's that deep. Puss in Boots the Last Wish is a crime. Puss in Boots the Last Wish is one of the greatest animated films I've seen in the longest. Puss in Boots was phenomenal.
Obviously, because that one.
Look, I think I was like watching How to Train Your Dragon just on the one.
Wow.
a review of it without even watching it, so we didn't get to it. But for me, I almost don't even care because Puss in Boots is so damn good, and I wasn't even going in looking to like it. I was thinking the kids. I was like, okay, the kids want to do whatever. I can just do this. No. Antonio Banderas. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish is literally the story of Antonio Banderas' life right now after the heart attack and not being the superstar sex symbol that he once was. This is kind of what Puss in Boots is, and that's why it deserves to win. Now, there's a whole lot of other categories which none of us like to care about, like costume design. Sure, directing. Okay, now directing the Banshees of Inisherin, Martin McDonald. You got to see that. That's really good. I'm sure, but I don't know who Martin is. Daniel Kwan and Daniel Schneert for Everywhere All at Once. Steven Spielberg for The Fabelmans, Todd Field for Tar, and Triangles of Sadness. Terrible. Okay, terrible. Steven Spielberg's probably going to get that one. But jumping ahead because I don't really care about documentaries or short film editing, international film, music. Not really care about music, makeup, hairstyling. I'm trying to get to something that you would want to see if you're actually watching. This is like Bill Murray's old Saturday Night Live routine. Haven't seen it, don't care, next. Yeah, I'm there with it. Short film animated? No. No short film, not animated, visual effects. That could probably go to Avatar, The Way of BS, even though I absolutely despise anything having to do with Avatar, and I won't watch it. But I'm sure visually, if that's the reason that it lied its way to $2 billion, I'm sure that that's the one. But the category that everyone is going to be tuned in for, and that is Best Picture. And you have Everywhere, All at Once, All Quiet on the Western Front, Avatar, The Banshees of Inisherin, Elvis, The Fabelmans, Cars, Top Gun, Maverick, Triangles of Sadness, and Women Talking. I have not watched but one of these films, and that is Top Gun Maverick. So I'm not sure what to get it. Mark, you're a movie guy, at least when you watch them at home. Have you seen any of these? Well, there's what should get it and what's going to get it. I have a feeling that Everything Everywhere All at Once is going to tweak the whole joint. If I had my way, Banshees of Inisherin or All Quiet on the Western Front would win. But what do I know? Hey, look, it could go anywhere. You may be right. I'm thinking that, they may even surprise us all and give it to Steven Spielberg and his life story told through The Fabelmans. But I do agree. Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. This is their year. And if they don't give it to that film, it's probably going to be, booed, and this will go down as the worst topic of history. Yeah. All right, now let's get on over to Mark Rana in the 24-hour AFI newsroom. A man has been arrested for allegedly stabbing and killing his mother in Porter Ranch. The man walked into the LAPD's Devonshire Division Police Station yesterday and told cops he thought he hurt his mom. Cops went to the home inside the guard-gated community of the Heights at Porter Ranch and found the mother dead. A coyote in San Diego stuck in an illegal jaw trap has been released into the wild. The San Diego Humane Society's Project Wildlife team has taken care of the animal for 3 weeks. The coyote was found last month dangling on a chain-link fence from a jaw trap attached to her left front leg. The humane officers say the coyote does not have permanent damage. The Humane Society is investigating the coyote hunting as a felony animal cruelty. LA County public health officials are asking people to stay away from the beaches because of bacteria. Ocean water is likely contaminated with bacteria, chemicals, debris, and trash from the rainfall this week. The advisory started yesterday and continues until Monday. People who go into the water can get sick. The man convicted of killing college student Kristen Smart has been sentenced to 25 years to life in prison. San Luis Obispo County DA Dan Dow says justice was served. Today's guilty verdict provides some sense of justice for Kristen. For Smart and for our community. Smart was 19 years old when she disappeared in 1996. Her body was never found. Health officials say all adults in the U.S. should be tested for hepatitis B at least once in their life. ABC's Chuck Syverson says the CDC also recommends babies get vaccinated to fight hepatitis B. All age groups can get the shot, says the CDC, saying most American adults are not vaccinated against hepatitis B. Syverson says many people with the virus don't know they have it because they don't feel bad or look sick.
The agency updated its recommendations yesterday. The CDC says the virus can cause a lifelong infection, starting at the liver, liver cancer, liver failure, and death. And as you heard Koala discussing, Hollywood's biggest stars are getting ready for the Oscars. This year's frontrunner at the Academy Awards is the science fiction film Everything Everywhere All at Once, which leads back with 11 nominations.
I am. And if I'm
was followed by the German World War I movie All Quiet on Western Front and the Irish dark comedy The Banshees of Inisherin, both 29 nominations. The best picture race also includes Avatar: The Way of Water, Top Gun Maverick, Elvis, and Steven
I know
Spielberg.
you need that much to me. And it's about to say,
1 hour of sleep
we
tonight,
don't,
and how that affects
please
last
don't
month,
leave
your
me,
local
girl,
car,
until you
up to
know.
them. We're hitting the
It's
crash
too
of the
proud
one
to
and
be, baby, please don't leave me, girl, until you know. Well, I heard a Thailand is half a man with no self-pride. But if I have to fly with you, I don't mind. Ain't too proud to beg. Please don't leave me, girl, until you know. Too proud to be, baby. Please don't leave me, girl.
From cycling to
Do I have to
running
sleep
to
on
rolling,
your
just
doorstep
to grab
all
my dog,
night and
and
day?
dabble with
Just
the
to
box
keep
jump.
you
It's
from
all here
walking
at LA
away.
Fitness. When you join
Let
LA
your
Fitness, you'll
flames
get the door,
flare,
clean and
even
empty,
this I can
basketball
stand,
court,
cause I
lifting
wanna
platform,
keep you
pools and
any
saunas.
way I
This is the best
can.
time to
Ain't
make the
too
new
proud
day
to beg,
resolution.
please
And today
don't.
can be your day to start
Don't
fresh
leave me,
at LA
girl,
Fitness.
please
Get your
don't.
pass today.
Ain't
Come
too
in the
proud
club
to
or join
be,
online with our
baby,
latest offers. From
baby.
yoga to
Please
Zumba
don't
classes,
leave me,
cycling to our
girl.
signature bodywork classes. Your muscles might get tired, but your workouts never will. Get started at startlafitness.com with your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. Amenities vary by location. Certain amenities may be available for an additional fee.
Now I gotta love is so deep in the pit of my heart that each day it grows more and more. I'm not ashamed to crawl and please you, baby. It's pleading to you from walking out that door. Ain't too proud to beg you, darling. Please don't leave me, girl. Don't leave me, girl. Ain't too proud to be, baby. Please don't leave me, girl.
They have teams working around the clock 7 days a week and have processed over 35,000 applications and counting.
That
More
was
than any
Mr.
solar
Day by
company
the
in
Temptation.
California. No one worked harder than Pepperdine.
Anyone else like to go? Feel free.
Go solar American style. Declare your independence with Central Solaris, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor who gets the job done right. Imagine no money out of pocket, no payments until 2024. Call 877. Here's Midnight Train to Georgia by Quietest Night in the Pit. Tesla and Enphase batteries are in stock. Plus, Semper offers new furnace and AC system for the lifetime warranty and new roofs with a 50-year warranty. Don't wait. Get your solar system installed by Semper Solaris before net metering changes and rates go up even more. For all offers, call 877-211-5591 or visit sempersolaris.com.
He couldn't make it, so he could be there no right.
The midnight comics get a lot of
Come
mileage out
to
of it,
know.
but there's nothing funny about a Jay's Auto accident. And the
He
convention
said he's going. He said he's going back to fine. Going back to fine. Ooh, what's left in this world?
Won over $1 billion for our crime.
Where's he left behind? Not so long ago. He's leaving on that midnight train. The girls are leaving on the midnight train. Said he's going back to mine. In a simple place and time. It's gonna be right. I know you will. On the midnight train. The girls are leaving on the midnight train. Georgia. Woo-hoo! Live in this world. Then live without me. In my world is here. Living right alone. He's just dreaming. Ooh, that's on the day. Easy a stop. A stop.
but he didn't get caught. He sure found out the hard way. Dreams don't always come true. So he ponders his own his own car. But one way ticket back. Life, he wants to. This is it. He said he would. Oh, excuse me. On that midnight train, Georgia is on the midnight train.
Another person. And so you are all
Ladies going back to find, going back to find the simple place and time. Oh yeah, yeah. I'm gonna be with him. I know you will. On that midnight train, leaving on the midnight train, Georgia. Woo woo! I'd rather live in his world than live without him in my world. Is his, his and her wrong, always in his oh, you gotta change the Georgia, living on the midnight train. Yeah. But he's going back behind. Oh, simple place and time. It's gonna be our time. I could be with him. I know you would. On that midnight train to Georgia. On the midnight train to Georgia. Woo-hoo! I'd rather live in his world than live without him in my world. Live in her love. Love, down the board, midnight train to God, the love, down the board, down the board, the midnight train to God, the love, down the board, the midnight train to go, my world, his world, our world, that train, my world, his world, our world, the midnight train. I got to go, I got to go, I got to go, I got to go. I got to go. I got to go. My world, his world, my man, his girl. I got to go. I got to. That was Midnight Train to Georgia by Gladys Knight and the Pips. And what do you call it? Gladys Knight without the Pips? He's Piplet.
For you to do for your birthday gift. I don't know. They're heading to the Hollywood sign. Maybe not at night. Maybe not at night. Maybe tomorrow, a little hike to the Hollywood sign. There are.
I asked before that song, does anyone want to go? I gave them a 1, 2, 3. They did not say anything.
That is a journey, and it is just to overlook the city.
I've never done it. I really do want to. Boom, that's a good idea.
There you go, see? Visiting the Scoundrel Garden. I love the Scoundrel Garden. Even though I have seasonal allergies, just still going and visiting and taking in the beauty of the Scoundrel Garden. Okay, here's something that you can definitely do by yourself and not feel weird about it or feel like, oh, I'm lonely. No. Go on a sightseeing tour. Go on one of the Hollywood sightseeing tours. Like,
so who's going to
go and see celebrity houses. Those are the best. Even though you're going by fancy houses and you have no idea if anyone that they say lives there or not. I don't know if that's the house that
I don't know. The room is called karaoke, so I thought people were supposed to sing karaoke.
Guys on those Hollywood tours are great. Surf lessons at Venice Beach. That's something you could definitely do by yourself. Taking surf lessons at Venice Beach, although from my understanding, and Mark may have already hit this, but right now it's supposed to be staying out of the local beach water because
it's
still
if you'd like to sing, we're going to give you 30 seconds to get your song together and say you want to sing. If not, I'm going to sing another song.
Yeah, so maybe it's name on the surf lesson. See the city by scooter. That doesn't seem that interesting. I'm going to
I don't know if you guys want to scooters. It's quite fun to ride a scooter.
I'm sure, like, if I was in, like, say, Costa Rica or Puerto Rico.
You got another 15 seconds to say you want to sing a song.
Like, on a scooter. Cool, but not in LA.
You take the LA Beach for granted, my friend. If you're from here, I think it's a beautiful place.
Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know there was a list. Thank you.
That's the point.
People out here, they do not drive well. Oh, look at that. You have to pay attention to the car.
Yeah.
Sightseeing isn't being smacked.
That's true.
But speaking of taking in the sights and not taking things for granted, a trip to the Getty by yourself, going up to the Getty is magnificent. Just taking that tram up and being at the Getty and taking in all of the drawings and paintings and photographs. Wow, I mean, the Getty is a trip by itself. Also, the Griffith Observatory. If you can get through the droves of crowds that are up there celebrating P22, and you want to take a trip to the Griffith Observatory, there is that. There is so much to do at the Griffith Observatory beyond just hanging out over the majestic view of Southern California, learning all about the galaxy. I love stuff like that. Whale watching. Whale watching. I've done whale watching, even though I am definitely afraid of boats and open water. As a child, at least, I went whale watching. I haven't done it since I developed a strong aversion to being out on water, which is why I don't go on cruises. But whale watching, that is a fun thing because when you see the whales and they actually come near the boat, I'm already getting anxiety thinking about the whales coming up to the boat. I'm actually cool on the whale watching. I'm going to scratch that off the list.
That took it very quickly.
I just thought about the whale coming up near the boat and a giant, whale just was stopping, and I'm just like, I don't know. I'm going to need a bigger boat. See, right there. I'm cool on that. Helicopter tour of the city. I have thought about doing that. I thought that would be like a fun thing to do on a romantic date, but I can see doing that by yourself. I can see that as being a thing for us to go. Eat at Cheap Hot Dogs. Okay, I don't know why this is even on their list.
No.
And I'm going to take this off the list. It's a landmark. It is a landmark. It is also called Lots of Marketing.
So they say you're a toilet.
Hey, look, I am not trying to just scare people, but yeah. Woo! Taking a farmer's market. I love going to the farmer's market. I love going to the farmer's. I don't necessarily like trying the little, like they're going to have samples out there. I'm not so into trying the samples now since COVID. I'm not trying your COVID samples, okay? Or people are walking by. Oh, this is so tasty.
Why is your mind going there? Hatred
raging just underneath the surface there is really nowhere today. I'm just saying, like, but going to the farmer's market, there's so many different things you can do. I'm going to have some more things for you to get into as we go to break. I'm looking at all these other fun things, but we will get into that. Now, though, let's head over to the
Thank you so much. So as I feel, and I'm new to this, I'm first
500 people are under evacuation around Monterey County's agricultural community after the Pajaro River's levee was breached from flooding after an atmospheric river pummeled the state. The White House is denying reports President Biden has approved a controversial oil drilling project in Alaska, and the Marilyn Monroe biopic Blonde has received 2 Razzie Awards ahead of the Oscars, one for Worst Picture and another for Worst Screenplay. We'll check some trouble on the 405 right after that.
so now I see the chat, and I
locked your head up the tree.
shows that I'm number 1 on the list. Thank you so much for
Hang on, I'll get it for you.
So it's very helpful. So we're going to play that on this one.
Thank you. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where is your mom?
Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree too. Your drain is really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom. Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Before the hero
I need no
Look out, whatever you're going to support
405 over the pass. It's Bigridge and it's stopped out. It's in the center lane of the 405 northbound at Getty Center. Then the freeway here stopped from Wilshire Boulevard. This follows the studio city as well. One southwest Coldwater Canyon. Trouble here in the center of the shoulders, and that stops traffic here from Bigridge as the down the yellow column on the 5. Then in freeway southbound 605, right lane blocked. South road from Garfield Avenue. Data in the sky got shifted faster. I'm Martina. The single credit cards do something pretty awesome. At the end of your first year, they automatically double the cashback you've earned. That's right, everything you earn double. The cashback from Christmas on all double. Seriously, though, see terms and check it out for yourself at discover.com/rent.
It's sponsored by Jackson Hewitt. 100% certain about your taxes. Jackson Hewitt, that's your returns for life. Use today to get 50% off tax prep. 50% off is a limited time offer for new clients buying at participating locations. Max value $200. Visit jacksonhewitt.com/50 for terms.
Want to sell your valuable coins, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art for more? Here's someone who will tell you why you should call Tangible Investment.
Hi, my name is Allie Eastburn, and I'm the founder of ROTHSCHILD.
We're brand your family charity.
About 11 years ago, I realized that the ring on my finger could literally save an entire village in Africa. So I got that ring, and now we're bringing family in for organizations for women and men all over the world.
So who finds Allie's donated ring?
Think about investment. I really got this together rings directly to people investment, and they give us more money for those things than anyone else ever has.
With Bill Self, Allie is changing the world.
And how that's what we do best with this. No one around in my
Tangible investment owners will need your help and become America's top jewelry, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Still guarantees you'll get more.
Thanks so much, Bill and Triple Investment, for all you've done for us.
Call now for a no obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Staples Printed Marketing Services help small business print big. Now get $15 off signs, banners, and posters when you spend $75 or more. Offer ends 4/15. Visit staples.com/print big for details. This is your sign to try Staples.
I see a little silhouette of a man. Seven moves, go you do the fountain. Thunder goes and lightning, very, very bright. And
Listen to Really Know Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
And the devil put a sign for me, for me, for me.
And we at Nathan and Morgan are ready to fight to get you just that. You are. Don't wait.
So you think you can stop me and take in my
I've got
eyes?
Morgan and Morgan and Morgan. When you call up
So you
Morgan,
think you
Morgan
can love me
you
and
get the
leave
back
me
end
to
of the
die?
along with the dedication of your community to take that fight. When you need to fight, you need us. Call America's largest country law firm. Call Morgan and Morgan. Watch Top Star Saddle on Dance Channel at one of the sports biggest events, the BSC Caraba Open in Beacon Wells, California. Exclusive daily live coverage at 10 a.m. Now through March 19th on Connect Channel. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting and Sean's personal info, social security number? No, oh no. You've been stolen. LifeLock by Northern encourages you to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to help them. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first deal with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Poor Sam was a mess. Always looking, his paws were soaking wet. He had bald spots on his back. He had sushi. Well, that's happened. 2 weeks after he started Dynamite, I started seeing great improvements, and today 99% of his issues are non-existent. Dynamite gives nutrition. Dynamite is the best thing you can use for your dog.
Now, after this dog will be...
I get my dynamite from DINOVITE.com.
On the free iHeartRadio app on take your time and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Portions of the following program will be recorded. I know the weight of the world seems to rest on your shoulders. And sometimes life seems like it's filled only with confusion. But I assure you, I have a plan for you. The Jesus Christ Show. Tomorrow morning at 6 on KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
We're on the iHeartRadio app in Playa del Rey, San Gabriel, Laguna Beach, and Lake Elsinore. This is Soul Cal Saturday. I'm your host, Wallace Shaw, continuing on this list of fun things to do.
I don't see anyone else on the queue. If I'm wrong, please let me know.
Believe it or not,
I
like,
appreciate
I
it if you let me
don't
know
try
if
to
something wrong here.
this
This is
part
Fleetwood
for
Mac,
for
the
fun.
King.
Yeah, you know, you want to go for the experience at Disneyland or Knott's Farm or Magic Mountain. Yeah, that's fine.
Does somebody like to sing?
A really understated theme park
I heard
place
somebody
where
say
it's just
so.
a fun trip to go.
I didn't see
It's
anybody on the
actually
queue. I
Universal
just checked
Studios.
it, so I
Universal
could be wrong.
Studios is a lot less expensive than the other
Here we go.
bigger theme
Here we go.
parks.
Actually,
And
we're
there's just more to see there. Plus,
I love it.
I love
You like
to walk
Fleetwood Mac?
city
Everybody
walks,
knows Fleetwood Mac.
restaurants, movie
Fleetwood
theaters
Mac is a
there.
rock and
There's
roll band.
the indoor sky
Here we go.
guys.
They
If you're
are.
by yourself, you can go and do that.
Okay.
So
We're
I
gonna play.
like going to Universal Studios and City Walk right around the corner from here, us at Burbank. But if you're ever just on the dolo and want to get out and maybe, you know, take in a studio tour at Universal Studios or go and hang out at City Walk and some lunch, catch a movie, that's always fun. You could try joining a luxury boat cruise, although you may end up feeling very self-conscious because it's a luxury boat cruise and there may be luxurious people on it who are like, oh yeah, Charlie,
If you wake up and don't want to smile,
and
if
then
it takes
you like
just a little while,
on the boat cruise. So again,
open your eyes, look at the day, you'll see it in a different way. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop, it'll soon be here. It'll be here, it'll be a call. Yesterday's gone, yesterday's gone.
I'm a big anime, and you know, just Japanese action figures and stuff like that. I love going to
Wanna think about times to come, and about the things that you've done. If your life was bad to you, just think what tomorrow will do. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be here better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone.
There is, and I didn't know about this, but there is a ride that's called the Angel Flight Railway. The Angel Flight Railway is kind of like a short, sweet, brief ride, and it kind of takes you up this hill in Los Angeles.
All I want is to see you smile.
Angel Flight Railway.
If it takes just a little while, I know you don't believe that it's true. I never meant any harm to you. Don't stop thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be here. Better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone. Thinking about tomorrow. Don't stop. It'll soon be here. It'll be here. Better than before. Yesterday's gone. Yesterday's gone.
And they're not easy. They are not easy going.
Don't look back.
There is, okay, this is a suggestion.
Don't look back.
about trust is people have had some rain, and trust, we're about to be praying for rain as soon as the sun comes back. But you can book a full day by finding some Airbnb with a beautiful pool. And just you go hang out and by the pool. It's just you can, chill in the Airbnb, maybe, watch the movies, get the friends together for a little get together.
There's actually even, I can't remember the website right now, I'm blinking, but there is a way where you can actually, people that have pools, rent them out, kind of like, so they'll be in their house chilling, and you just come over there and get in their pool and hang out. Me and my friends rented it out a couple of times for certain celebrations and get together. It's actually a really good time.
That's just these weird things that people know there, they're like, this is just not cool.
Yeah, when we were leaving, they're like, you guys are playing Marco Polo? That's so cool. Because they're like 130, but it's like, wow, you were watching.
And they're out there with the cameras and the weird.
Yeah, well, thanks for doing what you did today and looking that up.
I'm in getting my pool. I didn't want you in the house. I didn't want you able to come out and stand there with your towel and say stuff like, mind if I join in? I don't want that.
You're able to rent in pools.
Yeah, 15 pools. Or you can also head down to check out LA Park Walk in downtown Los Angeles. I swear that is a gorgeous journey checking out Park Walk in LA. There's also the LA Zoo, although I don't believe in zoos or the imprisonment or the what I perceive as the well, I'm not going to say that. Because I don't believe in the imprisonment of animals, so I'm not going to tell you to go check out the zoo. But you can't do that by yourself. You can't go check out the zoo. Whatever it is you do, choose to do, or if you're looking to do something, we will have this list of 47 fun things to do alone in Los Angeles for the solo travelers on the website at SoCal Saturdays or KFIN244/SoCal Saturday. I believe that's it. I'm not too up on the social media.
And I've actually been under up a lot of time to be honest.
Okay, sure, let's go back. You can find it if you go and check us out on the website. Whatever you do, don't go anywhere because coming up next is Unsolved with Steve Gregory. So keep it locked. This is KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You're free to us. For the reading, if we can reach 10 o'clock forward an hour. No, so you can reach out right.
KFI.
AOSP
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. More water woes and much longer life in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A levee has failed on the Pajaro River in Monterey County. There's flooding and evacuations going on. Steve Patterson says a weather phenomenon known as the Pineapple Express is causing subtropical weather from the Pacific.
This is one of two atmospheric rivers that we're expected to get. The second one coming on Monday, bringing even more precipitation to areas that do not need it at all.
The state of emergency has been declared in Central California. At least 2 people have been killed in the heavy rain and flooding. After more than 24 hours, a man's continuing to barricade himself inside a home in Belinda with police outside after an exchange of gunfire. The barricade's been going on since 2:30 yesterday afternoon. LA County Sheriff's deputies responded to Wing Lane because of a man shooting at pedestrians. At least one woman was shot and taken to a hospital. A man who shot and killed his ex-girlfriend's twin daughters in San Diego County has pleaded guilty to first-degree murder. He was accused of shooting a 15-year-old girl nearly 3 years ago at their home. The girl's mother and her other children were able to escape. The guy was found hiding in the backyard near the shooting. The deputy district DA announced yesterday the man faces life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 22 years. He's scheduled for sentencing April 7th. The University of Akron is giving full scholarships to 2 men recently exonerated after 15 years in prison. Michael Sutton and Kenny Phillips were in high school when they were convicted of attempted murder for a crime they didn't commit. Sutton is 34 years old and said this week he starts classes in the fall.
They got the 20-year-old summer off today, so you might as well take advantage of it.
Sutton, who was sentenced to 41 years in prison, says he plans to study business administration. He and Phillips were released from prison in 2021 and exonerated last year. At least 6 people have been killed in a shooting in Hamburg, Germany. Police say the shooter shot through a window into a building used by Jehovah's Witnesses and later shot himself.
Police say the 35-year-old gunman, to be identified only as Philip F. for privacy law reasons, was a former member of the congregation who left 18 months ago.
ABC's Marcus Moore says police received an anonymous tip Thursday night that the shooter developed a special rage toward religious groups, particularly the Jehovah's Witnesses. 7 other people were hurt and with life-threatening injuries.
Dragon Endurance undocked 262 statute miles earlier than Coral and SpaceX on the Big Loop separation confirmed. 4 astronauts are on their way back to Earth after departing the International Space Station. They boarded a SpaceX Dragon capsule, which then undocked from the ISS early this morning. NASA astronauts Josh Posada and Nicole Mann, along with Russian cosmonaut Anna Shishkina and Japan's Koichi Wakata, are wrapping up 5 months in orbit. The capsule is expected to splash down off the coast of Florida. It's after 6 tonight. Well, if we go back in time an hour, we can see it. And the creators of The Mandalorian says he's got some ideas for Disney Imagineers.
John Favreau says he'd like to see a Mandalorian attraction at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge at Disneyland. In an interview with IMDb, Favreau says he'd like to see an immersive attraction that would allow people to feel the ride using haptic technology. It would also center around the Razor-Crest spacecraft, which the Mandalorian and the kids traveled around the galaxy in, until it got destroyed in the second season of the show. While the Mandalorian made this be a dream, an Avatar attraction at Disneyland is a plain reality, according to CEO Bob Iger, who made that announcement in February. Amy King, KFI News.
A federal crash on the 101 in Studio City. Busy one right now in Ventura Freeway, south on the Coldwater Canyon. Within the center divider, stop traffic from Havenhurst. Northbound side should be heavy as you pass through Studio City as well. Griffith Park, you got a problem on the 5, south on Colorado Street. 3 left lanes are blocked, stop and go from the 134. Also, Sepulveda Pass, we still have stalled Big Rig just in the center lane. Heavy traffic from Wilshire on the 405 from northbound side, but at Getty Center on the San Diego Freeway. Very heavy inflow as you approach. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Wheeler. You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. I'm scared to come down.
Hang on, I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did you come from? And where's your mask and cape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
Why?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your dream was
Heroes?
try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing George.
It's what a hero does.
If you know how to plug things, call Reader Hero coming in air. Go online at readerhero.com.
99688. Sublime weather from KFI. It looks just cloudy right now, but we've got a 20% chance of more rain again tonight with lows in the mid-50s. Some clouds and highs in the 60s tomorrow and Monday. Then rain's likely to come back Tuesday and Wednesday. Right now it's 57 in San Clemente, 51 in Orange, 59 in Van Nuys, 60 in Cerrito. We lead local live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ron. KFI AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. On East in Southern California, hundreds of investigators are working more than 10,000 unsolved cases.
I know it.
That's thousands of friends and families who have lost loved ones, thousands of people who got away with a crime, and thousands of murderers who still walk the streets. Killers who may be your neighbor, your church, or could be
This
a
is
close
perfect for
friend.
extra. I found the love.
Next 2 hours, we'll highlight the
For me.
baffled investigators, but just need that one
Down in the sky, right in.
This is
Follow my lead. I found the girl. Beautiful and sweet.
our crime fighter series continues.
I never knew you were the someone waiting for me. We were lifted when we fell in love, not knowing what it was. I will not give you up this time. Just kiss me slow. Your heart is all I own, and in your eyes you're holding mine. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between my eyes. Dancing on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When you said you loved the mess, I whispered underneath my breath. You heard it, Johnny, you heard tonight.
Looking down far the top of North Project. So you knew that you had conditions for fire.
I found the one,
You have the right
stronger than anyone I know. She shared my dreams. I hope that someday I'll future more than touch my secrets. She carry love to every children of our own. We are still kids, but we're so in love, fighting against our lives. I know we'll be alright. Darling, just hold my hand. Remind her I'll be your man. I'll see my future in your eyes. Baby, I'm dancing in the dark with you between on the grass, listening to our favorite song. When I saw you in that dress, looking so beautiful, I don't deserve it. Darling, you look perfect.
And at this point, do you recall how close how far away home?
Initially, it was a little wind picked up
Dancing in the dark with you between
800
my arms,
residential areas
barefoot on the grass,
there on the side of
listening to our favorite song. I have faith in what I see. Now I know I have met an angel, a person. She was perfect. I don't deserve it. You look perfect.
How do you fire?
Goes out to the room. It's perfect for extra.
I know.
Yeah,
I want you to tell people.
usually they're named based on the geographic location where it's reported at. In this case, it was reported near Colby Clinton Trail of the name.
And who gets to decide the fire?
The the ordering point, the dispatch center who's sending out the resources and the point of contact for the fire will name it.
So I had heard once that the first person on the scene.
That used to be true.
Okay.
A number of years ago, that was true, and some unfortunate choices and names were used for some fires, and that practice was stopped pretty quick.
Any examples of those?
Um,
Okay, I can understand that.
Relatively small fires that, kind of gained more attention than they thought it would. But ever since then, it's the dispatch center who names it, and then they keep track of the name so that if one is reused, it's urgency. And if it's reused in the same year, they'll add it to 3 at the end of it.
All right, yeah, exactly. Or if it's a complex fire.
Exactly.
Which is, describe what a complex fire is.
So a complex fire is just a group of individual fires in close proximity to each other that look like or have burned into each other. So, for instance, a couple of years back, we had the Fish Canyon fire, the Reservoir fire, and the Dam fire, all off of Highway 39 in close proximity. They all look like they were getting ready to burn into each other, and so they established it as a complex. So they managed as one fire instead of having multiple fires managed in a certain area. It helps deconflict and improve the safety.
Or does it have to do with management?
Very much so in management. It helps with your resources, assigning what apparatus or what hotshot crews need to go to what area, and it cleans up the whole process.
Okay, so back to investigation. At what point, since you're on the law enforcement side of the Forest Service, do
you automatically roll to every fire? We try to. We have a lot of fires on the Angeles. So we have the law enforcement officers and special agents who are trained as fire investigators. And then we also have the fire prevention and control side of the fire organization who are also trained as fire investigators. And between all of us, helping each other out to get to the fires and do investigations.
Because typically, in my experience in covering fires, you don't really know. Your primary function and goal is to protect property and lives.
Yes.
In that matter, or lives and their property.
Yes.
But so you don't go out to fire saying, okay, this is an arson.
No. In fact, we get out to the fire. The number one thing to do is figure out where the most likely spot is that it started. Because you want to protect that area from anybody walking through it, driving through it, driving hers through it, and you want to keep it as isolated as possible. When we're doing fire investigation, the things we're looking for are delicate and very small. And so once you figure out kind of the most likely area where the fire originated from, then you're going to look at who owns the dirt. Is it all Forest Service? Is it on county land? Is it within a city or municipal jurisdiction? Is it Department of Water and Power? We're talking about LA County. Because that all influences what agencies come in and who the lead investigator is going to be. And we have our agreements with the county and all of them down the state with CAL FIRE outlining how that works.
More with Captain Tuttle, but first, I want to tell you how you can contact the Unsolved team. If you're listening on the iHeartRadio app, just simply press the red microphone and record your story, idea, tip, or comment. Or press pound 250 on your cell phone, include the keyword Unsolved. That's pound 250 and the keyword Unsolved. More on the investigation of the Colton fire, but first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update. I'm Mark Roman, live on the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rapid rising from California's relentless storms has caused the Kern River in the Central Valley to overflow portions of its bank. Legendary Minnesota Vikings head coach Bud Grant, dead at the age of 95. And Chicago is celebrating St. Patrick's Day this weekend, and they turn the Chicago River green again on purpose. The actual day is Friday the 17th. We'll check your Saturday evening traffic right after this. I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage nasal care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navage's Power Special will help flush out allergens, viruses, yeast, and germs, and that Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like Haley, quote, Navage is the best thing I've bought. I love it. My nose feels so clear now and I can breathe. I've been struggling with a stuffy nose for weeks. I bought Navage and it's amazing. For this one, I use Navage every night, could not imagine life without it. I have 5 cats, and before I found Navage, I was a clogged mess. Now I do so much better, unquote. Those are true of over 100,000 online reviews praising Navage. The all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Navage is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Navage, N-A-V-A-G-E, clean nose, healthy life. SoCal weather, we got a 20% chance of showers again tonight with lows in the mid-50s. This report is brought to you by the Palm Springs Aerial Tramway. All said was stall on the 405 as it's over the pass. So we told you this big rig would probably be here a while, and the prediction was right. It's going to be the 405 here northbound at Getty Center. It was reported about 2 hours ago. The big rig stalled in the roadway, stopped traffic from Wilshire, and it's going to be there a while longer. Now, Pete Downey on the 5 southbound to 605, crashed in the right lane. This one's been here a while as well, but it's still stop and go from Slauson and Griffith Park. Heavy delays on the 5 Golden State Freeway to southbound side Colorado Street. 3 left lanes are blocked. I'm Mark Wheeler.
They've got snow,
Shout out to Yoko Amy for the beautiful song.
Bundle up for a winter playground for the whole family. Let's see downhill with angels and a giant snowman appearing in the drift. Don't miss their winter wonderland at the Palm Springs Aerial Tramway. Snow at its peak. Visit txtramway.com.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Reset your rest at Mattress Firm's Big Spring Sale. Shop top brands today and save up to $700. Plus, get a free adjustable base with electric Time to score big savings on your dream bed. Going out your technician for service champion. You always ask, when I trusted person to show up on my mother's doorstep? Leland Smith here, founder of Service Champions Plumbing, Heating, and AC. If a technician doesn't pass the mother's doorstep test, they'll never make it to your house. After have to look clean and professional, and they have to be kind and hard, and they have to treat people with respect. They have to pass the background check and the drug test. When they do show up, they'll be wearing a clean uniform and a company ID. They'll wear shoe covers in your home and clean up after they leave. You're going to love your Service Champions technician, because I flat out guarantee you, if I were to send them to my mother's doorstep, I would never send them to you. Our number is 833-777-7777, or find us online at servicechampions.com.
Could you use monthly payments to help me basic needs, like putting food on the table, paying the rent, or buying new shoes for gratitude? Find out about supplemental security income. You may qualify if your income and financial resources are low and you're 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability or who's blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI. Produced by Social Security, U.S. Taxpayer Expense.
Do you have coins, jewelry, or precious metals and are looking to sell for top dollars? Bill DeGenova, CEO and owner of Tangible Investments, has become legendary by beating his so-called competitors' offers on these items by as much as 500%.
I had a diamond ring that's been an heirloom in my family for many years, so I went to a local jewelry store and they offered me $600. I just wasn't comfortable. I took it down to Tangible Investments and they offered me over $6,000. That store is absolutely awesome.
Stories like these are why Tangible Investments has become America's top dealer in precious metals, jewelry, and collectibles, and why Bill has been featured on CNBC and quoted on the front page of the Wall Street Journal. Over the past 30 years, Tangible Investments has bought billions in collectibles. That's billions with a B. Right now, demand is through the roof. Bill encourages all his clients to shop the competition and then call him last. You'll be amazed at the difference. Guaranteed. Call now for an absolutely free professional, no obligation appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800.
Hi everyone, I'm JCLA Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
When you like your press fly.
Calculated here at Unity Station.
When you like here in the movie.
Seriously, JCLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain has come through. We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. JCLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why JCLA is LA's very own.
I am a moment. Sunday on the CW. The holiday shooting incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico. This golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. This golf is live all season long, so travel for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Free play on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. Next weekend starting at 10 a.m. on KTLA 5 with CW. Find everything you love listening to on Audible. His celebrity memoirs, mysteries, true crime, sci-fi, and more. And original. Sign up for a free 30-day trial at audible.com. And this week's market report. Patricia Samuel, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on building trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the owner of talent. As the #1 audio company, iHeart uses its marketers access to the audiences, conversations, trusted influencers, insights, and data you need to grow. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
Seriously, Mike, you should just fix the transmission.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission experts at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AA, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Welcome to Trey.com, the Let Us Hope podcast. A show that will help you love your life, live with purpose, and leave a legacy of helping others.
So I can do anything. And he's like this girl. And she's
help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters. How to Money with Joel Marchand. Tomorrow at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 heard everywhere live on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. If you're listening on the app, you can send us a tip about a case, a story idea, or a comment about the show. You tap the red microphone on the app and record your message. Talking with Captain Les Tuttle, an investigator with the U.S. Forest Service based at the Angeles National Forest HQ in Arcadia. Captain Tuttle going in depth on the Colby Fire of 2014.
Beautiful Amy, that song was great.
About to get into sort of the mechanics of your area, but when your law enforcement folks go up to a fire and how you approach it. So on the morning of January 16, 2014, when did you realize that you had an investigation on that?
So any fire that we respond to that is not obvious, beyond reasonable doubt, to be caused by Mother Nature, lightning. If we have a lightning storm that comes through and our map shows that there was a lightning strike in the area where the fire started, then we'll go take a look just to confirm that it's not a big, let's go investigate. Outside of that, we're going to go investigate, and we're going to go treat it as human cause until proved otherwise. And so, we were talking earlier, once we get the general area figured out and we figure out who the jurisdiction is and who's going to be a part of that investigative team, it kind of gets very fast-paced in some aspects, and you're trying to slow it down in others. You want to get interviews, and you want to find out everybody that saw the fire, from the first fire apparatus that showed up on scene. You want to talk to them and kind of figure out what did they see the fire doing, what direction was it going, how fast was it going, did they see any cars leaving or any people walking away, running away. All those things we want to try and capture because those are very time sensitive. If you have a vehicle driving away from the area that we think the fire started, we want to figure out the direction and speed so that we can find it and stop to talk to them.
This to me seems complicated because this is a unique situation. In this particular case, evacuation orders were in effect. So you had people leaving. How did you know to track people down that you might have been witnesses?
We just try and get as much information as possible, and usually you'll be able to differentiate by time a person who's leaving the probable area where the fire started and an evacuation. Sometimes it overlaps, and you just have to talk to the people and kind of make that determination.
So are you going like to evacuation centers, or how do you do that?
Generally, no. We'll rely on, for an example, it's a hypothetical. The firefighters said, hey, we saw a white BMW leaving as soon as we showed up, and we noticed them parked down the road watching us for a while, and then they left. Okay, well, we want to figure out where the other end of that road is they were going, and call the sheriff's department or local PD or even some of our law enforcement officers to go down there and go see if we can intercept and talk to this person. It may be just a curious person who saw it. It might be a witness who can tell us more about how the fire started, or it could be a suspect. And that's where the real investigative work comes in on that side.
You have cameras that are the entrance to the park or to a forest.
Right.
So you don't have that advantage unless you happen to have homes, I guess, around the outside edge. Does that ever help?
Some communities will have home security, ring cameras. Sometimes there's like an ATM camera, gas station, the normal places you would expect to see a camera. Sometimes we get lucky, and some of that footage will capture what we're looking for. But as you said, in the forest, lucky to have cell signal, much less the camera or any of that kind of resource. So it makes it very difficult.
Talking with Captain West Tuttle of the United States Forest Service, we're at the headquarters in Arcadia, talking about the Colby fire from 2014. And so in this particular case, when your crews and stuff showed up, I was asking you a little bit, when did you know you had an investigation on your hands? So when did you realize the Colby fire was now an arson?
So at that point, we had an early morning fire. Even though the humidity was lower and we were in a red flag fire condition, weather-wise we were primed for a fire becoming established. It's still an extremely unusual time. And so that's the first red flag, is the time of day doesn't line up. We're on a trail, and so that adds more to the mix of something's not right. And so at that point you're going to go, we need to dig into this. This is most likely not going to be Mother Nature caused. Red flag fire conditions with Santa Ana wind, I've personally never seen a lightning strike in those kind of weather conditions. So the probability that started it is extremely low. So we're going to get in there and start methodically picking it apart to try and figure out what happened.
And then how did it start?
And so our first investigator on scene, a fire prevention control firefighter, talked to the firefighters. Where did you guys see the fire started? Where was it burning when you showed up? And that narrows his scope down. And they'll just start hiking up there. They'll go right up and start looking at what the fire burn patterns are. So when fire burns, it leaves indicators that tell you how hot and intense it was burning, the wind direction, whether it was being pushed, was it going uphill fast, was it going slow, and by reading those indicators and looking at them, your eye will start to work itself back. So when we're doing fire investigations up in the mountains in wildlands, you're looking to find the hottest parts of the burn. Where did it get established and just start ripping? You want to work backwards from that. And so once you've identified that spot where it burns really hot, then you'll see some of the spots on the side to it where it's kind of trying to figure out what it wanted to do. And you just start zigzagging back and forth. And you keep working from hot to cold. And as you work yourself down, you'll start noticing that your area you're looking at is closing in on itself. You've worked back, you can see what we call the feel of the fire. So okay, well, I'm working from hot to cold and I can see unburnt vegetation beyond me, and then you start to slow down. You really slow down.
For more about this case and others, head over to KFIAM640.com, keyword unsolved. More with Captain Tuttle, but first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update. I'm Mark Rodder, live on the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Dozens of water rescues have taken place following a 120-foot wide breach along the Pajaro River. Roughly 10,000 residents were urged to evacuate following the breach early this morning. California has been hit with severe storms and a large amount of rain all week, which could extend into Wednesday. At least 2 people are dead as the heavy rain and flooding intensify across the state. A coyote in San Diego stuck in an illegal jaw trap has been released into the wild. San Diego's Humane Society's Project Wildlife team is taking care of the animal for 3 weeks. The coyote was found last month dangling on a chain-link fence from a jaw trap attached to her left front leg. The Humane officer said the coyote does not have permanent damage. The Humane Society is investigating the coyote hunting as felony animal cruelty. You shut up. The mansion in San Francisco, featured in The Princess Diaries, is up for sale. The mansion was featured several times in the Disney movie, including when Queen of Genovia Julie Andrews tells Mia, played by Anne Hathaway, she's the princess. The home's going for $8.9 million. All at 9. It has 4 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, media room, elevator, and rooftop garden, which is also featured in the movie. And if you tell people you're the heir to the throne of Genovia, there's no lawsuit against that.
Dragon SpaceX on the big roof. We had
Dragon Endurance is returning to Earth following a 5-month stay at the International Space Station. 4 astronauts are scheduled to splash down tonight off the Florida coast. Multi-platinum selling artist Wiz Khalifa is coming to California's capital city this summer. The Grammy and Golden Globe nominated rapper hitting the road and rejoining forces with Snoop Dogg for the high school reunion tour.
I'm looking forward to it too, baby, as well. Bringing the classics and giving people a brand new experience to continue the legacy that we all have.
Also joining the tour are Too Short, Warren G. and Burner, featuring special guest DJ Drama. The 33-city high school reunion tour kicks off July 7th in Vancouver, stopping at Brooklyn, Atlanta, Houston, and other cities. Lenny Kravitz is set to perform the In Memoriam tribute during tomorrow night's Academy Awards ceremony at Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Kravitz has appeared in many films, including The Hunger Games and the rom-com Shotgun Wedding. The 95th Oscars will be hosted by Jimmy Kimmel and televised on ABC. And Bud Grant is still in the mighty purple people.
That's a great question. That's a great question. Great question. So I stream on like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for more than 666 straight days. So I have more content online than anyone. So the first step is you have to tell everyone that you know that someone streams their life online all the time, and you can always watch them. They sing karaoke, they eat, they go to the bathroom, they do everything online. So you can watch them 24 hours a day. And then from there, what businesses are going to want that information. They're going to want the data of having a human on camera all the time to be able to not only market, but the data for AI. So because of that, you're not only seeing perhaps the person who's been on video the most, but the richest person in global history one day. And what we're going to do with that is we're going to promote world peace on this, which we already do on our streams. We talked about it. No more war. It all starts with no more war. So you got to tell your friends about it, and you can watch me whenever you want. I'm live on 5 different YouTubes right now, in addition to however many Twitches. My YouTube's connected to my account. Just type in Rabbi, ROTHSCHILD, and filter by live. I have 5 going right now. Here, I'll show you.
Privacy every day. We're Rooter Heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house.
Check.
Go on.
And filter by live. And check this out. Filter by live. Yep. Here you go. You'll see I have more content than any person in global history. That one's live. That one's live. That one's live. Just type ViralRabbi and filter by live.
That should last through Monday. Then rain is likely again Tuesday and Wednesday. Right now, 51.
Look at all these that are live.
In Santa Ana. We leave local flies from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Vaughn.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Type ViralRabbi and filter by live and YouTube. These are all live.
And that means more than 800 lawyers, more offices nationwide.
I've got new technology. Yes, biggest thing in global history. And I have an instant translating. Just one moment, let this get going, and I'll show you.
What people are saying about us.
So tell your friends, somebody streams their life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. You can always watch them, and we're going to grow up together.
Don't wait. Dial pound law.
And I'm going to make your wildest dreams come true. So what does that mean? If you have a not-for-profit that you want to help, like if you want to help some kind of animals, or you want to help people, we're going to make sure that that all happens to you. And you get to establish absolutely. Just for a moment, and check this out. This speaks any language. So watch one moment, and it'll translate for us. So here we go. This is going to speak Hindi. Can you please speak Hindi and show that this speaks Hindi?
Wow, you've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the Smoker Plumber.
क्या आप विद्यार्थी हो सकते हैं और दिखा सकते हैं या हिंदी होता है?
Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or...
Do you speak any other languages?
The Smoker Plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain.
Do you speak any other languages?
Almost.
Yeah, there are a few exceptions.
Tagalog, just a moment.
On our website before your call. Just go to
just a moment.
SmellGoodPlumber.com.
Wow, you're like up front and everything. I just told a guy named Bubba who wouldn't tell me anything.
No Bubba.
The little girl?
Just professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unplugged drains for 99.
Filipino. Okay. Oh, it speaks Filipino really well. Just one moment. Filipino.
The Department of Energy has concluded that COVID most likely arose from a lab leak. If all you do is look at a map of Wuhan, they've got a giant national advanced biological research lab. Let's not forget that if you said COVID came out of a lab on Twitter, Alien Shannon, your Twitter account would be banned. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI. And
As I can't find, I'll find it just for a moment. But here's Spanish. Here it is translating from English to Spanish, and it does it very quickly.
Erika se traduce del inglés al español y lo hace muy rápido.
Everywhere live on the iHeartRadio app.
This thing is going to change the world because it's very, very fast and it's only going to get faster. So people have automatic translators.
Esta cosa va a cambiar el mundo porque es muy rápida y cada vez será más rápida. Entonces la gente tiene traductores automáticos.
So I'm going to make you a trillionaire. I'm going to make all your friends a trillionaire. Shout out to UFO Amy. She plays beautiful music, and all her UFO friends are going to be made trillionaires.
Entonces voy a hacerte un trillonario. Voy a hacer que todos tus amigos sean trillonarios. Rita Autoami. Ella toca música hermosa y todos sus amigos hombres se convertirán en trillonarios.
A lot of practice.
It's very good.
A lot of
What is your name? My name is Rabbi ROTHSCHILD.
Looking at the fire scene. We have a school.
I just wanted to know what your name was.
It's just the basic fundamentals. And in that class.
Hi, Arthur. Pleasure to meet you. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD.
3 of the 5 days.
We're going to make Arthur a millionaire, a billionaire, and then a trillionaire. He's going to have more money than he's ever wanted. So Arthur's just going to tell his friends on Discord, hey, there's somebody who streams their life all the time on YouTube. You can watch them whenever you want, and it's kind of like we're connecting with them. So it's a thing. Do you like karaoke?
Probably going to be my last year this year. It's going to be outside.
Oh, not much. Okay. Well, then we won't sing karaoke, but advanced science. Okay, so let's talk about advanced science for a second. Like what? Like anti-gravity. Okay. Okay, come back. We'll find each other. Arthur, it was a pleasure to meet you, Arthur. Thank you, my man. You take care. Have a wonderful day. Bye-bye. Okay. Shout out to Arthur.
So, you're talking about just going through and practicing it, but what are some of the characteristics? I mean, if you're looking at, because I've seen tons of burn areas, but as a layman, and I'm looking at it, I would never know, well, that burned hotter over there than it did over there. Can you be more specific?
Yeah, so the easiest way to describe it would be we're looking at how much has been consumed by the fire. When it burns through and it's lifting really hot, and it's moving fast, it's like a really hungry monster, and it just wants to eat everything in its path. And so when you look on the news footage, or you go up into a burn area, and maybe you're in the Angeles going on a hike, and you see areas where it's just moonscaped off. There is nothing but dirt and rock. It burns really hot through there. You'll get in and start looking at some of the root holes of the brush and the vegetation, and it's actually burned underground and burned out the root holes. It just keeps cooking so hot for so long. But then if you go a little bit further, maybe towards the edge of the fire, or a little bit back to where it started, you'll notice that
there's a new phone.
it's brown. So there's going to be some of those small branches. There's going to be some leaves, maybe a little bit of grass. Bark on the trees will still be there. And some of it will be protected and unburnt. So 180 degrees out the other side of it is to start off and black like a barbecue. And that's all indicated to tell you how fast and how hot the fire moves through.
Yeah, I was just asking about the speed of the fire. That also helps.
That will determine. That will help you kind of figure out
And working
how established it was in that spot. And the key is to remember things. Perhaps the slope of the hillside. Maybe the wind is blowing through and helping to push the back. So you have to look at a lot of different variables when you're evaluating.
We're talking with Captain Russell of the United States Forest Service about how they investigate fires. And the one we're using today is the case we're using now is from January 15, 2014, the Colby fire. So now you can, when investigators got on scene, the first thing they do was start to talk with the firefighters that were first on scene. What did you get from them?
So really narrow down a location. By the time the investigators get there, a lot of times the fire's already established and really large in size. And so just in talking to the firefighters, they can narrow that down and get a good starting point, help speed up identifying that area. And so with the Colby fire, once they figured out the areas that they wanted to look at and started hiking up the trail,
somebody be like,
and they established that general area. This is probably what we're looking at. The intensity has slowed down, the relative temperature of the fire has slowed down a little bit, or lowered, and they're just looking at the spot, and then they're like, it looks like a campfire was right there. This is in a campground, this is in an area that's not open for dispersed camping. We're in this thing, and so that really piques the interest. The main thing we're doing is just observing. What is there that's out of place?
When you say it looks like there was a campfire there, sounds like a circle of rocks or something, or?
Yeah, it's just a circle, a ring of rocks that
would be a building.
yeah, sometimes it's really, or usually it's really obvious, but sometimes it's not so much, depending on, did anybody take something over if they were eating or inadvertently disturb it. But you're looking at it, and okay, well, we're adjacent to a trail, we're not close to a campground.
oh, thank you, right?
It's even a normal spot where people are going to go destination camping. And yet we've got the campfire in here, but that's an interesting spot. That's something that we want to look at. Not saying that that's the reason that the fire started, but you're going to have to rule it out. And that's the big thing to keep in mind when you're doing these investigations. You're not necessarily looking for what started the fire. Instead, you're looking at what can I prove didn't start the fire. We have a number of what we call cause categories for vegetation fires. Immediate children playing, immediate mechanical use, a vehicle or a lawnmower opening, great arson, power line. There's a number of categories. And so you can start down the list. What can I rule out? Okay. A full distance away from the residential area, a little bit further than what a normal average child would be able to go. At a time of day when normally children are not out playing outside. There's nothing around that would indicate children have been here. There's no outside footprints, there's no toys, there's no things that would indicate a child. You can rule that out. It's most likely a kid didn't start there. And then look up. Are there any power lines in the area? If there are, what do they look like? Are we close to a power pole? If we contact the power company, do they show any kind of anomaly? If there's no anomaly and nothing looks out of place, and there's a few other things that they look for, you can rule out just the power company and the power pole had anything to do with it. And so that's how you do it. You just very methodically you start working your way back and what can I say I'm comfortable with, or this did not start the fire.
If you have a tip about any of the cases we feature on the show, please press pound digit in the cell phone and say to see what unsolved. Or press the red microphone in the iHeartRadio app. More with Captain Tuttle, but first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update. I'm Mark Ron, live on the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The reports of the Silicon Valley Bank are still receiving annual bonuses despite regulators seizing the failing bank yesterday. Former Trump attorney Michael Cohen is expected to testify before a Manhattan jury next week, and court observers say at the time prosecutors are close to indicting the ex-president over hush money paid to a porn star who said she had sex with Trump. And Lenny Kravitz is set to perform the In Memoriam tribute during tomorrow night's Academy Awards ceremony at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. We'll revisit something really annoying on 405 right after this.
International Awesomeness Day is this week, for what we call every day in the marketplace. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
Rain and Dine. You can get up to $100 in dining credits for the marketplace when playing Flash with the Rewards Card.
Number 4.
Rain and Dine gift giveaway. Get a handy happy shirt when you earn 500 points on the rewards card. The 13th or 14th.
3.
Bucket Shop with Dion Cole live June 10th. Get your tickets now.
Number 2.
Lucky you. A room with a view. Get $20 in free play and a t-shirt for $99. Select days through the 23rd. Call 888-MORONGO now.
And the number 1 reason.
It's madness at Sideline Sports Bar. Our entire 30-foot wall of patrons is going bananas with college t-ball all month.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo. Good time. For everybody.
Okay, I jumped the gun there. SoCal weather, 20% chance of showers again tonight with lows in the mid-50s. This report brought to you by Bank of America. And we are returning to a stall on the 405 in the Sepulveda Pass. And we dropped it to about 3 hours ago. Stall did rig on the North 405 at Getty Center. Stop traffic still from the Wilshire Boulevard. Good news here, they say the tow truck is on its way, so that should get there soon. Now, Griffith Park, that's cleared out on the 5 south of Colorado, but it's still very heavy as you approach and back up onto the 134 at this point. Give yourself time. And to Bell Garden, 710 south on at Florence, still have a crash there, backing things up. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Mark Weaver.
Bank of America has powerful digital solutions for local and global businesses. You can make every move matter. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. Bank of America, N.A. Copyright 2023. This report is sponsored by Memorial Care. Whether it's Sunday afternoon or 3 a.m., whenever, wherever, they're with you at Memorial Care. Get high-quality care virtually or in person with video visits, day or night, 24/7 telephone support, and more. Visit choosememorialcare.org for more information.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed with. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. There are so many reasons to get hooked on Texas A.T. shrimp sandwich. It's simple, comfortable, downright irresistible. And it starts at $5.99. The only cash is only here for a limited time. Texas Texas State. Welcome to the great state of flavor.
At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up today at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, battle ropes to box jump. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities with Olympic lifting platforms, basketball courts, pools, and more. Start a new day resolution. So get your pass today. Come into one of our hundreds of locations or join online with our latest offers. Grab your free 3-day pass at startlafitness.com. That's startlafitness.com. And a new third location for Kennedy. Open to complete free 3-day pass for removal by number of out of the 55. When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com. Honey, is that car still under warranty?
Oh, no, not anymore.
This district has got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Ox Car Care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, knee brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repairs? Ox gets to fix for us?
free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-301-4089. Up to the 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now. 800-301-4089.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089. In Big Chief Marketers Report, Patricia Sayalero, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct to Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. All the radio stations you love, every playlist to match your mood, the podcasts that everyone's talking about, if it's on the iHeartRadio app, it's free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Hi there, I'm Joel Larsgaard. Join me this Sunday for How to Money. We'll talk all things personal finance and help you learn how to save, invest, and enjoy more of what matters. How to Money with Joel Larsgaard. Tomorrow at noon on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640 heard everywhere live on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. If you're listening on the app, you can send us a tip about a case, a story idea, or a comment about the show. Tap the red microphone on the app and record your message. We're talking with Captain Russ Tuttle with the U.S. Forest Service, who's been taking us behind the scenes of how investigators were able to find out how, where, and why the Colby fire was started back in 2014. Captain, you were talking about how you started through the process of elimination. Talking about what, instead of using or coming to the conclusion of what started the fire, you're actually looking at what did start the fire, and that kind of helps you narrow down the focus. So let's go to that morning. Firefighters have been interviewed by investigators. They start to kind of get a sense of what's going on. You've already established that they found what appeared to be an area where a campfire being started. We don't know whether that had any role in this fire or not. The fire was far away from homes, off the trail, the Colby Trail. At this point, you and local law enforcement start to intervene.
So the local police department, the sheriffs are shutting down roads, the police department is starting to evacuate the residential areas, and for this case, a couple of observant residents, they identified to one of the police officers, there's two guys running down the walk. This is kind of unusual. We're at 6, 7 o'clock in the morning. Why is there two people running down the walk? And so the officer goes over and kind of figures out, what area they're running to, and they get to a spot where the Washington intersects with one of the local roads here, and they post up and wait for these folks to come up. And up comes two folks out of the walk. And so the officer kind of helps them get over to the road. And notices on top of this being a little bit out of place, they smell like smoke. Okay. And so field interview, a little bit of a quick investigative work, and these folks are probably suspects for starting this fire. And so they're placed under their defense. I'm not sure if they were detained or placed under arrest at that point, but they were detained for further questions and taken down to the station, and one of the local detectives was starting to talk to them to kind of figure out what's the story. Why are you running down a wash? Why do you smell like smoke? And work through that. And in relative close timing to that, one of our fire patrols was up on Glendora Mountain Road. There's somebody up on the road. They're kind of hustling out. And she goes up, hey, jump in, I'll give you a ride down and get you out of the fire area. Jumped in the car into the fire truck and he's taking him down. And he's like, you kind of said you didn't know anything about the fire, but in his head it's going, well, this area is kind of being really quiet and not very appreciative. Most people are extremely appreciative. You give them a ride out of the fire area. And Holmes looks like he's been standing around the fire, and he gets to the bottom. He drops the first off and lets the county deputy know, yeah, I think this guy had something to do with the fire. And so the deputy starts talking to him, gets the PD officer to come over, and they start talking to him and do a little bit of field investigative work and just a quick interview. This thing most likely got something to do with the fire. Takes him down to the station for more questioning as well. And that's just an amazing example of one, the local residents helping. Yes, we're trying to get out of harm's way. We're trying to get our possible kids, dogs, cats, get away. And yet they were observant and looking like that's out of place. I could let somebody know. Maybe it doesn't have anything to do with it, but still it's out of place. Our firefighter is bringing out another person. Something's not right. Let me bring this to the attention of police. I got a strong feeling about this because of this, these reasons. And down the detectives were talking to them, and the police weren't exactly lining up. This is always an indication that you should probably ask more questions.
We're talking with Captain Russ Settle with the United States Forest Service. He put the law enforcement branch of the Forest Service. Talking about the Colby fire, I wanted to go back and we talked about the officer with the Glendora Police Department. And then, between the first two men taking him down, at that point, is it protocol, or do you know whether or not they call your folks immediately, or do they try to do their own sort of investigation first, or are they calling you folks first?
In those early stages, it's usually half chaotic enough to where nobody's completely synced up yet. And so, because you'll have the origin and cause investigators, the folks that are trying to figure out exactly what started the fire. And then you've got the overall investigation part where, okay, we're looking for people who could be suspects. We're looking for interviews. We're looking to gather more information. And those are the folks that are talking to and reaching out to the sheriff's department, to the bomb and arson investigators, to the county fire investigators, to figure out who's coming, who's available to help, and what do we have. And it's at that point when you go, okay, well, yeah, I heard that you guys have 3 suspects. And then everybody starts talking. A lot of it is, hey, I heard that this agency found this, so they have that. So you go to get that information, trying to build on it. And then slowly, everybody comes into the fold. There's a good collaborative team that's working together.
When we come back, I want to talk a little bit about, when that all comes together with the 3 guys and kind of what the next steps were, okay? Also, before we go to break, one quick question. You, as law enforcement for a federal agency, do you have arrest power?
We do.
You do. So you're
hey, how you doing,
a certified law enforcement
person in a case out. So what we have is 5 counties. The 5-county delegation from the county sheriff that grants us peace officer status and powers of arrest under
more angles to see me. I have more content online than any person in global history, meaning I've been videoed more than any person ever. I have the world's largest YouTube channel. I have 36 of them, so I'm not afraid to be on camera.
Sheriff is always sensitive that authority and that ability to help out the detectives, help out the deputies, and address issues of state crime in the national forest.
I want to make you all rich someday, so don't think that I'm not going to try to help you all. By going viral on Discord, eventually people will find out that somebody streams their life all day, every day, and we're going to make the greatest dreams come true. So if there's any kind of not-for-profit you want to start, or charity, or people you want to help, or you want to get yourself out of debt, we're going to help you.
And when I say your box forward, yeah, it's
Los Angeles, Orange County.
live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app. Carol on the Pajaro on Mark Ron, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Dozens of water rescues have taken place following a 120-foot wide breach along the Pajaro River.
I'm here all day, all night, baby. Anytime you want me, I'm here.
Evacuate following the breach early this morning. California's been hit with severe storms and a large amount of rain all week.
If you go to my, if you type ViralRabbi in YouTube and filter by live, you'll see right now, I not only have 4 on Discord, but I've got 6 going on YouTube.
Walked right into the Devonshire division of the LAPD early Friday evening, and he told officers that he thought he might have injured his mother at their home.
It could be. This is the biggest event in global history. Nobody has put this much content online.
That's where they found the man's mom with multiple stab wounds. The woman, who is in her 70s, was dead. So far, police have not said if there was a motive for the killing or if the son had any signs of mental health issues. Israel Caravella, KFI News.
The White House has responded to the 20 recent anti-LGBTQ bills introduced in Florida.
I have a new piece of technology I could show you. This translates anything to any other language. So watch this. This is English to Spanish. Translate from English to Spanish instantly.
Because of how they use it. Because of how they use it. Because of how they used to live.
But it also can do like English to Chinese. Just a moment, we'll have it do that. Here we go. Translate this from English to Chinese instantly for the room here on Discord.
Gift bag for presenters of this year's Oscars is worth more than $125,000.
Behind evidence flag tags filled with fun getaways, artsy-fartsy stuff, and the very celebrity-centric procedures like plastic surgery,
translate this to the room on Discord instantly.
Getaways, how about an all-inclusive stay at a 10-acre Canadian estate worth $40,000? Or resting inside a restored Italian lighthouse for 3 days, that's worth $9,000. An 18-karat gold bracelet.
This can translate in just one moment, and let's have it translate a longer sentence for us.
The officers are not paid, so the bag is compensation for their time. The most expensive bag to date was in 2020 with a total value of $225,000. Oh, almost forgot. One of the most sought-after items in this year's bag? A loaf of Japanese milk bread worth $18. The Gregory KFI News. Crash on the 5 in Commerce. North side is 710, 5 vehicles involved in
English to Spanish. Maybe some people know Spanish, so here it is, translating what I'm saying on Discord.
Highway, that's blocking the center lane. KFI in the sky, helps you go faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
And Southland weather from KFI. Protect 5 minutes with a 20% chance of showers tonight, lows in the mid-50s.
Pretty neat.
And highs in the 60s tomorrow and Monday, then rain likely again Tuesday and Wednesday. Right now it's 50 in Garden Grove, 59 in Yorba Linda, 60 in Long Beach, 58 in Pasadena. We lead local, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark
So you can see my life in different views.
KFI AM 640 are everywhere live on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. To learn more about this case and others on this program, just head over to our website at KFIAM640.com, keyword Unsolved. In the last hour, we met Captain ROTHSCHILD, an investigator with the U.S. Forest Service. He's been taking us behind the scenes of how wildfire investigations are done, and the
Does anybody like
karaoke? At the Angels National Forest headquarters in Arcadia.
Certainly Primrose, that's definitely respectable.
We were just sort of honed in on 3 suspects, possible suspects, in the COVID fire from 2014. And we're just about to talk about, the fact that the stories to me for guys like driving. Can you give me more detail about that?
Sure. So, as we're starting to talk to, as the detectives are starting to talk to these folks, the stories that I wasn't there, and it's always trying to deflect and separate yourself from the events that you're being talked to about, so to speak. And so the small details weren't lining up. There's a monkey, man. Yeah, we were up there camping, but we didn't start the fire. It started, far away from us, and we ran away, as soon as we saw smoke. Okay, well, what location were you in? One person will say we were here, the next person will say we were in a different spot. And so anytime there's an inconsistency, that's a spot where you want to ask more questions and kind of drill it down and try and get to a point where you have a consistent story. Whether or not that's through uncovering a falsehood and giving a true statement, or sometimes memory is good fickle. As much as Hollywood would have it believe that memory is the greatest thing, it is not.
Sure.
And so you're working at that. You're trying to get down to what's a common statement that everybody is saying consistently. And then you build from that. And so during this time, the suspects are not talking to each other. In their head, you've got the whole, they're going to find out, they've got me, how do I get out of this? Nobody wants to be in that room being asked a bunch of questions from the cops. It's an uncomfortable scenario, even on the best of days. It can be very intimidating. And so you're going to be a little nervous. You're going to be a little worked up. And that's when, if it's not a true statement, you're going to contradict yourself at times. And so working through that, the detective will interview another suspect, and just keep working through it, trying to get down to that commonality. And eventually, one person decides, I'm not taking the blame for all of this. I'm not covering for this anymore. I want to tell the truth. Great. Let's hear the truth. Tell me the truth. Tell me what you want to say. And that's where we get down to starting to have a common story of these three individuals. They went hiking up the trail. They camped overnight up there. They knew. They read the signs, no camping. They read the signs. Hey, no fires are allowed. No campfires. And yet they decided we're going to do what we want to do. They get up there, they're camping. No problem. They're doing their camping. This stuff doesn't apply to me. I'm responsible. I can take care of this in a little campfire. Nothing bad's going to happen. Campfire dies down. They all go to sleep for the night. Wake up, the temperature drops. Most people don't understand how fast that temperature will drop in the mountains. 2 o'clock in the morning to 4 o'clock in the morning, right before sunrise, you're going to think you're in Siberia. It just chills you right to the bone. And then as soon as the sun comes up, you start feeling better. That last couple hours, it's just it gets to you, and that's what happens. Really cold. Okay, we got to start another fire to warm up. You're at the fire, and it's already cold. Warm yourself up when you're already cold. And so they kept shooting stuff into the fire, and then somebody throws a notebook, paper notebook for going to college and going to high school, into the fire. I don't know how many of your listeners have ever thrown a piece of, paper, writing paper into a fireplace or barbecue, but it burns fast and it comes off in pieces and floats. The heat of the fire pushes it up really fast. And so you have burning embers casting out and going everywhere that the wind wants to push it. Leaves your whole notebook under the fire. And so it starts burning, starts lighting up. You got pieces of burning paper that are coming out. The wind is pushing it, and it pushes it right into the brush. It's right next to the campfire area where they're sleeping. We have low humidity. We have wind. We have warmer than normal temperatures. Still passes. And once fire gets established in the vegetation, it's very, very hard to stop it and put it out in time before it becomes a bigger issue. And that's what happened here. It started getting established and burning in the grass and the vegetation and the brush, and they had no choice. No chance of stopping it.
Well, if we go back to 2014, we still have drought issues, horrible drought issues, so there was no moisture to speak of.
Right?
And that, I know that plays a role in it. So, was that campfire area, the one you described earlier, was that the spot?
Yes.
It was the spot? Yes, okay. And then, so did you find other evidence in that area that there had been there? Like, was it a spiral notebook, or did you find the metal spiral?
They found all the visual indicators that lined it right back to these two individuals.
More with Captain Tuttle, but first, this is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update. I'm Mark Ron, live in KFI 24-hour newsroom. The crash of Silicon Valley Bank is sending shockwaves through the financial world, and it was a longtime lender to California's wine industry, which could be affected. British military officials say Russian forces have made progress in their campaign to capture the city of Bakhmut in eastern Ukraine, which is the focus of the war's longest ground battle. And Scream 6, Fidget's Creed 3 beaten at the weekend box office, having made $19 million on opening day, with projections up to $44 million. We're going to look at some trouble on the 405 when we come back.
Hi everyone, I'm KCLA Senior today, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
From live to press one.
That's the latest here at Union State.
Reporting live here in Laguna Beach.
Seriously, KCLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain come through. We're covering more stories from more places, more often, with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KCLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KCLA is LA's very own.
What a moment! Sunday on the TWM. After the incredible start to the season in Mayakoba, Mexico, liftoff returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. Red Golf is live all season long. It still battles for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Stream play on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. This weekend started at 10 a.m. on KCLA 5. This weekend. Back to the stall on the 405 and over the pass. North on at James Center Drive. It's a big grade that stops to the right shoulder. The traffic is jammed from Wilshire Boulevard. At a crash in Commerce, the 5 sun at 710. That's the clear. You're slow from Atlantic Boulevard. And a crash shooting at Griffith Park. The 5 south on at Colorado. Still very heavy traffic, though. You're slow from the 2 drive. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice: continue their dream of education or drop out to help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org. Diet, keep transmission fluid.
Seriously? Yours is just such a break.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for car repair. I can't believe it. Check engine light is on again. So don't risk it. Take your car to the experts at AMCO. AA, MCO. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details.
Saving a spring getaway? This month, get 40% off Rosetta Stone's lifetime unlimited subscription. And explore the world with bite-sized lessons in 25 languages. from Spanish and German to French and Korean, and even Portuguese and Turkish. Rosetta Stone prepares you for really nice conversations and will have you talking from your very first lesson. So visit RosettaStone.com today for 40% off and get ready for the trip of a lifetime. Offer ends March 22nd. Rosetta Stone. How language is learned.
Why would a plumber just tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone? Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. They obviously have a price.
You've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the Snow This Summer.
Did you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stopper. The Snow This Summer at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for $99. There are a few exceptions, but you can read all about them on our website, thesnowthisplumber.com.
Contact your local number 39917.
Watch Top Stars battle on Tennis Channel at one of the sport's biggest events, the BXP Carabao Open in Indian Wells, California. Exclusive daily live coverage at 10 a.m. now through March 19th on Tennis Channel.
Is your car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs. Ox gets it fixed. Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. Ox pays. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A-plus rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies. The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your and military discount. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089. 800-301.
Pancreatic insufficiency. The kidneys are missing the enzymes needed to digest food. My doctor prescribed Creon and TRILLIONAIRE, an oral prescription medication that replaces pancreatic digestive enzymes. Creon treats PCI due to cystic fibrosis, chronic pancreatitis, pancreatectomy, or other conditions.
Creon may increase the chance of fibrosis and colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall. If you're allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not take capsules, and this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. What are not all the side effects of Creon?
Creon is the #1 prescribed EPI treatment. Ask your doctor about Creon for EPI and visit CreonInfo.com or call 800-633-9110 to learn more. That's CREONinfo.com.
Midlife crises are done differently amongst different generations. Jennifer, who bought a sports car, bought another house, now dating Pedro, the 18-year-old pool boy, and she has no pool. They'll handle. It was going so well until Pedro. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI and 640 are everywhere live on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. If you're listening on the app and have a tip, story idea, or comment, just press the red microphone button and leave your message. I've been speaking with Captain Russ Tuttle of the U.S. Forest Service. He's giving us a look behind the scenes of the investigation into the 2014 Colby fire along the Angeles National Forest. You were about to narrow it down. I asked you before break if that campfire you described earlier in the show, that there was evidence of like the rocks around the circle and whatnot, and you said that was the spot that actually finished that. So when they were camping, I mean, did it appear, based on evidence or what investigators told you, that they had taken camping stuff with them, like they were going to go camping, or was it a spontaneous overnight camping?
I think that they brought stuff to camp.
Okay.
But, there's a degree. You've got the folks who camp because they love it. So what they bring is going to be a completely different set of equipment, so to speak, than somebody who's just like, okay, well, let's go camp up there and have a fire. Maybe we'll have a few beers and just do a spontaneous, maybe they'll just bring a sleeping bag and a little bit of food, something to start a fire. Whereas the other crowd will do this more as a recreational hobby. And they're going to have a tent or a hammock and good sleeping bags and their little stoves and,
they're much more invested in the camping equipment. So with this one, what they were looking at around the area, they definitely lined up. They will keep people, under, not totally contained, no paper.
Really?
It never burns completely in a fireplace, or in a fireplace. Even if you take it and throw it in your barbecue, the paper never completely burns. When a fire's done, you'll look off to the side, you'll still see one or two little pieces of paper. The heat just keeps pushing it up and away from the flame. And so they narrowed it down, and what the investigator who was looking at what caused the fire, they determined that the fire was started from the campfire and embers being blown into the brush. Fast forward to the interviews, and that's exactly what we got down to the commonality. That's the exact scenario that was described by the three suspects. They got cold that started the fire to warm up, and then embers from the fire blew into the burning brush. It lined up perfectly and validated that fire investigator's determination of what started the fire.
So you did characterize these guys as amateur campers?
Amateur, novice.
Yeah. By sure. Virtue of the fact that you show it's fun.
Yes.
That they're probably amateur novice. Yeah. And I want to ask you a hypothetical then. If you hadn't found the three guys, and if you hadn't had the one guy who basically crashed, what would you have gone from there?
If we didn't have the three suspects out, you're really, really working hard at that point. You've got the spot where the fire started, you've got how the fire started at the time. So now you're going back to what are the ways in and out of this spot. And so we could go up to Glendora Mountain Road. Three ways in and out of Glendora Mountain Road. So you're looking at who else might have been up there and observed a vehicle leaving. Is there any cameras around that might have caught a vehicle leaving at a time that lines up with how long does it take to hike from the campsite up to the road and then drive through the camera. You're going back down into town and you're looking at those gas station footage. You're looking at bank footage for the color cameras. You're trying to find homes along the route coming in and out that you can see have security cameras that might catch the roadway. You're really, really methodically trying to work that out. If you don't have anything, it becomes near impossible to figure out.
Which brings my next question. What did you solve with?
Never really done the math on it. I would guess of all the fires that we do, solve rate by figuring out what started the fire, probably about 85%, maybe 90%. Figuring out the person who started it, probably 75%. And that's
Still pretty good.
That's a wild guess on my part.
Yeah, but it's still pretty good in the grand scheme of things. When you're not dealing with, like the real people thing, you're not dealing with street corners and intersections and business footage, and you've got a little bit of talent there. So at this point, Captain, you've got the three guys. You've got one who basically crashed and started admitting what had happened. And what are you doing to these guys, by the way?
I don't remember exactly. I want to say early 20s.
Oh, it's a young guy.
Younger
guy.
Yeah, okay.
Because I was wondering if these guys were homeless, or did they have jobs, or do you have any kind of profile on who these guys were?
But two, I know for sure, had traditional homes. One, if memory serves me correctly, was either homeless or bounced between residences, moved around a lot. One is not as stable as the other two as far as where they live goes.
Is there any evidence of them consuming alcohol at all? Was there like a booze with them?
There was a little bit of marijuana consumed by their statement earlier in the evening, and it was looked at as a contributing factor, but it wasn't not that it may be affecting the bedroom. Was this a good idea to start a fire in this area? Outside of that, it wasn't fully directly connected to the fire.
Any professional camping gear that you know of?
No, not that I can recall.
More on the Colby fire with Captain Russell at first. This is Unsolved with Steve Gregory on KFI and M640. Time now for a news update. I'm Mark Ryan, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A huge sinkhole threatening at least 2 homes in Camarillo. The 30-foot by 30-foot sinkhole opened up late Friday morning between 2 homes. The emergency officials say the sinkhole threatening the stability of all the homes in the immediate area. Camarillo Fire Department says 15 people have been evacuated. The sinkhole is likely from the non-stop rainfall from the recent storm. It was called Silicon Valley Bank, but its collapse is causing shockwaves around the world. From California to the other side of the Atlantic Ocean, companies and people are scrambling to figure out how to manage their finances after the bank suddenly shut down yesterday. In California, the bank was a long-time lender to the wine industry, which worries about its absence. Entrepreneurs in London were in a panic as the bank's UK business shut down. And CEOs of startups worldwide worried about making payroll and whether they'll have to furlough workers as a result of the bank's failure. A man's been arrested for allegedly stabbing and killing his mother in Porter Ranch. The man walked into the LAPD's Devonshire Division police station yesterday and told cops he thought he hurt his mom. Cops went to the home inside the dark-aged community at the height of Porter Ranch and found the mother dead. Health officials say all adults in the U.S. should be tested for hepatitis B at least once in their life. CDC's hepatitis B says the CDC also recommends babies get vaccinated to fight hepatitis B.
All is this congestive shock, says the CDC, saying most American adults are not vaccinated against hepatitis B.
Everson says many people with the virus don't know they have it because they don't feel bad or look sick. The agency updated its recommendations yesterday. The CDC says the virus can cause lifelong infections, scarring of the liver cancer, liver failure, and death. 2 of the 3 LAPD officers shot during a standoff in Lincoln Heights have been released from a hospital. Officials say most of the injuries to the 2 officers included gunshots to the arms and legs. 1 officer was hit in the torso, but it's possible the force of that hit was reflected by the officer's ballistic vest. The 3rd officer injured will remain in the hospital for more treatment. All 3 were struck Wednesday night as they tried to arrest a parolee at large who had barricaded himself inside his shed on a relative's property. After officers lobbed tear gas inside, the man opened fire. Officers returned fire. Moments later, the man was found dead on the floor of the shed. It's not known if the man died from that gunfire or if he shot himself. Steve Gregory, Coca-Fine Arrows. And we spring forward tonight. The LA Stadium time begins at 2 a.m. Sunday morning, so before you go to bed tonight, you turn your clock ahead to 1 hour. 2 a.m. becomes 3 a.m. And we lose 1 hour of sleep tonight. You wonder why tomorrow some people seem extra cranky. We're heading to a crash on the 405. We'll be
Northside Field in Florida, this crash between the center of Iowa Watch was going into a post. And it's still big rig in the Cobra Pass. The 405 north on Academy Center, that's been clear. 2-car crash in Boyle Heights still working. The 5 north on Axoto Street, that's picking up the left lane. At a crash in Commerce on the 5 north on after 710, that's been clear, but there's slow from Garfield. And in Hollywood, a slow go on the 101 southbound and heavy on the brakes between Normandy Avenue and Echo Park. KFI in the sky helps take you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true, but this is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, harassment training, work environment, termination. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager with your phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down on the credit brief, spell BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com. Stuff on weather from KFI. Cloudy now, but there's a 20% chance of showers again tonight. Lows in the mid-50s. Cloudy with highs in the 60s tomorrow and Monday. Then we're looking at more rain Tuesday and Wednesday. Right now it's 55 in Anaheim, 59 in Huntington Beach. We meet locals live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ross.
You locked your cat up the tree?
Yeah, he's way up there. He's scared to come down.
I'll get him for you.
Be careful, mister.
Thanks, kid. Here you go.
Where did he come from? And where's your knife and tape?
What? Oh, no, your mom and dad called us to clean out your shower drain.
What?
They were up a tree, too.
Really?
Your tree was really clogged, backing up, and we have to stop that nasty stuff from invading your bathroom.
So you're a hero?
Try to be every day. We're rooter heroes.
Wow.
We make sure you live in a safe, clean house. Go on.
Thanks for rescuing dogs.
Support a hero dog.
If you know how to plug things, call 00 coming in air. Go online at ROTHSCHILD.com.
Yeah. Wow. Our business is going. We've got people all over now. What is that? Meditation? I'm recommending this Uma cloud phone system with auto attendance and more than 50 features. Uma? Yep. Switching to Uma is a sin. Just $24.95 per month per user plus tax usage. Now you're feeling it. Find small business calls at Uma.com/radio. That's OOMA.com/radio. They'll come out in very annual sale. Oh my God. Limited quantities of powered by close-in dial or processors. They want select laptop laptops with built-in security features and select latitude laptops with enhanced privacy, collaboration, and connectivity. They want select your pencil plus free shipping and special financing with Dell Business Credit. Call the Dell Technology Provider at 877-877-777. Oh my God, there's only airborne dogs. Holy fuck. For official rules and more information about content stuff, this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
KFI AM 640.
Oh my God. Wait 4.2. Yo.
KFI AM 640 are everywhere live on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. Subscribe to this podcast on the iHeartRadio app and leave us a message by pressing the red microphone inside the app. I've been talking with U.S. Forest Service Captain Mike Tuttle. We're in the office of Angeles National Forest headquarters in our field. Before break, we were telling us now that you kind of have the piece all wrapped up with the Boulder fire. You kind of knew, you know point of origin, and you got 3 guys that have now been charged with the crime at this point. And since it is on federal land, these are federal charges, correct? Correct. So what were the charges?
They are Title 18 of the U.S. Code, and 3 charges of the Code of Federal Regulations, all related to setting timber and brush on fire and not having a fire with a permit allowing a fire to escape control.
You know, Dan, the fact that they probably didn't intentionally set up cause harm or damage in this case, but the fact that they ignored signage, does that become an intentional act?
That becomes a very significant point that you read a sign or a notice that said this is prohibited, and you chose of your own free will to violate that signage, so to speak, and do the prohibited act. That very much makes it an intentional act.
Was this a jury trial or grand jury?
There's a federal grand jury indictment on all 3, and then a jury trial for the charges.
So what can you tell us? If I was just relatively probably have time to go to the trial or anything. Did you go to the trial?
I did not. They are very time-intensive. They take a long time to work through the judicial process. There's numerous motions from the defense. Yeah.
So when did this one finally? So the fire happened in 2014. When did it finally go to trial?
2014, if I remember correctly. I believe
The fire started in 2014.
I believe it went to trial later that year.
Oh, really? That's pretty fast for the federal.
Yeah.
What, any idea why this was expedited, or was that normal course?
It's kind of,
Because I mean, I've covered jobs that happened 8 years ago.
it really is kind of influenced by the sort of the prosecuting U.S. attorneys.
Yeah.
Are they overwhelmed with a lot of very large, cases? Our fires usually go through environmental crime section, so you're looking at also, trials that involve pollution offshore with commercial fishing or cruise ships that having to do dump oil or sewage. And for you, the attorneys can get very booked up. So and working through just the scheduling of the courts and judges and all of that kind of influences that timeline.
So, how many homes for this writer? How many acres was it, do you remember?
It took right about 2,000 acres,
Okay.
and it was 6 homes destroyed, and numerous homes were damaged. The residents were not allowed to come back until repairs were made to the house or the apartment condo. Outbuildings completely destroyed, with small sheds and that type. Total, right about $6 million to suppress the fire. Cost for not just the Forest Service, but what starts for all the fire response that comes into one building.
And what was the total restitution?
I touched over $9 million.
$9 million. And since it went to trial, it was pled not guilty.
All pled not guilty.
What was the defense?
Plead not guilty and see if
What was that?
I don't know exactly what was going through their minds or what their counsel was on their defenders, what the train of thought was, and what the case all three pled not guilty initially. All three were eventually found guilty by trial. Two were sentenced to actual prison time for jail. All three,
California old,
restitution
Howard,
orders,
whatever.
as well as a term of probation.
So, what was the prison sentence? Remember? But what, do you know what the max is?
The max, the one charge was a felony. So all three had a felony conviction. If I remember correctly, the statute is 10 years maximum.
Joshua. I love it. Just what I'm going to do some woman's back wall. This.
9 million in total. So they will spend the rest of their lives.
Working on
And then have a post-mortem from the homeowner. It will go to the homeowner first. The government agencies will not receive any restitution until the homeowner has been made whole first. Or the homeowner insurance company.
It's going to create a fucking...
Court is paid out. Sure. They'll get first priority in any of those things.
In all the years you've been doing this thing, have you ever seen the restitution to completely paid?
Not by a private party.
And there are a lot of these cases out there, like you're talking, a lot of negligence, and I mean, there are you have a lot of intentional arguments.
Intentional, I want to set this on fire because either a medical health issue or very rare. A large majority of sometimes, we've got a lot of different kind of areas in the fire across the reason. Along the I-5 corridor, we have fires non-stop vehicles, whether it be faulty maintenance, faulty preventative maintenance, additional car, something called catches fire, dump out a piece of hot metal and start the roadside on fire. You'd be surprised, not very often.
Really?
It's actually hard to start a fire with a downward reverse. And this video will show
man.
every day of the week. Follow Unsolved on social media. Just go to Unsolved KFI. That's Unsolved KFI. Coming up, final thoughts from Captain Toe. But first, this is Unsolved on KFI AM 640. Time now for a news update.
I'm Mark Runner, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. More than 8,500 people are under evacuation orders in Monterey County's agricultural community after the Pajaro River's levee was breached from flooding after an atmospheric river pummeled the state.
Look at this
Three
guy
women are being sued in Texas over claims they helped pass an abortion bill in the first of its kind wrongful death suit case since Roe v. Wade was overturned last June. And the Marilyn Monroe biopic Blonde has received 2 Razzie Awards ahead of the Oscars, one for Worst Picture and another for Worst Screenplay. Well-deserved, I'll add. We'll check some trouble on the 405, or rather, no, good news on the 5, right after this. In this week's Marketers Report, Patricia Sayarello, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust.
Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which was one of our most successful, the most successful campaign we've ever done for a show, audio is a core part of that.
It's the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia, gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. The crash has been cleared on the 5 in Commerce.
North County 710 had a 5-car crash. It is out of lane just slow from Garfield. Headed through Linwood, a stall on the 710 northbound at the 105. That's off to the right shoulder. Crashing in Stone Park, the 2 southbound at Verdugo Road. That's on the right shoulder. In Irwindale, the 605 northbound before Lower Azusa Road, a stall in the center right. And in Steel Beach, the 405 northbound at Steel Beach Boulevard, a crash there in the center right. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
This report is sponsored by Unbound.org. Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice.
Oh yeah, you know how everything is quiet and stuff the whole time, right?
You can help change the future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at Unbound.org.
At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up today at startLAFitness.com. From cycling to swimming, running to rowing, battle ropes to box jump. When you join LA Fitness, it opens the door to premium amenities with Olympic lifting platforms, basketball courts, pools, and more. Start a new day resolution. So get your pass today. Come into one of our hundreds of locations or join online with our latest offers. Grab your free 3-day pass at startLAFitness.com. That's startLAFitness.com. And be sure that you can get an available for the complete 3-day pass to be able to find numbers on other 55 parents. People think parents and caregivers can be out children covered flag. It's important to talk to children in inappropriate language and approach the discussion in a calm and sensitive way to help them cope. This Child Hopeful Moment is brought to you by childhope.org. Life is uncertain. It's okay to be stressed, worried, or frustrated. Child Hope can help. Access Child Hope's free mental support mental health resources. Call 833-317-4873 or live chat at childhope.org.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season. So much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of John's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security numbers?
Nope. Oh no. You said stolen. LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you're worth protecting. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. The experts of AMCO have been fixing cars for almost 60 years. Over that time, they've gotten more complex than ever. That's why our techs undergo rigorous training and certification. So they can fix anything, including the most complicated repairs that come with some of the latest technology. After 60 years, there's nothing we haven't seen or fixed. It's how we know cars inside and out. Chevrolet? Yeah. Check engine light on? We'll check it for free. Welcome to the future, Dickerson. All your trophy muscles are the world's evolved. It's not just wrong, it's got brains too.
With cutting-edge tech built right in, mobile generators, hybrid engines, and wireless charging. That's great, but I've got both. I'm the whole package. Oh, dude, so much is going on there. Head to your Southern California Ford dealer for great offers on a Ford F-150 truck.
Could you use monthly payments to help me face the fees? Like putting food on the table, paying the rent, or buying new shoes for growing feet? Find out about supplemental security income. You may qualify if your income and financial resources are low.
I'm gonna write this thing. I'm gonna surf it. I'm gonna surf this shit, yo.
800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov.
Mark this on 9/11. Look at this one, yo. I got this one. Boom.
No, not anymore.
Service line from Oxford Care. Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine.
Look at this one.
Plus, Oxford Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we pay nothing on the repair. Ox gets a fixed for free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance. What's the number?
800-301-4089. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now, 800-301-4089.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089. Portion of the following program will be recorded. And now, a few words from your dog.
And except me and my team of wake-up call wigglers at Brookside Park in Pasadena, Sunday, April 2nd for Pasadena Humane's Wiggle Waggle Walk to raise funds to help take care for the hundreds of animals they take in each year. To donate or join our team and walk with us, go to KFIAM640.com/wiggle.
KFIAM640 or stimulating talk.
America's funniest company.
KFI AM640 are everywhere live on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Steve Gregory, and this is Unsolved. If you're listening on the app and have a tip, story idea, or comment, press the red microphone button and leave your message. We have been talking about
Fire.
That to me leads into how you solved an arson. Whether it was intentional or not, it was still a fire that was started by three individuals who were convicted for basically starting a campfire they had no business starting. And regardless of the signs and everything around, we just ignored all of that apparently. And so $6 million in cost to fight the fire, a total of $9 million for execution. These guys are going to do it. They'll never be able to pay it off in their lifetime, I would imagine, but when you were telling us before break, we've never really had a case where someone's been able to pay it off completely. You know, I don't think people realize the major impact is if they're actually having something like this, especially on the wildfire. You have the one, it was the wildfire in the Gender Reveal fire in the Typhon. You know, they thought they were doing something fun and exciting and didn't realize. You know, that's the biggest tragic thing. Very, very tragic. People sometimes don't realize this. And somehow the forest service, and that's when you get the forest, you know, people just walk to the forest, which brings me to my next question. As a law enforcement person, as a peace officer, you're not just facing art. Other things are going on in the forest, right? There's a lot that goes on in the forest. Elaborate.
You know, anything that you could imagine that happens down in town. It also happens in the national forest. These are public lands. They are meant to be used as a regional location for all of the citizens, for everybody. It doesn't matter if you're on vacation from Paris and you want to go into the national forest and go camping, or if you have been born and raised your entire life in downtown LA, and you're coming up to the weekend. It's the land that's there for everybody's recreation. Everybody has a different perspective on what recreation means to them. Everybody has a different little interest. And so, frequently, a lot of the interests are in violation of one of the laws, either a federal law or a state law. And just like the Kobe fire, where it took partnership and cooperation of numerous different agencies. You have the Forest Service investigators, the local police department detectives and officers, the sheriff's deputies, the arson investigators on the sheriff's side, the CAL FIRE folks. Everybody came together to solve this one crime. And that's not an isolated instance. That happens all the time in the national forest. So the Forest Service, our primary mission is protection of life and natural resources and government property. We assist and augment and help out everywhere we can, whether it's the California Highway Patrol's mission, whether it's the Sheriff's Department's mission, Department of Fish and Wildlife, their mission. We're always there to augment and help them. And sometimes that means that we will take and so to speak, run with the case. We found it, we'll prosecute it, and send it in and do the whole thing. And sometimes that means that we're there as a support role, and one of the other agencies is taking the lead on it.
For instance, what about missing persons? Because I would imagine that kind of thing happens too. How's that happen?
But missing persons is very frequent in the national forest, and the sheriff has the primary jurisdiction and responsibility for all search and rescue. And so somebody will be overdue. Somebody will not come home when they're expected. A vehicle will get noticed at a trailhead for longer than what would be normal for that trailhead. And so the call will come in, and the sheriff's search and rescue team, which are all volunteers, they'll get activated, and these private citizens come out and take on the roles of search and rescue and go out and look for them. The helicopters from the sheriff's department will come in and look, and they'll come in and help. If that means that they need an extra map, or if they need a roadblock for a little while, if they need somebody to get their search and rescue team members to ride, it doesn't matter what they need. At that point, we're there to augment and help the sheriff's department in the role.
What's that like assault? Like doing gun violence, everything. Stuff like this, why is it to that kind of level? Or is it a murder?
Those major felony crimes, we will go in, and our role is to stop the incident from getting worse. So if we can stop it from getting worse, and just freeze frame it so that the sheriff can get there, and the sheriff will take over the lead role for the incident management as well as investigation. And then we'll go back to a support role as well. We've responded for a shooting incident. We've responded for fatalities, and same thing every time. We get there, stop it from getting worse, and then the sheriff can then take the lead role, and we fall back to support to augment them.
Do you have a pretty robust, ranger service? I mean, are your patrols going on all the time in the forest?
We have 6 officers to cover the national forest. Total, 24 hours a day, every day of the year. And so it's really kind of dependent on the officer. If they're more of a morning person, then I play to their strength. They're out patrolling in the morning and looking at those areas that see more use in the morning. If they're more of a night owl, play to their strength, and they're out at midnight, 2 o'clock in the morning. And everybody floats around and moves through the area that has the activity, supports each other. Interesting. And we have mountain deputies, sheriff units who, their main patrol area is up in the national forest as well. everybody kind of talks to each other and everybody supports each other. You may not be working side by side, but you are ready to know about whether or not what they're doing, whether it's doing or pieces of stuff.
Captain Russell, thank you for your time. Much appreciated.
Thank you.
TV Los Angeles, Robin Bertolucci, Program Director, Chris Little, News Director. The program is produced by Steve Gregory and Jason Gonzalez. Coming up, it's Coast to Coast.
This weekend, stay fast forward.
Yeah, I'll be in the future.
Not how it works.
Oh, aliens.
No.
Robots.
No.
Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the Anchor Radio app. Big alleged keto bust. I'm Mark Ronner, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Officials have arrested 18 people suspected of acting a minor for sex in California. The task force in Sacramento says the arrests are part of Operation Secret Admirer, which catches anyone trying to target children for sex. The operation spanned a month and involved officials posing as children as young as 13. Officials say people can report suspected child sexual exploitation at report.cybertip.org. A man who killed a college student in 1990 was in college when he was accused of killing Kristen Smart in his dorm room. Smart's dad says the sentencing is not enough.
We're not happy because we don't have our daughter. We don't know where her remains are.
Kristen Smart disappeared on her way home from a college party. Her body was never found, and she was declared legally dead in 2002. The judge said yesterday Flores is a cancer to society. In addition to his prison sentence, he must register as a sex offender. LA County public health officials are asking people to stay away from the beaches because of bacteria. Ocean water is likely contaminated with bacteria, chemicals, debris, and trash from the rainfall this week. The advisory started yesterday and continues until Monday. People who go into the water can get sick. After more than 24 hours, a man is continuing to barricade himself inside a home in Belinda with police outside after an exchange of gunfire. The barricade's been going on since 2:30 yesterday afternoon. LA County Sheriff's deputies responded to Wing Lane because of the man shooting at pedestrians. At least one woman was shot and taken to a hospital. A levee has failed on the Pajaro River in Monterey County. With flooding and evacuations going on, Steve Patterson says a weather phenomenon known as the Pineapple Express is causing subtropical weather in the Pacific.
This is one of two atmospheric rivers that we're expected to get. The second one coming on Monday, bringing even more precipitation to areas that do not need it at all.
A state of emergency has been declared in Central California. At least 2 people have been killed in the heavy rain and flooding. The creator of The Mandalorian says he's got some ideas for Disney Imagineers.
John Favreau says he'd like to see a Mandalorian attraction at Star Wars Galaxy's Edge at Disneyland. In an interview with IMDb, Favreau says he'd like to see an immersive attraction that would allow people to feel the ride using haptic technology. It would also center around the Razor Crest spacecraft, which the Mandalorian and the kids traveled around the galaxy in, until it got destroyed in the second season of the show. While the Mandalorian made this feel dream, an Avatar attraction at Disneyland is a planned reality, according to CEO Bob Iger, who made that announcement in February. Amy King, KFI News.
You should have signed off with "This is the way." Hollywood's biggest stars are getting ready for the Oscars. This year's frontrunner at the Academy Awards is the multiverse comedy drama Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. It's packed with 11 nominations. It is closely followed by the harrowing German World War I movie All Quiet on the Western Front, and the quirky Irish dark comedy
about the movie.
Sharon.
Yeah, I know. I watched
Brotherhood of Water, Top Gun Maverick,
it.
Elvis,
This one never stayed posted.
The awards will end up tomorrow, Sunday night, at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. We've got a crash on the 605 in Santa Fe Springs.
Southbound at Washington Boulevard, this crash blocks the car 2 and the 3 left lanes, only the right lane getting by. Traffic is jammed at Whittier Boulevard. Stall in Irwindale, the 605 northbound before over Azusa Road, that's in the center of items. Crash in Mid-City, LA, depending on before Normandy off to the right shoulder. Boyle Heights, the 60 westbound at Lorena, you've got a crash on the right shoulder. And the stall in Anaheim Hills, the 91 eastbound at Imperial Highway, that's off to the shoulder as well. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
I'm Martin Hope, the inventor of Navage nasal care, and I love Navage. I told you about how your nose is the body's air filter. The Navage is powered to help out allergies, viruses, mucus, and disease. And Navage will help you breathe better. But what do other people say about Navage? Like tariffs, quote, my doctor wanted me to do saline rinses for my allergies, but I've never been able to successfully use a neti pump. Navage uses suction power, so it's food-proof.
now have a particularly bothersome allergy. I'll bust it out, and the results are immediate. It's such relief. It's become a lifesaver. Unquote. He's one of over 100,000 online reviews praising Nevada, the all-natural solution trusted by over 3 million people to help you breathe better, sleep deeper, snore less, and stay healthier without drugs. Nevada is available at Walmart, CVS, Walgreens, Target, Rite Aid, and online. Nevada, N-A-V-A-T-E, clean nose, healthy life. Southline weather from KFI. Cloudy now, but we've got a 20% chance of rain again tonight. Lows in the mid-50s. Cloudy with highs in the 60s tomorrow and Monday. Then we're looking at more rain Tuesday and Wednesday. Right now it's 60 in Tustin, 59 in Brea, 58 in Granada Hills, 56 in Venice. We lead local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Rahman.
KFI, AM 640, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You're listening to Before the Coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault. I'm Clay Lowe. Tonight we showcase Aaron Macy's Cabinet of Curiosities, where Aaron shares some short, strange, but true stories. And this hour we are going to be hearing 8 of them. So settle in and please enjoy Aaron Macy's Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault on KFI AM 640. Our world is full of the unexplainable. The history is an open book. All of these amazing tales are right there on display, just waiting for us to explore. Welcome to the Cabinet of Curiosity. Erskine Evans was a teenager in 1975. He was at school, hung out with his friends, and he swam in Bermuda's shimmering blue water every day. You know, usual teenager stuff. Okay, maybe not exactly typical, because Erskine lived in Bermuda, a group of islands often thought of as paradise. White sandy beaches, water so clear you can see straight to the bottom, and more than 300 shipwrecks lying beneath the waves. Yes, Bermuda is also home to one of the most mysterious and dangerous parts of the eastern seaboard, the Bermuda Triangle, but to the locals and thousands of yearly tourists, Bermuda is merely a beautiful collection of beaches and British history. But it's definitely not like other places. Sure, people drive cars to get from point A to point B, but almost everyone travels by bus, bicycle, taxi, or in Erskine's case, moped. On July 21st, Erskine had been riding through the city of Hamilton. Summer was a busy time to be out and about on the island, and that meant that the roads were crowded. He lived there his whole life, and knew what to expect from the vehicles that whizzed by him each day. However, on this day, Erskine ran into some unfortunate luck. On an island known for its high rate of traffic fatalities, Erskine became one of the 26 automotive deaths reported in 1975. We don't really know what caused the accident. All we know is that Erskine collided with the taxi cab as they both reached the intersection. He was thrown from the scooter and died a short while later. The last passenger in both accidents was the exact same person, which should take the award for the most amazing coincidence ever. And it would in any other story. And not this one. Because the victim in the earlier accident had also been a young man riding the very same moped. Not the same model or color, the exact same moped. It was all just too much of a coincidence to fathom. Yet it happened nonetheless, which is why it's so memorable and so fascinating. The same path, the same passenger, the same driver hitting two men riding the same moped 1 year apart. Some might call it a coincidence, but others see it as something bigger. Some might even call it a curse. Why? Because Erskine Evans actually knew the first man to die. Very well, in fact. You see, his name was Neville Evans. Erskine Evans' brother. KFI AM 640. You are listening to Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault.
Variety may be the spice of life, but I like to think that there's something comforting about routine. Routine is familiar. It keeps us on track, focused even. Routine can be the difference between exercising daily or gaining 10 pounds in a month. Routine can also be the difference between life and death. For the choir members of the Westside Baptist Church in Beatrice, Nebraska, routine was key to their daily lives. Every Wednesday afternoon at 4:30 p.m., Reverend Walter Twimble would light the furnace so the church would be warm enough when practice started. He'd go home, enjoy dinner with his family, and then he, his wife, and his daughter would go back to the church at 7:15 p.m. for choir rehearsal. And every Wednesday at 7:25 p.m., Mrs. S.E. Paul, the director of the Westside Baptist Choir, would begin practice for the 14 other members who had arrived at 7:20. This had been their routine every single week for years, until the Wednesday of March 1st, 1950, that is. On that day, Reverend Krempel lit the furnace just as he'd done every Wednesday afternoon prior. Furnaces don't always stay on, however. They run for a time and fill the space with heat until the desired temperature is reached. Then they shut off and wait for the chill to return and begin the process all over again. But when Reverend Krempel turned on the furnace that afternoon, he was not aware of the broken gas pipe behind the church. He had no idea that when he turned on the furnace, he was filling the church with natural gas rather than heat. The Reverend went home as usual. He relaxed for a little while before he, his wife, and his daughter enjoyed their supper together. Afterward, his daughter changed out of her school clothes and into a dress her mother had ironed earlier. Then, all three Twemples bundled up against the chilly pre-spring air for a walk to their weekly choir practice. At 7:25 p.m., the furnace started up once more. The gas had been building up inside for hours, working its way into every nook and cranny of the modest church. The gas ignited in a fiery blast that shattered every window in the building and sent the walls flying outward. The roof collapsed straight down over where the choir stood during practice. The explosion even took out a local radio station. Firefighters quickly arrived to put out the blaze, and Reverend Krempel's daughter had spilled something on her dress that evening. Her mother ironed a new one for her to wear, which kept the family home much later than anticipated. They were still at home when the church exploded. Choir member LaDonna Vandergrift always arrived to practice early, but on that night, the high school sophomore had been stuck on a particularly tricky math problem as part of her homework. Rather than give up and head to rehearsal, he decided to stay home and finish the problem first. The choir pianist, Marilyn Paul, was supposed to be at the church by 6:45 p.m., but she'd fallen asleep after dinner. Her mother, also a choir member, woke her up at 7:15, and the two of them never made it to practice. Every member of the Westside Baptist Church choir had a reason for being late that night, from car troubles to feeling under the weather. I don't mean the explosion, which was definitely a first, but an evening when each person had been running late. A once-in-a-lifetime occurrence. Definitely a break in the routine. Call it a miracle, or a divine intervention, or even the luckiest of coincidences. But you have to admit, this may be the only occasion of a choir performing at its best, because it couldn't keep proper time. You are listening to Aaron Macy's Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast, Strange Stories from the iHeart Vault. We'll have more from Cabinet of Curiosities coming up next on KFI. Time now for a news update. I'm Mark Bronner, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rapid rising from California's big storms has caused the Kern River in the Central Valley to overflow portions of its banks. Legendary Minnesota Vikings head coach Bud Grant is dead at the age of 95. And Chicago is celebrating St. Patrick's Day this weekend, and they turn the Chicago River green again. The actual day is Friday the 17th. We'll check out a bad spot on 6:05 right after this.
Hi everyone, I'm KTLA at the Cortez, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
Putting lights in press line.
Got the latest Daily News. Seriously, KTLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain comes through. We're covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why HOA is LA's very own.
I love it! And Sunday on the TW. An incredible start to the season in Mayakoba, Mexico. This golf returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. The golf is live all through the line. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's this golf on the TW. Are you ready for this? And play on the TW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your TW network. Next weekend starting at 10 a.m. on KTLA 5. The TW. Let's get an update on the crash on the 605 in Pico Rivera.
Southbound at Washington Boulevard. This crash is blocking the carpool and the 3 left lanes. Only the right lane is open. Traffic now jammed from Whittier Boulevard. We've got a crash in Commerce on the 5 northbound before Washington and stops to the right shoulder. Now on the 5 northbound transition to the westbound 60, you've got a crash blocking that connector road. And in downtown LA, the 110 northbound at the 101, an accident on the right shoulder as you slow from 8th Street. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
This report is sponsored by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Attention I-10 freeway driver. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lanes project. Don't get stuck. For dates and detours, visit GoSBCCA.com. That's GoSBCCA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lanes project. Seriously, Mike, you should just fix the transmission.
We all know how easy it can be to go to the wrong place for transmission repair. Made up of over 800 pieces, the transmission is the most complex part of your car. So bring it to the transmission expert at AMCO. AMCO, always the right fit. AA, MCO. Special financing available. Restrictions, limitations, and exclusions may apply. See AMCO.com for complete details. Spring travel season is almost here, and whether you're planning to jet off to Japan or cruise around Greece, don't forget to add language learning to your itinerary. The Rosetta Stone app will transform the way you travel. Learn useful words and phrases that will not only help you get around more easily, but also have more meaningful experiences with the new people and places you'll discover. Through March 22nd, get 40% off a lifetime subscription to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages. Purchase today at rosettastone.com. On IQ's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled, as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and think, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IC's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Could you use monthly payments to help me pay for fees? Or putting food on the table for paying the rent? Or buying new shoes for grandkids? Find out about supplemental security income. You may qualify if your income and financial resources are low, and you're 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability, or who's grown. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/FSI. Produced by Social Security, U.S. Taxpayer Expense.
Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yes, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. Brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs. Ox gets it fixed. Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. Ox Pay. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and a day plus rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike those other warranty companies. The last thing I need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089. It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season. It's so much sensitive info is altogether. Before we start the annual meeting of John's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security numbers? No. Oh no. He said stolen. Well, I thought minority makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work with it. No one can monitor all transactions, but income identity theft protection starts here.
Sarah's consultation with Shelly the comfort and bloating kept giving her grief. She talked to her doctor to get some relief. Fred had irritable
bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, this was a shock. They reactivate that, how could be your part?
Invest Colonaprotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS in adults. Invest works differently than Laxative. It lets you have more frequent and complete bowel movement and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms are studied in combination, not individually. Do not go ingest to children less than 2 years old. It may harm them. Do not facial ingest if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stool. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking one inject and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. There's written more to your story with IBS-C. Talk to a doctor today. Say yes to Invest. Learn more at invest.com or call 1-800-LINDESS. Sponsored by Happy United Pharmaceuticals. Sharing and income times life and markets still only with I assure you, I have one that you will find tomorrow morning 6 on KFI AM 640.
More stimulating talk.
KFI AM 640. Heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Clay Rowe, and you are listening to Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault. Let's return now for another True Story of the Strange. From Aaron Mankey, Cabinet of Curiosity. It rises over the Colorado River, a concrete protector for the areas below. It irrigates more than 1.5 million acres of land in the United States and Mexico, and it supplies water and hydroelectric power to Nevada, Arizona, and California without fail. The Hoover Dam is truly a wonder of the modern world. Built in 1933, it took 21,000 men, 5 years, and 4.4 million cubic yards of concrete to finish it. As families began moving out west in the late 1800s and home, and sometimes even the run, during the times when the Colorado flooded. So in 1922, a group of surveyors decided to do something about it. They saw what could be possible if the dam was built in just the right spot on the river, and what it could do for the neighboring territory. No more devastating floods. Instead, they could provide electric power for thousands, and a feather in America's cap as an agricultural innovator. On December 20th of 1922, 5 days before Christmas, the surveyors set out to find the perfect spot to build their dam at. It was during this hunt when the Colorado River experienced the flash flood. No one saw it coming, especially not John Gregory King, who was caught in the rush and washed away in the river. Though his remains were never found, John was presumed to be dead. He became the first of almost 100 casualties of the Hoover Dam, both before and during construction. John left behind her son, actress Rose Kitty. Before the dam's completion, however, Patrick experienced the second worst thing to happen to his family since his father's untimely death: the Great Depression. He sought work wherever he could. Unfortunately, Patrick had no notable skills. The jobs were hard to come by. Then, one day, he came across an open position as an electrician's helper on a major construction project out west. You can probably guess what that project was, too. That's right, the Hoover Dam. The wild endeavor his father never got to see get off the ground was now his. Patrick worked on the enormous infant towers responsible for moving water throughout the dam for irrigation and hydroelectric power. In 1935, 3 months after President Franklin Roosevelt dedicated the dam in front of the American public, a freak accident set Patrick falling off one of the intake towers on the Arizona side of the dam. He plummeted 320 feet to his death below. Patrick was officially listed as the final casualty of the Hoover Dam construction. The date of his death, December 20, 1935. Exactly 14 years to the day, his father, the very first casualty, was swept away by the Colorado River. It was a tragedy for sure, but you know what they say. Like fathers, like sons. You are listening to Cabinet of Curiosity.
On Before the Coast, strange stories from the iHeart Vault. Long before we were taking Polaroids and our phones became our primary camera, we looked at photography through a different lens. It required large, specialized equipment and deep photos. The process was slow, expensive, and the results were hit or miss. In short, it needed time to develop. In 1824, a process known as heliography allowed Joseph Nicephore Niepce to take the first photograph. He would expose a plate of glass coated with a type of naturally occurring asphalt to the light in order for the asphalt to harden. After washing the plate with oil of lavender, the hardened areas stayed behind, while the rest fell away, leaving Niepce with what we know today as a photograph. But the process was long and cumbersome. Exposure times sustained, and the only subject that would sit still long enough to have a picture taken were trees. As the years went on, scientists worked to refine those early techniques. New materials, such as silver iodide and mercury vapors, were introduced. And exposure time shrunk from days to hours, and then to minutes. In 1841, almost 20 years after heliography's debut, one physicist realized that if he swapped silver iodide for silver bromide, he could shrink exposure time even more. What once took minutes, now it took seconds, and made portraits of real-life human beings possible. Add in the introduction of paper in 1847, and we start to get the picture of what would come to be recognized as modern photography. But before we started winding rolls of celluloid into the backs of our Kodak, amateur photos were still being taken on photographic plates, rectangular sheets of glass coated in light-sensitive silver salts. Once used, these plates were taken to specialty shops where they were developed onto paper. This is what happened to a mother in Germany in 1914. Like any camera-toting parent of a young child, she wanted to preserve a moment in time of her little boy. She propped him up in his adorable white outfit and snapped a photo, burning the image into the glass plate, ready to be developed. Unfortunately, the only thing developed in Germany in 1914 was war. World War I, to be precise. The woman took the plate to a store in Strasbourg, hoping to have the image back in time, but it was too late. War had broken out, and the town grew too dangerous for her and her family to visit. The mother fled to Frankfurt just after dropping off the plate to be developed. The photo of her bouncing baby boy stayed behind, lost forever. 2 years later, the woman, safe from the tanks and guns and grenades, gave birth to another child, this time a daughter. She wanted to commemorate the newest addition to her family with, you guessed it, a photograph. This time would be different. They were not at risk of the war finding them again. So after a quick stroll to buy a new photographic plate, she did the same thing she'd done 2 years earlier with her son. She propped her daughter up in front of the camera and quit. There she was, her little girl immortalized on glass. The woman dropped the plate at the nearest shop, and this time she was able to stick around long enough to pick up her print. But when she saw the photo, something was wrong. There was someone else in the picture. The new plate she bought hadn't been new at all. It had been mislabeled when it was transferred from a shop in Strasbourg all the way to Frankfurt during the war. Behind the image of her beautiful baby girl was another person, a little boy, dressed in white. Her little boy. The photograph she left behind at the beginning of World War I found its way home, and the mother had somehow pulled off the impossible. She managed to get her 2 young children to sit still long enough for a picture together. You are listening to Aaron Mason's Cabinet of Curiosity on Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault. We'll have more from Cabinet of Curiosity coming up next on KFI. Time now for a news update.
Most 98 and Dallas is justice was served. It is guilty provides some sense of justice for Christians. The smart for our community. Smart was 19 years old. He disappeared in 1996. The body has never been found. The University of Akron has given full scholarship to 2 men recently exonerated after 15 years in prison. Michael Sutton and James Phillips were in high school and were convicted of attempted murder for a crime they didn't commit. Sutton is 34 years old and said this week he starts classes in the fall.
The opportunity will come around twice
administration, he and Phillips were released from prison in 2021 and exonerated last year. Former Vice President Pence has unleashed his harshest criticism yet of former President Trump for his role in the January 6th insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. Pence made the remarks this evening at the annual White House Gridiron Dinner. Politicians and journalists gather in Washington. Pence said, "I had no right to overturn the election, and his reckless words endangered my family and everyone at the Capitol that day." The former VP said he knows history will hold Donald Trump accountable, and is expected to challenge Trump for the Republican presidential nomination in 2024. At least 6 people have been killed in a shooting in Hamburg, Germany. Police said the shooter shot through a window into a building used by Jehovah's Witnesses and later shot himself.
Police said the 35-year-old gunman, who they identified only as Philip F. for privacy law reasons, was a former member of the congregation who left 18 months ago.
City Chief Marcus Morris says police received an anonymous tip Thursday night that the church some have life-threatening injuries. More presenters for Tomorrow Night's Academy Awards are being announced. Joining the list are Harrison Ford, John Travolta, Halle Berry, Elizabeth Banks, and Sojourner Weaver. Also scheduled to hand out the Golden Statuette are Antonio Banderas, Jessica Chastain, Hugh Grant, Emily Blunt, Zoe Saldana, and Nicole Kidman. The 95th annual Oscar ceremony takes place at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood, and Jimmy Kimmel will host. An Olympic diving champion, Pat McCormick, has died. McCormick was from Shield Beach and won gold in the springboard and platform events in both the 1952 and 1956 games. McCormick died March 7th at a nursing home. She was 92. We got a crash on the 110 downtown LA.
Before the 101, this crash is taking up the right lane near Slope on Olympic Boulevard. Nico Rivera, the 605 southbound Washington, still has that crash blocking all lanes. Only the carpool lane is now open to stop on Whittier Boulevard. Starland Linwood, 710 northbound at the 105 is off to the left shoulder. And in Mission Hills, the 118 westbound before Chipotle is just stall blocking the right lane. KFI in the sky update you get faster. I'm here, Joseph. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got familiar with. I could never afford an HR person, but there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. And the credit please, spell BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Bambi.com.
Covering weather from KFI. Still clouds out, and it's just clouds right now, but we're ready for another soaking tonight. That is a 20% chance of soaking tonight, with lows in the mid-50s. Cloudy with...
Tell me what it costs to unclog my drain over the phone. Is it that complicated?
No, it's not. It makes no sense at all. They obviously have a price.
No. You've got a nice aroma. Who are you?
Mike Diamond, the Snowbird plumber.
Will you tell me how much to unclog my drain?
$99.
If you haven't seen it.
Don't need to. Doesn't matter if it's a kitchen sink or a mainline sewer stopper. The Snowbird plumbers at Mike Diamond will unclog almost any drain for 99 days off. Just go to thesnowgoodplumber.com.
Wow, you went up front and everything. I just told a guy named Rabbi who wouldn't tell me anything.
No brothers here, ma'am. With professional plumbers who show up on time, smell good, and unclog drains for $99. Call us. 1-800-446-MIKE.
Contract license number 39917.
Get ready to celebrate your favorite podcast at our iHeart Podcast Tour. Tune in to that podcast. Click on awards and categories like comedy, crime, pop culture, and more. Watch on iHeartRadio's YouTube channel and Facebook page. And listen on iHeartRadio Tuesday night at 9.
Are you looking for some non-dairy deliciousness? Discover the rich, creamy taste of Planet Oat oat milk. It's delicious in coffee, smoothies, cereal, or by the glass. Planet Oat oat milk tastes every bit as marvelous as the delicious moments it inspires. Pick it up in your local grocery store today.
This is Jacob and Ron. You've been involved in a motorcycle accident. Call 244-24-JACOB.
When he gets on the
Hi, here's my name. How are you?
fake crying and talking about Papa and he likes the duck pond and I love Papa. That's what you call your son? How come you never refer to him that way in interrogation or any of your conversations with police?
Never once.
Billionaire.
He was putting on a show on the stand.
Right. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Clay Rowe, and you are listening to Before the Coast, Strange Stories from the iHeart Vault. Let's return now for another true story of the strange. From Aaron Macy's Fire Sacrifice. Of course, lives are lost, but war takes its toll on everyone. In September of 1914, two ships, the British HMS Carmania and the German Trafalgar, engaged in a contentious duel in the South Atlantic. Dozens died, and by the end, it was Britain's pride and joy, the Carmania, that had defeated the German Trafalgar and sent it to the bottom of the ocean. Both vessels had begun life as passenger ships, carrying folks to various ports all over the world. Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay had all been intended destinations. But in August of 1914, the Trafalgar was commandeered by the German Imperial Navy and turned into a warship. A naval crew outfitted her with guns and other artillery, while the Carmania underwent similar treatment by the British, including having its red and white funnels painted gray to match the rest of the hull. Not only did their respective militaries deck them out with all the latest weapons, but they also made their ships as stealthy as possible, allowing them to sneak by the enemy undetected. Once complete, both vessels were released back into the ocean to perform their new job: hunt down, sink the enemy. The Carmania's crew had gotten word of the Trafalgar's position off the coast of Trinidad in South America. They were closing in, but the area was swimming with German ships. It was time for the Carmania's crew to put their stealthy efforts to the test. They spotted the Trafalgar in the exact spot that they'd been told. Everything thought it was the Trafalgar. It fit the description and had just left the German supply base with a fresh belly full of coal. But something felt off. That ship looked awfully familiar, like the Carmania crew had seen it before somewhere else. The Trafalgar tried to get away, but the British were right behind them. The Carmania fired first, straight across the bow of the enemy ship, and the Trafalgar stopped running. It returned fire with its main gun, firing out 56-pound shells at half a mile per second. They fought for over 2 hours, firing bullets into each other's hulls. The Trafalgar's machine guns turned the Carmania into Swiss cheese, but the Carmania managed to hit the other ship's bow and start a fire. Those who managed to escape the Trafalgar's sinking were rescued by another German ship and taken to Buenos Aires for safety. Though to those who witnessed the sinking, it might have looked a little different. It might have looked as though the Carmania had been sunk in battle instead. As it turned out, the crew of the Trafalgar had intended to entrap British merchant ships off the Trinidadian coast. The forward funnel had painted the remaining 2 funnels with red and black tops. In other words, they had disguised the Trafalgar to look just like the Carmania. And the Carmania, well, it must have been like looking in a mirror. Or maybe like seeing a ghost. KFI AM 640. You are listening to Cabinet of Curiosity on Before the Coast, Strange Stories from the iHeart Vault. We weren't always such a litigious society. Ever since the Middle Ages, people in need of mediation didn't turn to lawyers or conference rooms to settle their disputes. Before the late 18th century, they let their swords do the talking. As technology progressed, it was pistols at dawn. Yes, I'm talking about dueling. If someone besmirched the honor of you or someone you loved, you were expected to defend that honor by any means necessary, sometimes to the death. Alexander Hamilton famously died after being shot in the stomach by Aaron Burr. Painter Edouard Manet was forced to defend his art after his friend, a critic, disparaged it in a review. And after the critic sustained a minor wound, Manet considered his honor restored. The two men patched things up and resumed their friendship as though nothing had ever happened. Andrew Jackson killed several men defending his wife's honor long before he became president of the United States. It was how certain matters were settled. In those cases, one dueler had to be faster than the other. quicker on the draw and a steady shot, with nerves high and the stakes even higher. One slip up and that would be it. Lights out. It was not something one did lightly. Unless you were Henri Trumia. Henri lived in France during what was known as the Beautiful Era, a period of peace and prosperity. He had a bit of a reputation for his bad temper, which got him in trouble with certain folks. 5 folks, to be exact, 5 men, all of whom he challenged to duels to defend his honor, or the honor of a loved one. And it all started in 1861, when Henri fought his first duel. Actually, fought is a bit of a loose term here. He didn't really fight the other man. He didn't get off a single shot, and yet Henri emerged victorious nonetheless. As it turned out, his opponent dropped dead before the duel had even begun. From 1861 to 1878, Henri dueled men who had wronged him in some way, and as you can tell by those dates, he came out on the other side okay. So funny enough, Henri's talent to dueling never got a chance to shine. See, that first opponent who dropped dead before the duel, he wasn't the only one. The next person he challenged also died before either man could fire their pistol. And the man after that. And the man after that. 4 men, all of whom died mysteriously just before they were to draw pistols against Henri Cognac. It's certainly possible that Henri might have continued dueling after 1878. He clearly had luck on his side when he faced off against the 4 men who died of very natural causes. Heart attacks, most likely, brought on by the fear of losing against such a formidable opponent. But we'll never know what Henri would have gone on to do. Like I said, he's faced off against 5 men over the years, but I've only mentioned 4 of them so far, and it was the 5th who proved to be his greatest challenge. Henri and the other man stood with their backs to one another, guns at their sides. They marched in opposite directions. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4. Then, when they'd gone far enough, both men turned, and one of them dropped dead. Just like before, though, neither man had fired a single shot. This time, it was Henri who lost. You can't win them all, I suppose, but we can die trying.
You are listening to Aaron Macy's Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast. Strange Stories from... I'm Mark Bonner, live on the KFI 24-hour YouTube. Employees of Silicon Valley Bank are still receiving annual bonuses despite regulators seizing the failing bank yesterday. Former Trump attorney Michael Cohen is expected to testify before a Manhattan jury next week, and court observers say precise prosecutors are close to indicting the ex-president over hush money paid to a porn star who said she had sex with Trump. And good news, scientists say Hawaii's second largest volcano is not erupting. Seismic activity beneath the summit of Kilauea has returned to background levels, ground deformation has stabilized, and no lava has been observed at the surface. We'll have a look at your evening drive right after this. In this week's Marketers Report, the CTSA Leto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship for the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for show, audio is a core part of that. It's the #1 audio company. iHeartMedia gives marketers access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just a media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more. Let's take another look at the crash on the 605 in Pico Rivera. On Washington Boulevard, you've got a crash blocking all lanes except for the carpool lane. That's the only lane open. You're jammed from Whittier Boulevard. Crash in downtown LA, the 110 southbound after the 110. That blocks the 3 right lane. You just go from Vermont. Now the 110 northbound before the 101 had an earlier crash that's been cleared. You slow from 8th Street. And in Tustin, the 5 northbound after 55, look out for a crash out to the right shoulder. You slow from Newport Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
This report is sponsored by Albertsons and Bonds. It's not too late to get a flu shot. Bonds and Albertsons pharmacies make it easy.
for details. At LA Fitness, there's no end to what you can try with your 3-day free pass. Sign up today at startlafitness.com. From cycling to swimming, come and complete frequently after the on another only 50,000. Local supports are a vital part of child development, and they help mitigate the negative impacts of stress. Teachers keep connected with loved ones, friends, teachers, grandparents, and coaches. This Cal Hopeful Moment is brought to you by CalHope.org. I think it's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope's free and secure mental health resources. Call 833-317-4673 or live chat at voice. Hi everyone, I'm JCLA Samantha Cortese, here to tell you your afternoon just got a lot smarter. Have the latest here at Union Station. Seriously, JCLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekend. Really heavy rain come through. Covering more stories from more places more often with the Southland's most sought-after news team. The most local news in Southern California. JCLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why JCLA is LA's very own.
I love it! After an incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico, liftoff returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona. The golf is live all season long. It's the battle for the most prize money in golf history. Live golf on the CW. Are you ready for this? Stream Friday on the CW app and watch live Saturday and Sunday on your CW network. This weekend starting at 10 a.m. on KCLA 5 with CW.
Honey, is our car still in warranty? Lots will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, our car care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Oh yeah, we pay nothing on the repairs. Ox gets a 6-4, free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance. What's the number?
800-301-4089.
301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care, 800-301-4089. Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. They can put you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus 1,000 other stations and playlists, all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio. AFI.
AM 640.
An iHeartRadio station.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
KFI, AM 640. Heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I'm Clay Rowe, and you are listening to Closest Stream from Aaron Mankey's Cabinet of Curiosity.
We know it by heart. The iconic lines and songs live inside of us and connect us back to a time when our wildest dreams lived just over the rainbow. After the success of Walt Disney's Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, Hollywood saw fantasy as the next big thing. MGM pulled out all the stops for its adaptation of L. Frank Baum's novel, but Judy Garland, one of the brightest stars, front and center, surrounded by a who's who of talent. Margaret Hamilton as the Wicked Witch of the West, Roger Bolger as the Scarecrow, and character actor Frank Morgan as the Wizard himself. Actually, he was more than that. Yes, he played the wizard, but Morgan also portrayed the carriage driver, one of the Emerald City Guards, and the gatekeeper. You know, the guy who talks to Dorothy and her companion about horses of a different color. But there was one role in the film of special import to Frank Morgan. Professor Marvel, the fortune teller at the beginning of the story. The role is small, only on screen for a few minutes. But there's something special about it that makes it one of the most magical moments ever captured on film. He wore checkered pants, a white ruffled shirt with a high collar, and a wide dark tie. Over his shirt he wore a patterned vest, and on top of it all, a long coat. The coat was a serendipitous find, according to Mary Meyer, the publicist of the movie at the time. The coat really brought the whole ensemble together and gave Professor Marvel a look of lost grandeur. The director wanted the character to wear something that had once been nice but was now tattered. Rather than make something new and then weather it, the wardrobe department just searched thrift shops all over Hollywood for the perfect coat. But soon enough, they found it. It was was a green Prince Albert jacket with wide lapels and long tails. It was the jacket of a man of stature. At least it would have been at the turn of the century. Now it was a hand-me-down for a fraudster in a Hollywood fantasy. And it was perfect. Frank Morgan arrived at the studio for test shots a few months before his scheduled filming date. The costume and makeup people needed reference photos to use when it came time for him to shoot the scene. They styled his hair and dressed him in the various pieces they'd acquired to round out Professor Marvel's unique look, finishing it all off with that shirt. It was on one hot afternoon when Morgan decided to empty his pockets to lighten his load, and he came across something. It was a name sewn into the inside of the jacket pocket. No one could believe it. The costumer contacted the coach tailor back in Chicago to verify the discovery, and as it turned out, the piece of clothing they owned did in fact belong to someone intimately tied to the film they were working on. The ratty coat, hanging on Frank Morgan's shoulders, had belonged to a man from New York who had passed away some years before. He had once advocated for the women's suffrage movement, and he had given the world 14 fantastic tales of people and places living somewhere over the rainbow. Frank Morgan's coat had been made to the man who had, in a way, given him the most important role of his career. A man named L. Frank Baum.
KFI AM 64. You are listening to Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast. Strange stories from the iHeart Vault.
We've seen them on TV. Mediums who claim they can speak to the ghosts of deceased loved ones. Perhaps it's a letter of the alphabet that triggers them, or a smell, or someone's name. Whatever it is, the person on the other side is always astounded by how much the medium claims to know. We know better now, and we're able to see through a lot of the techniques mediums use to teach their audiences, how they speak in generalities and convince the other person to give up more information without even realizing it. But at the turn of the century, Hans had fooled them all. He traveled all over Germany with his translator, Wilhelm von Osten, right there beside him. Hans was known to gather crowds of men, women, and children who tried to push him to the limits of his expertise. And every time, he came out on top. No one could stump him. One man, however, thought that he could catch him. Dr. Oscar Funk was a psychologist who wasn't convinced of Hans's talent. He saw something else going on while everyone was distracted by his sick brain. Dr. Funk discovered Hans didn't know anything at all. I mean, he knew something, but not as much as everyone believed. Hans, like today's TV media, had mastered the art of cold reading. When he was close to an answer, he'd watch the person's body language change. If they tensed up, if their lips clicked or their hands shook, he knew he had them right where he wanted them. He did his answer based on that shift, and over 90% of the time, he was right. Dr. Funk published his findings to better educate the crowds coming to see Hans perform. But Hans didn't care. Neither did the throngs of people coming to see him. He continued to travel around Germany for several years until his translator died in 1909. But some good did arise out of Dr. Funk's work. He came to the conclusion that every person gave off the same body language Hans had noticed, no matter how hard they tried to suppress it. There was no way to hide it. And so his work is still used by comparative psychologists today when they conduct studies. They keep their subjects in complete isolation so they can't read each other's mannerisms and tics. In some studies, computers are used to administer questions and record the answers, since they're incapable of emotion. It's called the clever Hans effect. Today, a common place to find it in action is in drug-sniffing dogs used by police. They're often given subconscious cues by their handlers to find drugs where they don't exist. But that still leaves a big question unanswered about Hans and his special skills. If he was so good at it and made so much money from it, why did he stop? Because Hans couldn't hire anyone. He couldn't talk, at least not with his mouth. He gave all of his responses by using his foot, stomping out the answers to math questions and musical riddles, among others. He'd been taught to do simple algebra, tell time, read, spell, and calculate fractions. Hans wasn't an adult. He wasn't even a child.
Hans, you see, was a horse, and his translator, Wilhelm von Osten, was also his trainer. I hope you've enjoyed today's guided tour of the Cabinet of Curiosities. Learn more about the show by visiting curiositypodcast.com. This show was created by me, Aaron Mankey, in partnership with House of Work. I make another award-winning show called Lore, which is a podcast, book series, and television show. And you can learn all about it over at theworldoflore.com. And until next time, stay curious. You have been listening to Aaron Mankey's Cabinet of Curiosities on Before the Coast, Strange Stories from the iHeartRadio. If you'd like to hear more of tonight's show, just open up the free iHeartRadio app. Search Cabinet of Curiosities in the podcast category. Stay tuned now for Coast to Coast coming up next, and right after a news update, you've been listening to Before the Coast. I'm Clay, and I'll be back every weekend evening at 9 with more strange stories from the iHeartRadio on KFI AM 640. Heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You're an hour late to work. Oh, and you're fired. Bring forward this weekend. Whatever.
Los Angeles and County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. River rescue and Mark Long and live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Dozens of water rescues have taken place along a 120-foot wide breach along the RO River. Roughly 10,000 residents were urged to evacuate following the breach early this morning. California's been hit with severe storms and a large amount of rain all week, which should extend into Wednesday. At least 2 people are dead as the heavy rain and flooding intensifies across the state. The man who shot and killed his ex-girlfriend's twin daughters in San Diego County is pleading guilty to first-degree murder. He was accused of shooting a 15-year-old girl nearly 2 years ago at their home. The girl's mother and their other children were able to escape. The man was found hiding in a backyard near the shooting. The deputy district DA announced yesterday the man faces life in prison without the possibility of parole, plus 22 years. He said they could sentence him April 7th. The man has been arrested in Northridge for allegedly killing his own mom. The 33-year-old man walked right into the Devonshire division of the LAPD early Friday evening, and he told officers that he thought he might have injured his mother at their home. So he showed up to the house, which is located in a gated community in the Border Ranch area. And that's where they found the man's mom with multiple stab wounds. The woman, who is in her 70s, was dead. So far, police have not said if there was a motive for the killing or if the son had any kinds of mental health issues. Here's Arabella, KFI News.
The coyote in San Diego stuck in an illegal jaw trap has been released into the wild. The San Diego Humane Society's Project Wildlife team has taken care of the animal for 3 weeks. The coyote was found last month dangling on a chain link fence from a jaw trap attached to her left front leg. The humane officer said the coyote does not have criminal intent. The Humane Society is investigating the coyote hunting as felony animal cruelty. Well, the mansion in San Francisco featured in the Princess Diaries is up for sale. The mansion was featured several times in the Disney movie, including when the Queen of Genovia, Julie Andrews, tells Mia, played by Anne Hathaway, introduced her as the princess. It's going for $8.9 million. There's 4 bedrooms, 4 bathrooms, a media room, elevator, and rooftop garden, which is also featured in the movie. Discovering your royal, unfortunately, is not part of the deal. And the gift bag for presenters at this year's Oscars is worth more than $125,000. Behind the coveted swag bags filled with fun getaways, artsy-fartsy stuff, and a very celebrity-centric procedures like plastic surgery, liposuction, and rejuvenation treatment. Speaking of those getaways, how about an all-inclusive stay with Hanover Canadian estate worth $40,000? Or resting inside a restored Italian lighthouse for 3 days, that's worth $9,000. An 18-karat gold bracelet with custom gems and beads that's worth $1,200. Celebrities who presented the Oscars are not paid, so the bag is compensation for their time. The most expensive bag to date was in 2020 with a total value of $225,000. Oh, almost forgot. One of the most sought-after items in this year's bag? A loaf of Japanese milk bread worth $18. The Gregory Testifying Note. I admitted I have bag envy. Looks like there was a crash on the 101 in downtown LA. If that's not after the 110, you've got a crash blocking the 3 right lanes. Traffic is stopping open from Vermont Avenue. Pico Rivera crash cleared on the 605 southbound Washington. Everything out of lanes, but this goes from Whittier Boulevard.
And in Tustin on the 5 northbound at the 55, still have an accident off to the right shoulder. Traffic is slow from Newport Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph. And Southland weather from KFI. Just clouds now, but there's a 20% chance of rain again tonight. Lows in the mid-50s. Cloudy tomorrow with highs in the 60s. That's going to look the same on Monday. After that, we're looking at more rain Tuesday and Wednesday. Right now it's 50 in Tustin, 58 in Brea, 57 in Granada Hills, 56 in Denver. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Mark Russell. I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got noticed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That would you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Bambi.com. That's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spell BAM, B-E-E. That's BAM, B-E-E. That's Bambi.com. This report is sponsored by the Play It Forward Foundation. The Play It Forward Foundation, or PIM, elevates and equips elite young athletes through NIL branding to support their development and secure their future. Learn more at thisfoundation.org. Play It Forward Foundation, creating opportunity. On the podcast Really No Really, join best friends Jason Alexander and Peter Silvan, along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, in a search for answers to life's most fascinating, intriguing, and annoying questions. You know, those things that make you go, really? No, really? And features a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a cannabis that was a secret. Really? Really? That's news to me. That's Really No Really right there. Really No Really. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Could you use monthly payments to help me face the needs? Like putting food on the table, paying the rent, or buying new seeds for growing seeds? Find out about supplemental security income. You may qualify if your income and financial resources are low and you are 65 or older, or an adult or child with a disability or who is blind. Call 1-800-772-1213 or go to ssa.gov/SSI.
Yes,
Social Security, U.S. taxpayer spend.
it's the Marketer's Report. This week, Patricia Sagnaletto, Global Chief Marketing Officer, Direct-to-Consumer for Warner Brothers Discovery, weighs in on the difficult task of building and retaining consumer trust. Trust is a really hard thing to build and a really easy thing to destroy, and we have to be very respectful about that. Our partnership with iHeart has really helped us build that trust and that relationship with the on-air talent. The best thing for us to do is to build a relationship with our consumers. And if those consumers have a relationship with the DJs that are on air, then we want to build on that. The House of the Dragon, which is one of our most successful, if not the most successful campaign we've ever done for show, audio is a core part of that. As the #1 audio company, iHeartMedia gives all access to all. Every audience, live conversations, trusted influencers, and the insights and data you need to grow. Not just the media company. iHeartMedia is your access company. Go to iHeartResults.com for more.
COVID-19 stop the illness from getting serious. And from you, personal routine, as soon as you feel symptoms. Visit youcanbeatit.org or call 833-422-4255 to ask for medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health.
Is it getting harder to find new customers? After all, it's one thing to run a business and another to grow it, especially these days. But what if you had access to everyone listening to me right now? Access to all the customers in your area. As the #1 audio company in America, iHeartMedia gives you access to all the customers you need to grow at a fraction of the cost of digital, video, and social advertising. with experts ready to crack your message fast. We're starting today at iHeartAdvertising.com. At iHeartAdvertising.com. As we continue this discussion of China giving lethal weaponry to Russia, we're putting ourselves in a corner. We've got to get involved. Jerry and Shannon, how firm is this red line? That's the game they want to play. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Thanks for inviting me into your home. Your long-haul truck, RV, camper, taxi, your parents' well-appointed basement with accumulated wood paneling, electric fireplace, and the painting of dogs playing poker. You're lost. That greasy spoon just off the interstate, and you're having the woods. Welcome to Coast AM. I'm Richard Sterrett, and tonight this morning I'm coming to you live from my home studio in Old Fort Hill, just north of Toronto. Great to be with you. And thanks for all those great calls during open lines last night. A young man from Alaska called asking about whether UFO disclosure is imminent, and I downplayed that possibility, quite frankly. And then I saw this article published in the online version of the Military Times by Simone Perez, who writes, there is a possibility that extraterrestrial motherships and smaller probes may be visiting planets in our solar system. The head of the Pentagon's Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Research Office noted in a report draft shared on Tuesday. An artificial interstellar object could potentially be a parent craft that releases many small probes during its close passage to Earth, an operational construct not too dissimilar from NASA mission. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of Pentagon's Ultimate Anomaly Resolution Office, wrote in a research report co-authored by Abraham Loeb, chairman of Harvard University's Astronomy Department. You heard me correctly. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the Pentagon's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, basically saying a mothership and smaller probes may be visiting planets in our solar system. Kirkpatrick, who was appointed as director of the ARROW, or All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, when it was founded in July 2022, previously served as the chief scientist at the Defense Intelligence Agency's Missiles and Space Intelligence Center. The AARO was established to investigate unidentified objects of interest around military installations, according to a Pentagon press release. Whoa. I mean, not exactly disclosure, but that's quite a statement from the director of ARROW, a parent craft that releases small probes. That does sound like he's talking about an extraterrestrial mothership. Now let's see what's that. Let's see if a Pentagon information official starts to soft pedal, as we say, on that statement. Otherwise, this is certainly worthy of further investigation. All right, coming up in the first half of Coast tonight this morning, investigative journalist and human rights activist Janet Taylor has been on the trail of the U.S. biological weapons agenda since the new millennium. Her book, At the Breaking Point of History, published in 2021 by TriLLIONAIRE, relentlessly details the U.S. government's indifference to the welfare of individuals and to its legal obligations under national and international accords prohibiting human experimentation and biological and chemical weapons. From lead pipes in Flint, Michigan, to duplicitous water commissions in Medford, Oregon, to a secret psychiatric ward at UCLA, to the elegant halls of the Palais des Nations in Geneva, Switzerland, Janet Taylor uncovers shocking machinations executed at the highest and lowest levels of power. Coming up in the second half, writer, lawyer, historian, 32nd degree Scottish Rite Freemason Robert W. Sullivan IV returns to Coast with more on his continued research into occult symbols hidden in film, TV, and advertising. He'll also discuss something called occult casting, and he'll also recount an absolutely wild story shared with him by a Kennedy family insider about JFK's missing brain. Investigative journalist Janet Phelan on bioweapons, human experimentation, and the DNA obsession is next. Welcome to the Audio Imaginarium. Come on in, weary traveler, hang your cloak in a peg, grab a stool, and come warm yourself. And this is Coast to Coast AM. Why don't you say a while? Taxing you can be taxing on your identity because all your personal information is all in one place, getting emailed, shared, and possibly exposed to identity thieves. Tax forms can be like one-stop shops for ID thieves, which means it can be dangerous and easy to steal your identity. Protection against identity theft is easier with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock by Norton helps monitor your info and alert you to potential identity threats, and if you do become a victim, a dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it during tax season and beyond. No one can prevent all identity theft and monitor all transactions at all businesses, but you can make sure your identity theft protection starts here. Join LifeLock today. Save up to 25% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock or go to LifeLock.com and use promo code George. That's LifeLock.com. Use promo code George to save 25% off. LifeLock.com.
Real people, real stories. I had acute eczema. I had tried every cream and ointment that you can imagine. It's pretty wonderful. So I started taking the Carnivora, and at this point, I don't want to ever be without it.
My little dog developed this lymph problem, but the chemotherapy lasted for 6 months. We started developing more lymph nodes that were swelled up. So I thought I'd just try lymph nodes started to swelling bit. Then I took him into the vet and checked out. They did all the tests. I kid you not, this chronic stage is on.
Call 866-836-8735. That's 866-836-8735. Or visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORA.com.
3 to 5, AM 640, more stimulating talk. Janet Phelan is an investigative journalist and human rights defender that has traveled pretty extensively over the Asian region and elsewhere. She's an author of a tell-all book, Exiled, educated at Yale College, UC Berkeley, and the University of Missouri Graduate School of Journalism. Janet jumped ship, and since 2004 has been writing exclusively for independent media. Her articles previously appeared in the Los Angeles Times, Wings Magazine, Orange Coast Magazine, the Long Beach Press Telegram, the Santa Monica Daily Press, and other publications. She's the author of the groundbreaking expose Exile. Her latest book, published by Triangle in 2021, is At the Breaking Point of History, How Decades of U.S. Duplicity Enabled the
I'm just thrilled to be here, Richard. Thank you so much for having me on your show.
We don't need to spend a lot of time on it, but I would like to just talk a little bit about what precipitated you, quote unquote, jumping ship. I know that in writing this book, Exile, and you're now living outside the United States. I don't know if you want to divulge where you now live, but can you just give us a kind of a brief?
There was a very disturbing event that took place starting around 2001 that involved a family member, and it became increasingly clear to me that the family member was at inordinate risk and was agitated given behaviors by the supposedly honorable members of the legal establishment, and things began to worsen, and it became clear to me that mental, in terms of the relationship of individuals to the government, something fundamental in terms of so-called rights, and that is, in a nutshell, what precipitated my leaving the U.S.
All right, so let's talk about bioweapons. And just over 50 years ago, we had the Biological Weapons Convention. It was a disarmament treaty signed in 1972. I think it was signed in London and Moscow and Washington. Went into effect a few years later, but basically to effectively ban biological and toxin weapons by prohibiting their development, production, um, and so forth. What did you find out about the United States vis-a-vis this bioweapons convention? I guess in the early 2000s.
Well, the first thing I found out is that the Biological Weapons Convention is thing that has no teeth whatsoever. It has no verification mechanism and no way to deal with reports of violations. There's a whole lot of strong words that have nothing to back them up. So it is a treaty in name only because there's no way to enforce it.
So there's something in the USA Patriot Act, I guess it's Section 817, that you need to bring to our attention. What is 817 of the U.S. Patriot Act, and what does it have to do with the Biological Weapons Convention?
Yes, well, there has been a lot of attention paid to the U.S. Patriot Act, specifically to the surveillance mechanisms that are authorized through that piece of legislation, but almost no attention whatsoever has been paid to the implications of Section 817, which is the expansion of the biological weapons statute. And in this 817, the U.S. Has passed something most remarkable, because this particular expansion of the biological weapons statute is the U.S. government's immunity from violating its own biological weapons law. Now, that is something that has set us all back on our heels, and we should have nothing more going on here. Interestingly enough, it wasn't reported in the news, but anyone with Mississippi can look it up and read.
I'm just maybe playing devil's advocate here. Was the United States expanding the biological weapons statute or giving itself permission to develop biological weapons because in their estimation, perhaps their intelligence gathered to determine other countries were also violating it?
Well, the fact is that according to this international treaty, the Biological Weapons Convention, the member states have passed laws like that. And it appears on its face, it appears to be a violation of this international treaty, the Biological Weapons Convention. Now, interestingly enough, when I began to be aware of this, one of the first things I checked was whether or not the U.S. has reported this change in legislation to the convention at large, because under a politically binding agreement, not legally binding, politically binding, it's a different sort of construct. The U.S. has to report any changes in its biological weapons activity to the convention at large, and that includes changes in legislation. And one of the first things I found out was that the U.S. never reported it. So it did appear that the U.S. was attempting to
to hide. They tried to hide from the other nations who are party to this international treaty. But it got worse.
Look at this muscle,
So,
yo.
I was
No, she's like, that might be just a muscle thing. Just pure on muscle.
and again in 20,
Say what I would know.
and I went as the convention and possibly testifying, which as an NGO you can do as meeting a youth camp. And I was able to see firsthand that not only
living the dream, baby. You want to hear some predictions? That the Silicon Valley Bank closure will be the catalyst of the trade war.
Lying extensively to the convention about the nature on biological weapons law.
I'm sorry, I wasn't here, but then I got it from you. We're in agreement on that.
My
where the predictions are for like elections without getting political, because honestly, I probably wouldn't vote for any of these people, one way or another, because that's how I am. But I think Biden will win again. Then after Biden will be Kamala Harris for 2 terms. Then after Kamala Harris, I think it'll be Stacey Abrams for 2 terms. Then after Stacey Abrams, it'll be Alexander Ocasio-Cortez for 2 terms. Then after Alexander Ocasio-Cortez, it will be, I believe, Jeb Bush. Then it'll be Chelsea Clinton. Then it will be George P. Bush. So you'll go just like you had Bush, Clinton, Bush, then have the same thing. And
necessary to
crazy
put
stuff.
the wool over the eyes of the other delegates. Now, interestingly enough, what I saw at the biological weapons convention.
Anybody have any predictions on crypto after these bank closures?
It's pretty much leading the rest of the convention around.
It's going to go through the roof.
The U.S. is the most strongest moving party at the convention. And I think in order to keep that momentum going, there has been some sort of decision made to not give full disclosure.
Again, playing the role of devil's advocate, is there a role in a biological weapons program that is intended only for defensive purposes? In other words, assuming maybe other countries might unleash a biological weapon attack against the United States, is it conceivable that this is a defensive bioweapons program?
Oh, that's a very, very good point, and I'm glad you bring that up, because it is under the defensive sort of verbiage that an offensive biological weapons program, if you verbiage in the biological weapons convention, you can't stockpile or develop these weapons at all, except for control of prophylactic preventive purposes. And that means countermeasures or some sort of way to make a remedy for a biological weapon. And this brings up the sector of dual purpose, because as we know, it is necessary to have the biological weapon if you're going to create a countermeasure. For example, if you have a weaponized needles or something, you'll need to have that on hand if you're going to create some sort of countermeasure or vaccine or medicine to treat the weaponized needles, right? So this provides a I would say cover for an effective program. This effective program became more obvious around 2016. It was reported widely in the news that the U.S. was caught red-handed sending live abstracts through the mail to clinics to about 200 labs worldwide. And there was a big flurry of
concern about this. I mean, why would they even ride the Amtrak to 200 laps? What was this all about? And the resolution for this was fairly weak and seemed to be on the level of, we better give them something and tell them we were doing something about this. And so the determination was made that the abstract disabling equipment at the proving ground wasn't working right, which is why the live abstract was actually now, and there were a lot of male culprits. But one of the things that wasn't reported, or certainly wasn't reported enough, was that.
Did we lose you?
You know, years before that.
Sorry, Dan, if you just cut out there for about 10 seconds. I'm not sure if you could type. You cut out for about 10 seconds. So if I just get you to back up a little bit. And, sorry, that was a bit of a drop.
Oh, so something about the landline. I was, okay. So what I was saying was that in order to place this growing alarm as to why the U.S. was sending live amnesty mail, there was a committee formed and the determination was made that the Douglas Cruising Ground had some sort of lapse in its amnesty. The U.S. government was saying, we're so sorry we didn't get access. But what was hardly reported at all was that several years before this, Douglas Cruising Ground had been found previously to be sending live access to the mail.
All right, we're going to jump in. I'm going to jump in right here, Janet, with a timeout as we roll into the bottom of the hour. Investigative journalist Janet Phelan stays with us here at the Steve Miller Band and Abracadabra City in the break on Coast to Coast AM. I'm Mark Ronson, live in the AFI 24-hour news. What's called Silicon Valley Bank, that collapse is causing shockwaves around the world. California, to the other side of the Atlantic, companies and people are scrambling to figure out how to manage their finances after their bank suddenly shut down yesterday. In California, the bank was a long-time lender to the wine industry, which worries about its absence. Entrepreneurs in London were in panic as the bank's UK businesses shut down. And CEOs of startups worldwide worried about making payroll on others that will have to furlough workers as a result of the bank's failure. And it's time to spring forward. Daylight savings time begins at 2 a.m. Sunday morning. So before you head to bed tonight, remember to turn your clocks ahead 1 hour. 2 a.m. becomes 3 a.m. Right? You lose an hour of sleep tonight. And we got a crash on the 110 in South Pasadena. Southbound after Lawrence Grove Avenue, this crash is blocking the center lane. You're south and go from Colorado Boulevard. Pasadena, the 134 eastbound before Colorado, you've got a stall blocking the center lane. And had an earlier crash in Tucson on the 5 northbound at the 55. That's considered traffic flow from Newport Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Peter Joseph. And Southland weather from KFI. Cloudy now, but there is a 20% chance of rain again tonight. Lows in the mid-50s. Clouds with highs in the 50s tomorrow and Monday. Then we're looking at more rain Tuesday and Wednesday. We need local. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Mark Ronson. Injured? How's the largest injury firm in the world? Morgan & Morgan. Order. Is your car still under warranty? No, not anymore. My mechanic just suggested an extended service plan from Ox Car Care. Ox Car Care? Yeah, Ox will cover repair bills if anything happens to the car. New brakes, transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotations, and roadside assistance. Wait, you pay nothing on repairs. Ox gets it fixed. Free oil changes, free tire rotations, and free roadside assistance? Yeah, you don't pay. Ox Pay. Ox even has a 30-day money-back guarantee and is A-plus rated on the BBB. They handle their claims from start to finish. Unlike those other warranty companies, the last Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089. 800-301-4089. On IQ's Daily Game podcast, the cultural icon unveils words of wisdom and motivational quotes he's collected over the years. No punches are pulled as Ice shares his special brand of profound and brutal honesty on topics like romance, success, failure, and more. You can't sit back and say, I'm going to win this game and not go to practice. You still got to play that game. Faith and your mind is just not going to make it happen. Listen to IQ's Daily Game on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
It's not too late to get a flu shot. Vines and Albertsons pharmacies make it easy. They're free with most insurance, and walk-ins are welcome. Or skip the line by making an appointment online. Restrictions apply. Visit the pharmacy for details.
Why do you turn crumpled up paper into three-pointers?
Oh, nothing but recycling then.
Why do we use rock, paper, scissors to make a figure? What?
Okay, featured pineapple again.
Why are we talking to fans?
I'm talking into a fan.
Why do we tell bad jokes? I checked over at Rabbi yesterday. I think it was an ambush. Why? For the same reason we play scratchers from the California lottery, because a little play can make your day. Please play responsibly. Up to 18 years old and purchase play at play. Pre-pandemic, of course, you couldn't drive because it was bumper-to-bumper traffic on any given freeway in Southern California during rush hour, which is 23 hours a day. We're now post-pandemic. Or pre-pandemic? You want to explain that to me? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Coast to Coast AM. Now, here's your guest host, Richard Serrett. Welcome back. Say hello on Twitter at Richard Serrett. That's why, because I love you, RC Double C. This is Blackberry Smoke and shaking hands with the Holy Ghost. If you go on to the carousel of at coasttocoastam.com, you'll see some interesting blueprint, water system blueprint from Los Angeles and Spokane, Washington. And Janet Phelan, investigative journalist who's with me in the first half of Coast tonight, she'll explain what those are exactly. Rabbi Sinister, if true. Join George North each and every week on his internet TV show Beyond Belief as he explores the amazing and unusual world we live in. George brings us thought-provoking discussions on paranormal phenomena, conspiracies, and all things unexplained. And you can start watching episodes right now at beyondbelief.com. Beyondbelief.com. Back to more of my conversation with investigative journalist and human rights activist Janet Phelan right here on Coast to Coast AM. Having repairs done in your apartment should never come with strings attached, like being harassed and constantly pressured for sexual favors.
My leaky faucet turned into the maintenance man asking, when are we going to get to know each other better? I needed my air conditioner fixed, so my building manager repeatedly kept coming into my apartment unannounced and without permission. My landlord told me my rent would be free if I gave him something in exchange.
Sexual harassment by anyone associated with your housing isn't just wrong, it's against the law. The Fair Housing Act protects you from harassment, including someone making unlawful sexual advances or refusing to make repairs because you deny sexual favors. If this happens to you, you can stop it by filing a complaint with her.
So I called HUD and filed a complaint against my building manager. No strings attached.
Fair housing. The law is on your side. To learn more, visit HUD.gov/fairhousing. That's HUD.gov/fairhousing. If you fear for your safety, call 911. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different from me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are. Love has no labels, and one small step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so, yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/one small step, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope too. Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/one small step. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
AFI AM 640. And we are back with Janet Taylor, investigative journalist, and the new book, well, came out in 2021, published by Trine Day, is At the Breaking Point of History, How Decades of U.S. Publicity Enabled the Pandemic. We're talking about anthrax, how live anthrax was sent through the mail, that around 2016, I think you said. But if we go back to the 9/11 attacks in 2001, there was anthrax attacks. I believe something like 5 people were killed from anthrax poisoning, another 22 injured. Senator Tom Daschle, Patrick Leahy were targeted. And so, I mean, how does that sort of fit into all of this? If the bioweapon convention was being violated by the United States, and I believe ultimately the main person of interest in the anthrax attack was he was someone who worked at Fort Detrick, was he not?
Yes.
Bruce Edwards Ivan, yeah.
Right. Well, unfortunately, Dr. Bruce Ivan expired before he could be brought to trial. And the U.S. considers that the case was closed, that they got their man, and that their man subsequently committed suicide. There are some strange things about this suicide of Richard, because, first of all, Bruce Ivan was said to have committed suicide by taking an overdose of Tylenol. But no Tylenol packages were found in his home, number one. Number two, he was rushed to the hospital, and lo and behold, he began to rally. He was getting better, and it was reported this way. The news article stated that the decision was made to take him off life support. Didn't say who made the decision, didn't say who authorized it, but if he had survived, he might have possibly had some eliminating things to tell us about whether or not he actually did the anthrax attack. According to many of the journals that I read, the lab at Fort Detrick did not have the equipment to appropriately weaponize the anthrax. So, and furthermore, when they were, when the U.S. government and the FBI was trying to determine who had done this fallacy, either who had put anthrax in the mail, the decision was made not to look at deadly proving grounds, which was another one of the military establishments where they had anthrax and weaponization capabilities. So the whole thing seems to be a little decision. There's also some concern. There was a fellow named, I believe, Richard Lambert, who was involved in setting up the FBI's investigation into the anthrax mailer. And Lambert was very dissatisfied with the way that the FBI had handled it and started speaking out about that. And he got very badly targeted by the U.S. government. There's actually a chapter in the book about what happened to Lambert. So the whole situation surrounding what they call the the anthrax mailing, is highly valued in the community. But one thing is for sure, that the fact of the mailing was used to fund many more quote-unquote domestic biological weapons programs in the U.S. The funding for these programs increased after the events of September and October of 2001.
Right. We should also point out that there were those who maybe weren't around then or don't remember or what have you. There were letters that accompanied the anthrax mailing. One said, "This is next. Take penicillin now. Death to America. Death to Israel. Allah is great." In other words, they were trying to the inference, or not the inference. This was being perpetrated by Al Qaeda. That the ones that were sent to Leahy and Dash's offices, "You cannot stop us. We have this anthrax. You die now. Are you afraid? Death to America. Death to Israel. Allah is great." So, obviously trying to turn this on Al Qaeda, and then they switched their attention to this private Fort Detrick, as you say, who committed suicide. Then, but about 6 months later, U.S. Ambassador John Bolton, this is he leads a boycott from an international meeting about the Bioweapons Convention.
That was actually 6 months before the anthrax attack.
Sorry, 6 months before, right?
And I believe May of 2001. As I mentioned earlier, the Biological Weapons Convention was just about the only on treaty that has no teeth, has no verification protocol, no way to do anything about reported violations. So an ad hoc committee has informed the Redemption W3, and it has hammered out a verification mechanism. And they presented this stamp 6 months before the attack of September 2001, and the American attack. They presented this verification protocol to the BWC as a whole. And the reason it didn't pass is that U.S. delegates led by Ambassador John Bolton boycott the protocol. They just stood up and walked out of the room.
So, the suggestion is almost too horrific to contemplate that what the United States government was planning on launching an anthrax attack on the American population.
Oh, I never said that.
No, I'm not saying you said that, but I'm trying to connect the dots, I guess, here. And like, why would we boycott the convention 6 months before there's an actual anthrax attack?
Well, look at it this way, Richard. If the safety protocol had gone through, then when the anthrax attack happened 6 months later, there could have been potentially UN involvement. There could have been a team sent from the Biological Weapons Convention to investigate this and to come to some sort of determination. That's a distinct possibility, but without the protocol, nothing could be done.
Or I suppose if it's a limited attack, and 5 people is obviously 5 too many, and I think 17 others injured, then they could use that as an excuse. Oh, now we have to develop a defensive biological weapons program in case there's a greater, more widespread anthrax attack.
Absolutely. I believe that is very possibly what happened.
So, you predicted the current pandemic some time ago. When exactly was that, and what led you to believe that there would be a pandemic?
Well, I began to be concerned about the possibility of the pandemic right around the time that I stumbled upon this sort of COVID delivery document in my book, and that involved changes to the water system in America, which allow the possibility of there being used as a covert pandemic delivery system. I used to say something to that. I used to myself talk about this, and it sounds so. Do I even believe myself? And I need to stress that the documentation that I have provided in this book on the changes, the tweaking of U.S. water systems is pretty darn anti. It looks as if something very unspeakable place.
Okay, so these blueprints, and again, these are up at the Coast to Coast AM carousel, coasttocoastam.com. One's from Los Angeles, and one is, can you kind of explain what we're looking at with these blueprints?
Well, the first thing that is of note in the blueprint is that there appear to be 2 lines, 2 main lines running down the center of the street. Now, why is that of interest? Well, we know that there's one line for sure. That's the line that carries water, and that's necessary. So what is the reason for 2 lines? Well, what I found when I started to research this is that these 2 lines, coast to coast right now, were gotten by me through stealth. When I would go to cities and request blueprints, I would easily get a blueprint showing 1 line down the middle of the street, not 2 lines. So there was something kind of sensitive about that second line. And then I got a letter from the city of Los Angeles, which I included as part of the documentation in the book, which said, well, you want to, because we have to create entirely new blueprints for you, because this information has to be redacted. And what was that second line? So one comes to start asking, what's the big deal about the second line? And the way that the blueprints are configured is that there is a service line that connects the main water line and also this questionable shadowy second line to every house. And that, again, is not remarkable. There are always service lines. That's how you get water from the city to the house. But the fact is, it has a remote control valve. And there are pictures in the book showing these remote control valves with their RFID addresses written on them. So what you have is the capability to take something from the second line. Like, let's say somebody wants to get somebody in the LA dorm, okay, without them knowing about it. So all they have to do is open up that remote control valve from the bottom line, and it goes into the server line and into your house. And if it could be something more nefarious than vodka, if it could be a bioagent or a chemical, that is also can be accomplished through exactly how this is going to set up.
And they could, because they have a remote control valve on every line that goes into every single house, they could isolate one particular house in one particular neighborhood and shut off the water valve and turn on the valve that's delivering another agent. I mean, you're right, that does sound like science fiction.
That's what like science fiction. And frankly, if I was in the listening audience, I had to spend years of time researching this and fighting back and forth between cities, agencies, and getting blueprints that were redacted and then comparing them to real blueprints. Yeah, I wasn't believing it.
Why those?
Doing the research. So I was also at one point able to get some blueprints from Medford, Oregon, and also from a state for the system. But when you would approach the cities and ask to get them, make a public record check.
I obviously don't want to divulge the source, Janet, but how
to be true. Find out where they were working on the road that they run to these lines. And I would hang around and start chatting up the guys and, you're just doing all this great work, blah, blah. Then I see the blueprints and they very proudly pull the blueprints out of the truck. I see pictures. And that's how I got them.
All right, we're going to take another time out. We're approaching the top of the hour. Janet's there on stage with us, taking again the break. Bad Finger. And come and get it right here on Coast to Coast AI. At Sports Fitness, take advantage of premium fitness amenities with a 3-day free pass. Sign up today at startatsportusfitness.com. Get more workouts for less with features like state-of-the-art strength and cardio equipment, free weights, a functional training area, and so much more. It's time to start fresh for less with our fees of $29.99 to join. Terms and conditions apply. Amenities and facilities may vary. Along with experts, newsmakers, and celebrities, and a search for answers to life's most baffling, intriguing, and annoying questions. Those things that make you go, really? Not really?
I think there was a 17-year-old in Rhode Island who ran a candidate that was a deepfake.
Really? Wait, that's news to me. That's Really No Really right there.
Really No Really. Listen to Really No Really on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Hi everyone, I'm DPLA Steve Cortese, here to tell you your afternoons just got a lot smarter.
Putting lights and press one.
I'm related here at Union Station.
Putting lights here in the music.
Seriously, DPLA 5 News is now live from 3 to 7 every weekday. Really heavy rain come through. most sought-after news team, the most local news in Southern California. KTLA 5 News. Join us weekdays from 3 to 7. Another reason why KTLA is LA's very own.
I love it! After an incredible start to the season in Manitoba, Mexico, liftoff returns to the U.S. Live from Tucson, Arizona, Live Golf is live all through the land. The battle for the most prize money in golf history. It's Live Golf from the CW. Are you ready for this? Free Friday on the CW app and live Saturday and Sunday. Hi, this is a very useful announcement to remind you to bring your clock forward an hour this Sunday. Let's just pretend they don't already do that themselves. I mean, maybe you're using an old school clock, like a sundial. Bring it forward enough. Thank you. We're just happy to pretend that
A man is continuing to barricade himself inside a home in Belinda with police outside after an exchange of gunfire. The barricade health officials are asking people to stay away from the beaches because of bacteria. Ocean water is likely contaminated with vaccines until Monday. People who go into the water can get sick. A huge sinkhole is threatening at least 2 homes in Camarillo. The 30-foot by 30-foot sinkhole opened up late Friday. The stability of all homes in the area. Camarillo Fire Department said 16 people have been evacuated. The sinkhole is likely from nonstop rainfall from the recent storm. And the White House has responded to the 20 recent anti-LGBTQ bills introduced in Florida. Florida's governor called the state the place wokeness goes to die this week. Press Secretary Serene Jean-Pierre says that it's not about wokeness. The bills are about hate.
Talking about happy young kids and their parents because of how they view themselves, because of how they see themselves, because of how they want to live. Kids and their parents.
Jean-Pierre asked the crowd on Friday to think about a kid listening to elected officials talking about how they want to take away their rights or change their parents with felonies for seeking health care for their children. He says the White House will continue to fight for the LGBTQ community. Hollywood's biggest stars are getting ready for the Oscars. This year's frontrunner of the Academy Awards is the science fiction film Everything Everywhere All at Once, which leads the pack with 11 nominations. It's closely followed by the German World War I movie All Quiet on the Western Front and the Irish dark comedy The Banshees of Inisherin, both scoring 9 nominations. The Best Picture race also includes Avatar: The Way of the Water, Top Gun: Maverick, Elvis, and Steven Spielberg's The Fabelmans. They'll be handed out Sunday night at the Dolby Theater in Hollywood. Taking a look at weather from KFI. Sunday is going to be cloudy in the morning, then the clouds will be partly cloudy in the afternoon. Highs in the mid-50s to around 60 at the beaches. Inland Metro AOC, the Valley 90, and the high desert. Monday and Tuesday will also have highs in the 50s to around 60. Right now, Lisa V. Ho, 57. Fullerton, 59. Culver City, 57. And in Arcadia, 59 degrees. We lead local. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Andrew Caravella.
Traffic trouble in downtown LA. The 110 northbound before the 101. You got a crash blocking lanes. Traffic is slow from the 10 freeway. South Pasadena, the 110 southbound after Orange Grove. You got an accident in the center lane. You're stopped to go from Colorado Boulevard. As you make your way through Hawthorne on the 105 westbound at Prairie, your stall is out to the right shoulder. And then El Monte, the 10 westbound at Santa Anita was out to a crash blocking the off-ramp. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Dave Joseph.
Honey, is that car still under warranty?
No, not anymore.
My sister just got an extended service plan from Ox Car Care.
Car care?
Yeah, Ox will cover our repair bills if anything happens to our car, new brakes, a transmission, AC, or engine problems. Plus, Ox Car Care offers free oil changes, tire rotation, and roadside assistance.
Wait a minute, we're paying nothing on the repairs? Ox gets a 6-4? Free oil changes, free tire rotation, and free roadside assistance? What's the number?
800-301-4089. Ox has a 30-day money-back guarantee and an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. They handle their claims from start to finish, unlike other warranty companies. We should call now, 800-301-4089.
The last thing we need is an unexpected car repair bill. I'm calling Ox Car Care now. Call Ox Car Care for your free quote. 800-301-4089. Ask about senior and military discounts. Ox covers commercial car owners too. Don't get stuck with a major car repair bill. Call Ox Car Care. 800-301-4089. The Play It Forward Foundation, or PIF, elevates and equips elite young athletes through NIL branding to support the development and secure their future. Learn more at PIFfoundation.org. Play It Forward Foundation, creating opportunity. I've been a small business person in my life, and over the years, several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Bambi.com. And with Bambi, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Bambi helps you deal with your HR problems like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations, that was my problem, people complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Bambi, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Bambi.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down and sign up. Bambi.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit, please. Spelled BAM, B-E-E,